マジックプレイヤーの皆様おはようございます。さあ始まりましたチャンピオンズカップファイナルシーズン3ラウンド3、場所は東京都立産業貿易センター浜松町館よりお送りいたします。本日は Day1 を勝ち残った強者がさらに Day2 に進出、この熱の戦いをお送りしていきたいと思います。はい、ということで、今回もこの4人でお送りしていきます。よろしくお願いいたします。はい、さあ、これ Day2 なんですけども、加藤さん、Day1 はね、イゼットが多かったというところなんですけども、Day2 注目ポイントはありますか？
そうですね、後ほどね、メタゲームブレイクダウンでもお話しすることになるかなと思うんですけど、昨日もちょっと出てて黒タンデーモン、これがどうやら結構な数勝ち上がっているらしいというお話がありますので、かなり注目してますね。
いや、そうですね。そして Day2 になるとね、もう皆さんが、ご存知のようなプレイヤーの方々が出てくるというところなんですけども、斉田さん、注目プレイヤーいらっしゃいますか？
いや、そうですね、もう本当にたくさんいるんですけど、強いて言うなら今一番卓に座っている黒田正史さんを、
なるほど。
これちょっとご本人がね、チャンピオンズカップファイナルとあまり相性が良くなくって、ここの大会あんまり勝てないんだよなみたいな話されてたと思うんですけど、今大会絶好調ということで、このままトップ8まで駆け上がってくるんじゃないかなと。
そうですね、非常に注目。はい、これは本当に朝原さんもね、昨日黒田さんとは通過の中だと。
そうですね、狙ってますね、今回。
狙ってる。
今朝のポストも今日も和歌山を積みに行きます、にっこりみたいな、はい、ポストされてたので、
恐ろしいポストが散見されましたけど、
そうですね、誰が黒田正史を止めるのかという展開になるかと思います。それでは改めて自己紹介スライド、失礼いたします。さあ、2番のスライド、朝原さんからいきましょう。ありがとうございます。はい、マジックの語り部、はい、Day1 でね、遺憾なく発揮していただいたと思いますので、本日も Day2 よろしくお願いいたします。
何でも聞いてくれれば答えますよ。
そうですね、基本的に NG はほぼないんですよね。
そうですね、もうチャット GPT みたいなもので、マジック界
じゃあ、ある程度チャット GPT だったら危ないことあんま言わないと思うので、
大丈夫です。
コンプライアンスバッチリな。
何でも答えます。
よかった。
裏だとコンプライアンスギリギリの話多いですよ。
そうですね、危ないんで。
裏 GPT、
裏 GPT、表 GPT でお願いします。
表 GPT は
配信中はね、
はい、よろしくお願いします。さあ、次のスライドいきましょう。3番よろしくお願いいたします。解説斉田さんで今回タッグを組んでいただきます。加藤さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、加藤さんの方はコンプラとかは特に大丈夫ということで、
多分ね、大丈夫なんじゃないかなと思うんですが、はい、ちょっとね、朝原さんですけど、先輩ちょっと見習っていこうかなという部分もあるので、
確かに背中を見て、
時折ちょっとね、背中を見てちょっとワンファールぐらいはちょっと許してもらいます。
退場にならない程度の
イエローカードぐらいまでちょっとね、踏み込んでみてもいいと思います。
Right now we're doing caster introductions. Our Japanese commentators are Akira Asahara, over here third from the left, and furthest from the left is Kensuke Kato.
皆様が待て待てと、待て待て加藤と言っていただければストップすると思うので、よろしくお願いします。はい、お願いいたします。
止めてみろという。
止めてみろ。危ないですね。さあ、続いてのスライドいきましょうが、はい、4番、斉田さん、実況していただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、どうでしたか、やっぱこの朝原さんの解説を見て、なんか影響を受けたりとかありますか？
いや、てか、なんでしょうね、やっぱり僕が子供の頃に、こうバリバリ活躍されてた方が、今隣で実況させてもらってっていうのは結構なんか。夢見心地というか不思議な感覚ではあるんですよね。
スポーツの世界だとなかなかね、フィジカル的に長年できるっていうのは難しい場面ありますが、マジックベテランでずっと続けますもんね。
確かに。黒田さんとかもそうですけど、ずっと一戦で活躍されてるみたいな。で、なんかいいですよね。
すごい、そっか、そういうことがマジックはあるということで、いや、楽しみです。
Yeah, Japanese coverage is quite good, and I think part of the reason for that is that they basically never stopped. Like, this was the formula that they used in 2017 to 2020 before the pandemic, and they basically picked up where they left off. Whereas I feel like a lot of the kind of institutional knowledge in the United States and in some other regions was disrupted.
イエローカードで済ませるように止めてます。
はい。イエロー出る前に止めた方がいいんですか？
やっぱ伸び伸びやらせたいという気持ちもあるので、そうなんですよ。
But it was largely the same format. Like, I don't feel like they put in some investments earlier on to have like the player cams and the overlays that they use, and there's been less experimentation, I would say, but I think the formula is quite good. Alright, here's the intended schedule. So we're going to start in on round 9 in a few minutes. I mean, we saw players were shuffling up in the feature match area. Probably we have a couple of more slides to go through in terms of what this tournament is, what it qualifies for, etc. Yeah, so we'll start with what is Magic in the first place. But hopefully we'll have the top 8 at around 1 a.m. Eastern. And hopefully the whole thing will be done by about 5, and I'll be able to get back to sleep. We'll see.
70以上の国と地域でさらには5000万人を超えるファンとプレイヤーを魅了しています。はい、マジックは巨大なクリーチャー召喚していただいてですね、対戦相手のライフをゼロにすると、勝ちということになっております。いろんな条件ありますが、さあ年間通して発売される新しいカードセットによってゲーム環境常に変化する楽しいカードゲームとなっております。はい、次のスライドいきましょう。 さあそのイベント今行われているのはチャンピオンズカップファイナルというものになります。
Where this event sits in terms of the pyramid of organized play in Japan.
WPN 店舗予選を勝ち抜いた強豪プレイヤーを集結し、
We're going to have to remake this slide for next season since it's going to be just qualifiers directly into it. There's no orange intermediate tournament next time, which means the next Japanese RC is going to be like 8 to 1000 players. It'll be interesting to see how coverage adapts to that. Yeah, that's. I think the number that they floated was about 800. That's what they think they're going to get. I mean, maybe that's optimistic, but that's our guess. さあ次 X キャンペーンもやっております。ご紹介いたしましょう。こちらです。はい、@MTGJP をフォローしていただいて、ハッシュタグ私の Japan has had some very large GPs in the past. Like there was a GP in the Tokyo area in 2016 that had 4,400 people in it. So I think that they'll be able to fill a lot of seats if they make them available. 受けられます。ぜひ皆さんふるってご応募ください。よろしくお願いいたします。 はい、ということで、ここからはですね、私石川と。Alright, then we had a follow, like, and retweet something campaign on Twitter, and I kind of feel like maybe we'll see the day 2 metagame, or we're going to get down to Magic. Let's find out. The answer is that we're going to get down to Magic, and we're going to watch table number 1. So this is going to be an Is It Mirror. This is Masashiro Kuroda over here on the left. Check that on the right. I'll get the deck lists ready. Hopefully I can do this before this round is done. Or this first game is done. Shibata, Prowess. Masashiro Kuroda, also Prowess. Alright, so then we'll have to jump back into the commentary pretty promptly after I get the deck lists put up. We'll analyze differences in the lists afterwards. Thank you all for joining me. We are watching the first round of the Swiss here in the regional championship in Tokyo, Japan. There's going to be 4 rounds of Swiss today, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then we'll get our cut to top 8. So there are 64 people who are currently playing. Top 16 make the Pro Tour. And then top 2 will go to the World Championship. Okay, so things to see as I'm catching up on the board. A, Masashiro has more lands at play. He was on the play. B, he got on the board with Cutter and Talent and has the first attacks, while Akira has plotted a Slick Shot instead. But here's Cutter into Talent on the other side. So we've got kind of a flat-out race going on. Will Akira be able to do something that breaks serve, as Masashiro has attacked first and is going to get the first opportunity to have bigger and bigger prowess turns? What can we see in hand? Hearth Elemental and Burst Lightning were the red cards. We did not get a great look at the blue ones. Also, Also, is it true that the person on the back of his sleeves is him himself? It's kind of baller. I feel like we saw someone else also playing with Masashiro Kuroda sleeves yesterday. I remember getting confused by this, but not surprisingly, he's got his own mugshot. Yes, I think that's right. I think it was that person who was incredibly cool. Oh, and that reminds me that this should not be up, so let's get that out of the way. That person was, incidentally, one of the other Prowess pilots, right? So maybe they worked together. Okay, we're going to lead with Floodmaw. So these were the kinds of questions that I guess the Is It player has to ask. How much disruption do we want to go for? With Akira tapped out and only an otter back, there wasn't going to be any blocks anyway, but we have to balance our removal against our cantrips. Is it okay to leave the slick shot without an obvious answer? Since we did just use 2 pieces of interaction there. I don't know if we have another way to stop the slick shot from connecting once or twice, but we also do have to just vomit spells, or we're not going to be able to play our Hearthfire Elemental. So we elected to go Flood Maw plus Burst Lightning, trigger our Corey Steel Cutter, and attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, taking Akira down to 10. Now, how big is the volley back in the other direction? You would think with 3 prowess triggers, with 3 prowess creatures and probably a another one coming via the Corey Steel Cutter, that 10 is within range. How aggressive does Akira want to be on the backswing? Because 17 sounds like a lot to me. We've got Corey Steel Cutter number 2 as our first spell, and now Slick Shot coming off of Plot as our second spell, which is quite nice. Then Monstrous Rage. It's a lot of damage. Is it lethal kind of damage? So, the Slick Shot is 1 base, 1 for the roll, so it's 2. And then we've cast 2 spells since it came in, so 4, 6. And one of those was a Monstrous Rage, 8. So I see 8 off that. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 here is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is 19. I think this is lethal. Masashiro is counting up how much we think it is. And now, do we have any way to interact? And the answer is yes. We have entered the Flood Maw. And seeing that, I assume that decided the game, as they've now scooped him up. I believe that was game 1 to Masashiro. Flood Maw is very, very good. I do appreciate that the card is like essentially just unsummon in these matchups, and that's good enough to see play. Alright, so as we look at sideboarding, let's take this opportunity to examine the differences between the 2 lists. I mean, starting with the creature slot, Akira is 8-0, so obviously he did something right yesterday. But I would say that Slick Shot is a card that many people have not had in the lists that have done well so far yesterday. Nonetheless, he does have 2 Slick Shot, 3 Drake Hatcher as his creatures alongside the Swift Spears. Masashiro has 3 Drake Hatchers, 2 Hearth Elementals in place of the Slick Shots. Otherwise, it's a difference between a 3rd stock up and a 4th one. And the room comes from shaving a Swift Spear. So basically, you could think of Akira's deck as -2 Hearth Elemental plus 2 Slick Shot, and then -1 Monastery Swiss Beer +1 stock up. And otherwise, the other 57 cards are the same. What do these two players have that can come in from the board? Masashiro has access to 2 Pyroclasms. As we've talked about, they're not the best, but you got to do what you got to do. Beneath that, there's 2 Spell Pierces, and then also a 4th Flood Maw could come in. It's like something. He has 5 or 6 cards that are worth considering, though nothing that directly answers Corey Steelcutter, short of like a Tishana's Tiebinder or something. On the other side, Akira has access to 2 Torch the Tower, 1 Abrade. Okay, Abrade sounds quite good. A Fire Annihilation, that also sounds potentially stronger than Pyroclasm. There's 1 Pyroclasm here too, so it's like both players have access to 2 copies of that effect, but one of Akira's is instant speed. Akira also has the 4th Flood Maw. He has a 3rd Slick Shot available. Kind of interesting to see the opportunity to bring that in. Certainly not, I would guess not for this matchup, but when you want to just be able to 1-punch somebody. And then only 1 Spell Pierce. I will be frank with you, by the end of this stream, certainly a vast majority of my experience looking at this Prowess deck will have come from watching the stream, so I don't know too much about whether the texture of the sideboarding changes drastically if you're playing or versus drawing, but I would expect that there are some cards in the list that you just can't really afford to play on the draw. Given the propensity of the deck to put something ridiculous together on turns 3 and 4, and the fact that you can't block, so most of the dangerous cards from the Prowess deck wind up having trample one way or the other. It must be a pretty nice feeling shuffling up here where you know that you're not going to have to win a game on the draw. You held serve game 1. Now you kind of just get to YOLO a game. Alright, players have returned decks to their opponents. Oh, I checked that. That was them exchanging decks. Never mind, they're shuffling their opponent's decks right now. So Prowess started out as being about 34% of the field. It was 88 of the 260 players, and something like 21 or 22 of them made day 2. So it was par for the course, really. Like, a quarter of the field made day 2, and a quarter of the Prowess pilots made day 2. But the 8-0 is a Prowess pilot, and several of the 7-1s are. So it's slightly overrepresented at the top tables. Interesting that Akira felt like he could not keep that hand on the play. I actually kind of want to go back and take a look at it because we have the ability to. So what was that? It was talent, unable to scream, monstrous rage, burst lightning, and lands that cast all the spells. I guess just not enough permanence was the reason that he didn't think that that was a keep. No card velocity either. Kind of play your Stormchaser's talent and then need to draw something in the next 1 or 2 turns, or you're stuck. How does this look? We have a Cutter, 2 lands, talent. Still another unable to scream, opt, and sleight of hand. This seems significantly better. Do we want to dish the opt or the sleight of hand is the question, I think. It's going to be the opt. And we'll lead with Shivan Reef, take 1, go to 19, play a talent. Alright, from the other side, Spire Bluff pass. Does Akira want to run out the cutter into a potential Spell Pierce? The answer is yes. I mean, he didn't really have anything else to do with his mana, so that makes sense. Burst Lightning takes down the Otter token so that Masashiro stays at 20, and Drake Hatcher is the play. Alright, so there's the sleight of hand that we had seen in the opening hand. The second spell this turn is going to be a painful Unable to Scream. So the Drake Hatcher is now an O2 with no text. It is also an artifact for whatever that's worth. And the Cutter Monk token gets in for 2. So one of Akira's lands, the one that's untapped right now, is a Verge, which does not presently make red mana. So he only has access. Sorry, does not currently make blue mana. How does it? Is it Verge work again? So he took pain to play the Unable to Scream last turn. We tried to kill the Corey Steel Cutter token on Akira's side with the Burst Lightning, but that's met by a Spell Pierce. And now we're going to level up the talent and get back the Sleight of Hand. So kind of on fumes at the top. Meanwhile, pretty far from fumes, as Masashiro has Cutter number 2. Look out. So we play Cutter plus Swift Spear, triggering both Cutters. And we get to attack for 2, 4, 6, 7. Akira goes to 9 and needs a Pyroclasm effect right the hell now. Though it's not entirely clear to me what that would even accomplish. As double Cutter will regenerate the board very quickly. So we'll go Cutter 2, that's a start, into a Sleight of Hand. So now we got 3 monks on defense. Unfortunately, like we said, this deck is not going to be able to put up a great set of blocks against trampling attackers. So it's not totally clear, especially if Akira is going to make it clear to us that he does not have like a Monstrous Rage or a Flood Maw available. By playing out the Swift Spear. I mean, I understand the play of putting the Swift Spear on the battlefield because you just need every point of toughness you can get, but also unfortunate that this is going to make it a little bit harder for him to double spell next turn. I guess it's not totally clear that there's going to be a next turn. Does he actually have attacks? That would surprise me. But at the same time, he can't just sit there and get punched until he eventually succumbs. So maybe he could sneak one thing in and then try to get Masashiro from 13 to 0 next turn. Like, what does victory even look like? Chat tells me that Shota's playing Riku Kumagai, and we're not seeing that. That's brutal. I mean, I think they wanted to feature the 8-0 to start the day. I'm kind of hoping that this is going to be over very quickly, and we will be able to jump over to that. Okay, so Akira decides that the 2 crappiest blockers are safe to attack. And, I mean, Masashiro is not blocking, whatever. He goes to 12. So those are the stakes. Can Akira survive this turn? And, I mean, I think the answer is going to be no, as we lead on Unable to Scream into Hearth Elemental. Or whatever the, I should learn this, whatever the Stoke Genius adventure is called. So that's 2 prowess counters, or 2 prowess triggers for everything that hadn't been on the battlefield, and 2 new monks that both get suited up. We'll discard the last card in hand, which was a stock up, and draw 2 new ones from the Stoke Genius. So there are 2 blockers. They could block, let's say, these 2 monks that had been on the battlefield already. Those are 3 3s. And then it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is going to get through, which will win the game unless Akira's final mana does something. Corcast in chat, am I the MTG ELO project guy? I am the MTG ELO project guy. This is my lesser known MTG side hustle of commentating on Japanese Magic events. This is like my 10th or 11th one. I'll take the opportunity to plug the ELO Project Patreon. You don't have to tell me twice. Yeah, sorry the site is a little bit out of date right now. I need to get Denver and Bologna on the site, and then beyond that, we're going to have 4 new RCs this weekend, so I'll be busy. I got pretty close. I think I have, I don't know, like 20 minutes of work left, and I could update the tournaments from before this weekend. I spent 2 weeks in Japan in the middle of April, and that's been messing with me. It was totally worth it, but the jet lag has been bad, and my ability to focus on both ELO and work has suffered in the past 7 days. So it is what it is. The site would be up to date soon enough. Okay, so to close the book on the match that we just watched, the answer was no, that last mana for Akira did not do anything. And therefore the 10 damage that we thought was going to get through was enough to win the game. Do I do all regions RCs? I do all regions RCs. I've been thinking about trying to actually go beyond that and do some of the RC side events. Like there's regular and big ones. You could see Shota versus Riku up here in the top corner. Why did we come here next? I guess that's because it must be a recorded match. So I'm going to make a prediction that we'll see that Shota versus Riku in its entirety after live Magic is done. Oh crap, we're seeing Riser. I've been waiting for this. Shintaro Ishimura is playing a Delirium list, which looks nice. But this is going to be challenging for me because I don't recognize a lot of these cards just on site. Let me get myself set up so that I can I drafted a fair amount of Duskmourn, but I often wound up playing a bunch of rooms, so I wasn't often doing the green-red stompy stuff. Alright, so where are we in the match here? It looks like the life totals are 11 for Shintaro and 14 for Takashi. Shintaro is up a game. And we have a Patchwork Bestie against Swift Spear plus Slick Shot. And the hand is what? Land, Tursa, Violent Urge. And I did not get a great look at that card in the back, but there was some other green card. And I'm just going to guess we have Delirium, but certainly after this Chursa resolves, the ETP trigger resolves, we are going to have Threshold. Alright, so 2 lands go, 2 fresh cards come up. How much can Riser afford to attack with? So that Violent Urge represents +1/+0 and double strike at the moment. The answer is nothing. I don't know that we have a way to stop the Slick Shot from connecting. Alright. Takashi starts with Kori Steelcutter. What are we going to do to enable it, if anything? It is just Slick Shot for 3. And Riser goes down to 8. Well, that turn could have been scarier. Did not manage to double spell. Alright, Patchwork on upkeep gives you the opportunity to mill a card, which, of course, we take. I see. The card that was on the battlefield when we first joined this match was one of the scrap shooters that came out of the sideboard. And I am guessing that the gift was given, and we can see a Kori Steelcutter in the graveyard. I think it actually did get to tag one of those equipment. Chad, how do you feel about the basic mountain, the unhinged basic mountain sleeves that Shintaro's running? I think they're pretty classy. Alright, here come the forces. So let's shuffle up the graveyard, and Riser has the opportunity to cast whatever card he winds up hitting. Oh, that is true. Actually, the basic mountain is on the other side of the battlefield, huh? We have to make sure they don't get mixed together. Alright, so it's a Keen-Eyed Curator that's hit, which is almost certainly a GG77. Alright, land for turn is Verge. And we will play, I see, a second copy of Scrap Shooter. That's a nice one. So down goes the cutter to the gift. You can have a random card, but you can't have that equipment in play. And it looks like Takashi's untapping with a third cutter. Does that thing have reach? And the answer is no, but the Scrap Shooter does have reach. As a 4/4. Alright, not shockingly, we start with the Kori Steelcutter. Shintaro takes this opportunity to wipe down his cards with some kind of like microfiber cloth. That is very classy. If you have classy sleeves, you have to keep them nice, right? Herbivore asks, is this live? The answer is yes. It is about 9:35 a.m. in Japan. So this is the first round of the day. And we have already suffered through one Prowess mirror, which thankfully went fast enough that we've got some backup magic to watch. All right, we flip over a Wildfire Wickerfolk and draw a fresh one. And despite having basic mountain sleeves, it looks like Shintaro is using lands out of the draft box. Is that a Pyroclasm to win the game? Because that would win the game pretty handily. Well, I would say that looked pretty good for Riser. I mean, drawing both copies of Scrap Shooter is a very strong strategy. His Prowess opponent managed to draw 3 Quarry Steel Cutters and only had 1 Monk in play the entire game. So that moves the Delirium deck onto 7-2. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of it later. I still don't think we're done. The Shota Riku match is not reported. That is also a Prowess mirror. I'm curious if we're going to just start watching it anyway and try to catch up to live. Oh, if we're only in game 2, then I guess it's not surprising that we're not doing that. It looks like Shota has taken control of this game at 1 life point. And if that 3 represents 3 Prowess triggers this turn, that has to be lethal, right? So we're going to get a game 3. Oh, maybe not. Damn. Wait, let me back up. Did I just misread the state of the... Oh yeah, it was 2-0 Shota. Boo. Then that may be it for live Magic. In round number 9, we will see in a minute. Still 17 matches left to go, but 3 of them are... 3 of the ones that are done, 3 of the 15 that are done were in the feature match area. Yesterday, I saw something that I don't think I'd ever seen before. The very first match to finish came out of the feature match area. That surprised me. I didn't know that was possible. It looks like we're going over now what promos you can get for playing in an RCQ right now. Modern season apparently goes until July 20th. And there's apparently some other event. I did not know about this. I'm going to have to look into it on July 12th, some event in Osaka. There is a Japanese... Oh, there you go, right on cue. There is a Grand Prix, a Spotlight Series event that is in Chiba on the weekend of June 27, 28, for people in the Western Hemisphere, 28, 29 for people in Japan. I am assuming that there's going to be coverage of this, and assuming that there is coverage, it is a standard event. I'll be providing coverage here on this channel, so you can come watch a Japanese GP with us. I think my usual partner, Andrew Ellenbogen, will be on hand as well. Yeah, the flights to Japan are no joke. That was more than 50% of my trip. I think the flights were like $5,000 and everything else combined was like $4,100 or something. And got 2 weeks of hotels and trains and everything. This slide talks about like an opportunity to learn the game at a local store. Yeah, it was $5,000. It was $5,000 for 2 people. My flights individually like were $2,500, but I mean I went with my wife. Magic League seems to be something involving starting from 3 packs and having some kind of casual limited experience. Decks have to be 30 cards. I don't know if you get to add new cards as the league goes on or what. It seems like round 9 Magic is done. So I'm waiting for them to like cut to commercials, and when they do, I will run a brief ad and go refill my mug of tea. Friendly events, you say? Some other kind of thing to try to get people interested in Standard. I appreciate the attempt. Oh. It is still possible, because we saw 3 of the 4 matches that were in the feature match area, that the 4th one is being recorded, and if that's true, then we might wind up watching it, so that's why I'm still hanging out here for the moment. I think everyone that made day 2 has the opportunity to make top 8. Oh, okay, wait. When I say day 2, I mean everyone who made the cut has the opportunity to make top 8. I think 9 and 3 will get it done. Now, we have moved on to cracking collector boosters, so now we're going to indiscriminately throw some cardboard around. There are certainly people who made day 2, you know, who's starting today at 5 and 3, and are going to have to win all 4 rounds. And they're unlikely to be able to ID. And the people who are X and 1, X and 2 probably still have 1 to give. Whoa. Well, I have no idea what card that is, but it is certainly scaly. Okay, so given that it does not look like we were going to get new magic, is it a Verdant Catacombs? That's a crazy piece of cardboard. I'm going to rest my voice. I'll put up the sticky with the players to watch, and I'll continue updating how many matches there are left to go. our other host, Japanese Marshall over here, is very excited that we have opened this card. Yeah, that was a Verdant Catacombs. Wow, GG. So I'll be back for round 10 shortly.
いや午前一発目にしてはちょっとやりすぎですって。
いややっぱ
I wonder what this Verdant Catacombs is actually worth.
ノームで無職にすれば何も
いや無理です無理です無理です。
ノームで無職にすれば封じれるからぜひノームをみんな買っていただいて。
封じれるからじゃなくて。
これプレゼントなんないですか？
いやプレゼントに多分なると思いますよ。いやまあやっぱ語り部の口からウィザーズの方々にプレゼントじゃろう。これ
プレゼントじゃろこんなの。はい。
これ見てくれてる。
俺が持って帰れないならプレゼント。
They're trying to figure out what to do with it.
最後まで持って帰ろうとはするんですね。
一応試みはするっていう。
I don't know what happens to the cards that they open.
いやそんなことないです。そんなことないですよ。何言ってんすか。もう丸分の途端になんすかもう仕事終わったのじゃないんですよ。
確かにもう出がらしなんてカードないですからね。
ないですよ。
すべてのカードが1000級。
いやこれ普通に。
Let me see if I can figure out what like Big Magic is selling it for.
祭壇守ってますからね。
これアートもすごいいいですよもう。すごいすごい。ちょっとやばい触るのやめとこう。
触るのやめとこう。
なんかあったら困るから。
ちょ。じゃあこれ後にもしかしたらプレゼントになるかもしれない。
見きづらこの後
サイン入れたら価値下がっちゃうから。
いやこれはちゃんとねサインを入れて、はい浅田さんサインしっかり入れていただいて。
じゃあ石川さん向いてください。
いやちょっと待ってこの流れはこれいやこれ今磁場がだいぶ来てるんで浅田さん行きましょう。
磁場
やっぱ今勢いのある人にやっぱ向いてもらった方がいいです絶対に。
これ以上他のではフェッチランドもあるってことですね。
いやそう全然。
ドラゴンスケール柄が結構激アツってことなんですね。
激アツでもありますし。
これではない。
まあ
偉大だけどこれも。CDC。
はい CDC いますよ。
CDC 懐かしい。
はい
トルゴくん。いやダメか。
いいじゃないですか。このドラゴンのね目の土地もいいですよね。
ドラゴンならしい。
いやこれは何が悪いって朝原さんがフェッチ出すからですよ。いやこれ別に悪くないですよきっと。悪くないんですよ。いろいろなんか喋れるんですけど。
フェッチ出ないぞ。
いや出ないっす。普通出ないっす。
なんでフェッチ出ねえんだ。
いや
文句言ってましたか。ウィザーズカスタマー
出たこれ簡単なねやつこれよくタイムラインとかでなんかウキン出たとかいいやつカード出たって思ったら意外と出るなって思いながら自分も向いてみたら出ないってよくあるパターンですこれ。
文句。最初が強烈すぎたか。
いや強烈すぎますよ。
コピー。
留学者いいじゃないですか。
闘技場の花形。
はい群れの花穂もいいですね。
エシュキはねスーラクと対決して勝ってます。
これはボムレア
リミテッドのボムレア。すべてのパワーを最初のパックに吸われたみたいな。すべてのパックを吸われたみたいなパックになってるかもしれないです。
いやでもこれ十分っす。
十分ですか。
これもう一回見せてください。
確かに
これもう一回見せてください。もういやすごいもう光り輝きすぎても
う。The scaling on that, like the dragon scale effect, is intense on camera.
皆さんコレクターブースターを
買いましょう。
Quite textured.
出る
I think I heard Akira say, "Can I take this one home?"
浅田さんが出したからコメントに、いやなんだフェチなしかって。
フェチなしか
いやいや、なしなの基本。
基本なしなの。
基本なしなの。
でも最初の1パックで出たから基本ありから始まってる。
そうそう
100% 入ってるものと思って次向いてるのに、なんで出ねえじゃねえかっつって。
困りますよ。
フレーマーがやっぱ文句となって、氷粉を持った文句になって。
すげえクレーマーじゃん。やだな。
金子正美出てこい。
出てこい関係ない。ウィザーズの人ではありますけど、カスタマーには断然ないと思うんで。
一応言いやすい人。
言いやすい人で、普通言いやすい人ではないんですよ。そうそう。これ大会で使えんのってなるんですけど、フォーマットによるということでね。
1ラウンドはそうですね、モダンとかじゃないですか。
あとあれですかね、シンプルにあまりにもギラギラしてて鱗柄になってるから、そもそもそういう構造上で使っていいのかとかの話なんですかね。今あるじゃないですか、そのフォイルノンフォイルの具合だとか。
ちょっと立体的なフォイルですよね。盛り上がってる感じしますもんね。
はい。いやでもプレイブースターもね、向いてくれってお話とか。ごめんなさい、コレクターブースターもありますけど。
じゃあいいパーク
行きましょう。おすすめのね、そもそもこういうのでいいですから。手元で結構さ、
結構普通のカードが、見てたら何取るみたいな感じの、ドラゴンだし。
I do wish they would figure out that they should.
可愛いですね。
タルキールの一般市民が。
じゃあ様子が
Be doing the comments first.
出てくるんじゃないですか後で。これは2マナ以下打ち消し。はい、全長ルーンウロコの嵐ファイ。はい、ドラゴンですよ。
野生のドラゴンですね。
ジェイスカイのケージ神話レア。はい、こちらが出ております。はい、タルコバンのロエーチ、レア多いな。3枚出ました。はいはい、こういう形になってます。ドローできるやつ。
竜を狙い撃つやつ。
すごいモリモリですね、1マナ11で。はい、報奨があったりなんやりと。いいですね、こういう軽量除去欲しいですよ。はい、摂氏ありとか。渋々の鑑定士出ました、これ。それの心眼は間違いなく確認できますともと猿内は微笑した。作られた時私はそこにおりましたゆえ、いやどんだけ生きてんねーってことですよね。
お前ゾンビかい。このフレーバーで結構ね世界観が知れるんで、案外面白いんです、
楽しみです。古文の下のこのフレーバーが味しますからね。フレーバーのねテキストのねどれが好きみたいなのめっちゃ盛り上がりますから。はい、もうめちゃくちゃありますからプレイブースター。おすすめのレアとかありますよ、浅田さん。おすすめレア。フェチはやめてください。フェチは言わないでください。フェッチじゃなくて他のフェッチ以外で。
フェッチ、
はい、
フェッチ以外で
勝利の学士やらなんやらいろいろいますけどね。全然向いちゃいましょう。
氷粉をたくさん出すと今ホットなやっ
ぱ。なるほどなるほど、確かに。氷粉2枚出した方が大体勝ってますもんね、なんか最近。
いやもうちょっと雑に遊撃祭出ましたよ。
遊撃祭出ました。
マンコですけど。
はい。包囲祭ならぬ。
包囲祭がやっぱね、前回は強烈な思い出があるんで。
はい。ちょっとそのミニマム版ですよね。
ミニマム版ですね。ちょっとでも令和にしては弱いかな。
はいはいはい、
平成の包囲祭。そう。
出ました。
平成は包囲祭強くて、これちょっと現代スペックではないんですけど、多分、普通にシェオルドレッドとかと競合するんで、遊撃祭もなんかもっといろいろついてればな。3マナ、34トランプル、反婚、接し。
Wait, there's one match left. Let me go get my tea. I'm going to run this ad. I will be back very soon.
そんぐらいしないと文句とかむっちゃついてる。
いや確かにな。
だからあとランページ。
はい。ランページ なんか聞いたことないような。
知ってますランページ。
知らないです。もう馬術ぐらいの勢いじゃないですか。もう下手したら。側面攻撃。
そう側面攻撃。側面攻撃結構好きなんで。
はいはいはい。
つけてほしいな。
こちら僕この辺の土地サイクルどうなんですかね。この偉大なる嵐の都みたいな。はいこちら。浅田さんどう思いますこのレア土地。
なんか1枚とか入っててもおかしくないですけどね。
まあ
黒コンとかに。
生贄にこの土地を生贄に捧げるわけでもないですしね。なんか条件が整えば高級的に。何かスプリットを提供できるというカードになっておりますけども、はい、良きところで CM 行きましょうということで、はいはい、じゃあ次はですね第10ラウンド、斉田さんと加藤さんにバトンタッチしたいと思います。それでは動画を見てお待ちください。失礼いたします。
The skies darken with a new threat to Akira. It will take the combined might of the 5 clans to face what's coming. Let those who summon the storm be the ones to break it.
Hey you! Has life been passing you by? Wanna add a little explosiveness to your game? Or find out if you have what it takes to beat a demon-possessed machine that magically harvests souls for fuel? 10 teams! 3 worlds! Burn rubber for racing fame! Then join the Girapur Grand Prix, and this could be you! Not him! Her! Take a chance for fantastic glory and incredible riches! Like the Aether Spark, this year's legendary prize. It's worth the risk, we promise. So put down that remote and push your pedal past its limits. We want you to be a part of the Girapur Grand Prix. Frankly, because we're running out of racers. But hey, it'll be a ton of fun! It's only a death race if you die.
Warning, the Girapur Grand Prix is incredibly dangerous and will likely result in your untimely death. We are not responsible for vehicle sabotage, driver incineration, or decapitation from giant anthropomorphic sharks. Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the New Culture Collective.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic. But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better!
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
Minasan 皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからはラウンド10の模様、チャンピオンズカップファイナル2日目お届けしてまいります。実況私斉田と解説加藤健介さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
Intriguing that they seem to think we're about to start round 10, given that Melee still has one match that isn't reported. I wonder what's about to happen.
Mm. 得られるプラザの権利は9勝でおおむね
そうですね。
いけて、
はい、
まあさらにそこから負けが少ない人がトップ8まで
いけるんじゃないかな
というところで非常にね注目の対戦がこの後行われるんですけれども、ゲームの開始まで少しだけ時間があるということで、改めてじゃあ2日目のメタゲームブレイクダウン
I see. So we are going to get the day 2 metagame.
はい。
And here we go. Alright, so this was the day 1 metagame. We'll come back to this in a minute. But I will update the numbers as we go here. 22 prowess. 6 Then omniscience is next.
そうですね、イゼット果敢は思ったほど、そうですね、この使用率という点で言うと、上がっていかなかったのかなと。
この 33% が 40% とかになってもおかしくはなかったんじゃないかというぐらい強いはずですが、まあほぼほぼ横ばいで維持したというような形にはなってますかね。
まあやっぱりね、このトーナメントに挑むにあたって、基本的にはこのイゼット果敢を、
we'll get the tabs better in a minute. Actually, I'm going to just go back and pause here. Beneath Orzhov Pixie is red, white, demon. Oh, sorry, mono black demons. That's a black, not a red. Mono black demons. Then beneath that is Demir midrange. Then we're down to the 3s. And the 3s start with Esper Pixie. Jeskai Control. And then the kind of rogue decks. Delirium, of which we saw Riser as one of the 2. 1 Mice player out of 15 made it to day 2. Demir Oculus? Is that what I'm seeing? That's interesting. Then Teamer. So otters. Testing how well I know my Japanese animal names. Beneath that is Teamer Prowess. We've been keeping an eye on that player. Domain. Yikes, how many domain players were there? 12? Only one of them made day 2? Oof. Boros Control. This is actually a monument deck, so I'm going to call it that. And the last one at the bottom is Rakdos Demons. So that's it. That's what we got. 64 total. So I'm going to try to go live here. I do not expect that we've come back to live magic yet. And then we can try to make this bigger so that we can look at day 1 versus day 2. Like that, maybe? Yeah, there you go. So there's your metagame from yesterday to today. Well, if you're playing the Boros deck and you draw a lot of monuments, then your deck is going to look quite good, I would expect. It certainly has the tools to compete against anybody. Question is mainly about how often the tools come together. I wonder if the deck playing for 9-0 in Minneapolis looks any different from the one that made day 2 here, because that list I felt like had a bunch of cards that were kind of clunky. Right. There's still, we started with like 35% prowess in day 1, and we still have about 35% prowess in day 2. you might think, well, only a quarter of the Prowess players made day 2, but actually only a quarter of the field made day 2, so that's like in line with expectations as well. So it was 88 out of 260 day 1. Let's do the math really quick. That's 33.8%. And now 22 out of 64 is 34.3%. So basically as similar as it can be, given the fact that the numbers are discrete. Like my read on it, and maybe we'll find that there's 8 Prowess players in the top 8 or whatever, but my read on it at the moment is it was a very popular decision to play Prowess this week in this tournament. And it kind of worked out about how you would expect. Like, it didn't have a great weekend. It didn't have a terrible weekend. Everything stayed in line with the pregame percentages. Yeah, it's true that the Prowess was a very popular choice among the kind of bigger name players. Almost nobody was on team beat it. Everyone was on team join it. I think that's a fair way to say it, Terabed, that if you have... There's a lot of different decks that are competitive. And sure, it is true that maybe one of them is slightly better than the rest, but I think oftentimes that gets overblown a bit, and a good player can certainly... should matter more than exactly what the decks happen to be, especially in Standard, where oftentimes there's not really 80-20 matchups or something. And even when the matchup is perceived by a lot of people to be highly lopsided, you still have to know a lot of... Like, the matches are somewhat decision dense, and there are plenty of opportunities to get outplayed or to outplay your opponent. Ooh, people are sitting down for round number 10, and it looks like we're going to see more Prowess, boo, but we might actually get to see Shota Yasutaka, so that's a boon. Alright, so I'm going to prepare under the assumption that that's what we're about to get. That is table number 7. Shota is playing against Tatsuyaki Yajima, who is playing Demons, mono black. Alright, I could be wrong about what we're about to see, but at least now I am ready if that is what we're betting. Yeah, Terabad, what you're saying about like a lifetime win rate coefficient, we do try to do that kind of thing when we are analyzing, when Jarvis U is on our channel, analyzing results from RCs and from Grand Prix. We'll look at like what happened in the tournament, but then we'll also try to throw in either player elo, which is not exactly lifetime win rate, but more like how recent results, some kind of number that's telling you what form the player's in. And then we also do look at lifetime win rates. Yeah, peak elo is a good idea. That's something that I wish was on the site a little bit more. Someday. Those kinds of things are all in a pretty long feature backlog that I've had a little bit of opportunity to chip away at, but not as much as I wish I've had. That's interesting that the graph tells you so much, and just in kind of in terms of the trends, like from the graph you can pretty quickly see like how often they, like what percentage of tournaments, let's say, that they scrub versus spike. That's also true that if the sample is large enough, you will be able to tell the difference between, let's say, an 1850 player and a 2050 player. Oh, that's cool. Alright, we are going down to the feature match area, but we've been teased with Shota again. We are not going to watch Shota first. Players are studying lists. It's actually Prowess versus Demons on table 1 and on table 2. So this is not Masashiro Kuroda, who won the previous round. So I'm guessing that this is table 1, but we will know for sure in a minute. Yeah, there's some demons. All right, again, I'm going to make a guess and get the links ready. So I think it's Horiyuchi Makoto. Sorry, Makoto is the first name. It's written backwards. Playing Prowess against Kazutaka Oya, who is playing Demons. So I think in the feature match area we have 3 different Prowess versus Demons matchups, and I don't know what number 4 is. So if we look down the list, it's Prowess versus Demons, Prowess versus Demons, Prowess versus Mono Red, Prowess versus Orzhov Pixie. Then, shockingly, a match that does not involve Prowess. We have Dimmer versus Oculus. Then on table 6, we make up for that by getting Prowess versus Prowess. Table 7, Prowess versus Mono Black, another Demons. Prowess versus Omniscience. And then table 9 is technically Prowess versus Omniscience, but it's the teamer deck and not the Is It one. But it's still Corey Steelcutter against somebody. Table 10 is Prowess versus Oculus. So Corey Steelcutter does make up 10 of the seats at the top 10 tables, 50%. And they're somehow very well distributed. What that also means is that this round could be pretty quick, since you can get into trouble if it's like, okay, there's 25 Is It lists, but they all play each other, and then elsewhere there's some control mirror, but it just Is It versus the field. Every table is a proving ground. I'll get the sticky out of the way as we get ready for this round number 10 here in Tokyo. We are starting with the die roll, as we often do, and we have re-rolled. I could not quite see what that other die turned out to be, but apparently we finally got a result. Well, whatever was going on the left, the hand was unacceptable. And it looks like our mono black player is playing with Phyrexian Swamps, which is on theme, but I admit that as I'm looking at that hand, they look like planes to me, so I'm like only 75% sure I know what I'm about to see. Alright, so we see Swift Spear, Opt. Mismatched Ops, just to keep us honest. I believe a stock up and a couple of lands is what is getting kept. And both players are ready to go, and we are underway. So here comes Swift Spear. Oh, I was not correct about what we're about to see. It's Orzhov Pixie on the other side. So this is, in fact, table number 4. All right, let me get the lists for us, and then I will catch up to what is going on in the other monitor. This is Toru Kono Prowess versus Yasutaka Nagao playing BW Pixie. Strong start from... So I said I thought this thing that one of their lands looked like a plains, and the answer was yes, one of the lands was a plains. The question is going to be how well can they do at answering specifically this card, the Kori Steelcutter, because I played a fair amount of Pixie in previous seasons, and I felt like against a lot of the decks that were playing 1 and 2 mana creatures, when you have access to nowhere to run and the ability to loop it over and over again, usually you could kind of grind your opponent to dust. But that is not going to work against Cutter. So what have they brought as ways to remove this thing? I guess we have 4 lockdown main. Lauren as well as a way to destroy the thing. And then you're going to ask me what Get Lost can actually destroy. It cannot destroy an artifact, right? It's creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Toru flashes in Kutzel's Flanker, which is a one of, I guess, as a flex spot to have some main deck hate for Oculus. Then we lock down. Nice. So Hopeless Nightmare takes a card out of Toru's hand, and Temporary Lockdown resets everything. So Kutzel's Flanker against the world, but it's a pretty good place to be. The hand is Opt, Floodmaw, Stock Up, and another Kori Steelcutter. So not surprisingly, we're going to go Cutter into Opt. Yeah. Getting the Nightmare out early might seem a little strange because it got sucked up into the own lockdown, but I think this lockdown is destined to leave the battlefield and come back many times over the course of this game, and as it does, every time it hits for 2. Alright, so the Cutter hits Yasutaka down to 17, Flanker comes back the other way and takes Toru to 10. And the follow-up play is a Preacher of the Schism? What is that? I think it's a Preacher of the Schism. I'm learning that there are alt arts of some of these cards that I didn't know existed. Burst Lightning, Stock Up, Floodmaw. The 4 cards that Toru has access to. So he would really like to play 2 cards. I guess we have the option to, like, stock up, find a land, and Floodmaw the Preacher or something. We could just Burst Lightning twice. A tough way to do it, but you got to get the thing out of the way. All right, we're going to go after the 3/1 first. So I guess that means we're going to Flood and get the other creature out of the way. So the monk that is no longer attached is a 3/3. The monk that is attached is a 2/2. Hit for 5, Yasutaka down to 12. Now, if we have a Pixie, life is great. What we have is a Shadowy Backstreet, and we'll bin a Restless Fortress and replay the Preacher. Kind of feel like Yasutaka was pretty far ahead on turn 3 and 4 in this game, and now the fingernails are kind of slowly, one by one, coming off the edge of the cliff. This Preacher has to be good enough to blunt this attack, or it could get a little dicey. And Toru has found a second Flood Maw, so never mind, it's not going to be good enough. We're going to lead on the stock up, though. Kind of forced to find an untapped land here, I would say. We found Mountain, but nothing that makes blue. That is very awkward. We will take Mountain. And a cantrip of some sort, I think. I don't think he took the Swift Spear. Ugh. That's annoying. Oh, he took stock up along with Mountain. Gotcha. So here come the two creatures. Can Yasutaka really afford not to block the big one? So there's been one Prowess so far. So the two creatures are 3/3 and 2/2. Monstrous Rage would represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional damage. So that's still only 10. I don't think we're literally dead if that Mountain represents a Monstrous Rage. Okay, so we burst Lightning, creating a new monk. You would expect if there were a Monstrous Rage that it would have been played pre-combat, question mark? Like, would you rather have the extra attacker? Maybe it doesn't especially matter. Aha! So now with that fifth land that we've been waiting for, the Shadowy Backstreet last turn finally untaps, and now we can go Sun Pearl Kirin, picking up the temporary lockdown, and throw everything under the lockdown. Now with a Kirin under there, we kind of have an infinite loop available, where, like, let's suppose you Pixie the lockdown, that will give you a Kirin, which bounces the Pixie. On the other hand, a lot of things that Toru can do have haste. On the other hand, Storm Chaser's talent ain't one of them. He's going to take double talent. Maybe we can burn Yasutaka out with Chapter 2s here. That mountain is just from Mirage, right? But the island looks like a Guru land. I don't know what it actually is. Alright, looking at the graveyard, what do you have access to with this chapter, or level 2 of Storm Chaser's talent? I think it's the pick of the litter, right? We've seen everything. We've seen Monstrous Rage, we've seen Burst Lightning, we've seen Flood Maw, we've seen Opt, we've seen Stock Up. This Otter that's on the battlefield is pretty dangerous. A Momentum Breaker the play. So, alright, that does answer the Otter. And we follow up with Unholy Annex. So Yasutaka draws a card and goes to 6. Wow, that is, I mean, you put the card in your deck, you're going to cast it, but that is a tough way to do it. Now, both players are working on Yasutaka's life total. Does Toru have any kind of haste threat? I guess we can see 2 Cutters under the lockdown and 1 Swift Spear on the bottom of the deck. I mean, you would think that Yasutaka is going to be forced to unlock the other room next turn, but that is kind of answered on board by level 2 getting back Flood Maw. It's not even actually necessary because we know Toru already has Flood Maw in his hand. But that's going to be all of Yasutaka's mana, and it's not going to go very well for him. Oh, Pixie. That is key. That is key. So he's able to get the annex out of the way. And that insulates him from shenanigans. With further into the Floodmaw. I didn't see what he got back with talent either. The 2 cards in hand for Yasutaka look like that the annex that was picked up and possibly a land. I'm not sure what the other card is. Yeah, I think it's just a Caves of Koilos. It's an Aether Drift card, so I guess it's a Verge. It's the other one. And I'm not sure what the cards are in Toru's hand, but at least we now know what's going on here. It's a very disciplined play to pick up the Unholy Annex. Alright, not that disciplined if we just know for sure that Toru has Floodmaw in his hand, but if not, it would certainly be tempting to try to get the Drain for 2. But it would have gone very badly if he had. So it is Spell Pierce, Talent, Floodmaw, and land. And that last land appears to be a Verge and not a Spire Bluff Canal. So he must have picked the into the Floodmaw up, and so that play was kind of forced from Yasutaka. Alright, so we'll start by making an Otter. I don't know that there's a world where you can get away with bouncing the temporary lockdown and then trying to attack with all the cutters. Just given the fact that 3 of the 5 permanents under the lockdown belong to Yasutaka. Though maybe there's no other way to do it, because at the moment the demon is certainly pretty scary. We're threatening lethal in the air, right? What does Toru want to get? The new talent has gone to level 2. It's going to take the other unsummon. So I believe it's unsummon, unsummon, and Spell Pierce now. Against the 2 cards in hand being land and Unholy Annex for Yasutaka. So all of this means that bouncing the demon is forced. Toru goes to 5. Now, does Yasutaka have anything to do other than just make a new demon? And the answer is no. That's pretty weak, right? Like, I wonder... Oh, we've caught the speed trigger. Unfortunately, it looks like Toru doesn't have anything better to do than just level up to level 3, which is like strong, but you know that that Toru is going to start this turn with Floodmaw Clear Demon, so there was definitely a chance that Yasutaka was taking 6. The shields were completely down. It didn't work out that way, though. Oh, and now we have a way to bounce the temporary lockdown. So bouncing lockdown meant that a Hopeless Nightmare entered the battlefield. On top of that, a Sunpro Kirin entered the battlefield, and as he explained, the Kirin was going to bounce the Hopeless Nightmare, and then it was getting replayed. Yep, that was Get Lost on Own Lockdown, and Burn Out with 2 Hopeless Nightmare activations. How many rounds is this tournament? It is 12, so we are 3 rounds, now 2.5 rounds away from the top 8. Curious to see what we have access to in the sideboards. 2 additional Lauren can come in for the Pixie player. I guess if we wanted to, we have a variety of ways to tag Corey Steelcutter with like Duress or Dreams of Steel and Oil. I don't know the extent to which we're going to load up on those effects. The Prowess player has 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Sunspire Links, and 11 one-ofs. So this is going to be a challenge to fully process in the time that we have. These 2 players are both 7 and 2. So I do not think that this is a win and in. The person who wins is in a much better position than the person who loses. I mean, that's true in every Magic tournament, but especially true here. A 9 and 3 player may need help. Probably if the person who loses here goes to 7 and 3, probably win-win gets them in, but depending on exactly how things shake out, how many IDs there are, it's not guaranteed. Whereas I think the winner will have for sure a win and in next round. 9, 2, and 1 is 100% safe. So whoever wins here will have an opportunity to clinch next round. Interesting to see the pick. It looked like the Prowess player shaved one of the monstrous rages. Curious where we're going with that. One advantage I would say of the Orzhov list compared to the Esper one is that you are much less cold to Sunspine links. Like I said, I played a fair amount of Esper last season, and often against the aggro decks, you could stabilize at some point at 8 to 10 life, but then your opponent was just sitting with these mega lava axes in their deck, and you have no way to handle them. But it looks like the Orzhov deck has 5 plains, 3 swamp among its mana. All right, what are we working with? Did we have enough permanents to keep that hand? I saw a talent, but nothing else. It looks like we're both good. I think that's a 4-land keep from the Orzhov player. And it's talent into Swift Spear talent. So this is a hit for 4. Yasutaka starts the game at 16 before being able to cast a spell. Though the spell he casts is certainly a good one, as Nowhere to Run clears the Monastery Swift Spear. I guess we're sleight of handing. 1 goes to the bottom, 1 comes to hand. I think we cantripped into a cantrip. And now we'll sleight of hand again. So now Yasutaka is down to 10. No 3rd land from Toru? Nope, there's a Verge. Nothing to do with it yet. Do we have Lockdown? We do. Okay, so the opening volley took half of Yasutaka's life total, but that's as far as we got. Now we'll have to see what the second wave produces. And we might not know until next turn because we're going to start with the stock up. I see Monstrous Rage, Opt, Floodmaw, and 2 lands. Not the most proactive. And we're not just going to opt immediately. Here's Preacher of the Schism from Yasutaka. Will we effectively remand that into the Flood Maw? Ooh, even better. We're going to gift a card and bounce the temporary lockdown. So, or sorry, gift a fish and bounce the temporary lockdown. So now, Nowhere to Run and 2 different Storm Chasers talents come into play. The active player's trigger goes on the stack first. Nowhere to Run has nothing to target. Then these 2 Otter triggers resolve. So this works out pretty nicely. Toru is going to get to untap with both of these Otters, I believe. Right, it's not even like the Otters are in play. Like when all the triggers are on the stack, they're just waiting to be created. So there's nothing to target at that point. It doesn't actually matter whose triggers resolve first, since you have to target when it gets stacked. All right, now Toru has the opportunity to Monstrous Rage and get through this Preacher. Do we have another Flood Maw? Okay, opt. Not sure yet. Maybe we will. This is also a sleight of hand. The problem is that there's 8 opt arts, so it is tempting to think that everything is an opt. All right, resolved. Prowess 1. I would think that the stock up, Prowess 2. Monstrous Rage is going to do it, but let's see. Wow, Enduring Curiosity, one of the fun ofs in the sideboard, has come in. That's interesting. So I wonder if that means that like the other really grindy cards like Ral have come in. I think that makes some amount of sense, that you just want to have some cards that are worth more than 1.0 card. I would say that this stock up was in fact hella greedy. Did he miss on finding a land? Because if so, then we're just stuck. Now we have a Verge, and there is an island, so he's going to be able to do all the things. Yasutaka obviously has to block. And we'll Monstrous Rage. I don't know that we had to Monstrous Rage the one that was blocked, right? We already had 2 Prowess between the Sleight of Hand and the stock up. So I feel like raging the other Otter would leave the role in play. Not that this matters that much, because I'm expecting a temporary lockdown to come back onto the battlefield here, but I think I would have gone to the other one. Like, you're still trading with the Preacher either way, since that Otter would have grown to a 4/4. Yeah, here's the I'm definitely going to wash the board lockdown attack with a fish. And all the other stuff leaves the battlefield. Yasutaka passes 19-3. So Burst Lightning is just going to end the game. I think the judges were verifying life totals, and Yasutaka is like, I have very little life. That's all that matters. Let me finish the game. You don't. It does. We're good here. So we do have Ral. I was right. We have Talent and Cutter. So there will be an attack this turn. Or are we just going to set up with the Crackling Wit? Never mind. So Ral pluses to make an Otter. Kieran, no effect. I mean, I think that makes sense. You don't necessarily want to commit yourself to locking down the board again next turn. But yeah, Yasutaka is in a world of hurt, and looks like he agrees there's no way out of this. So we will go to game number 3, and the Pixie player will get to be on the play. I wonder what came out to make room for the enduring curiosity and the RAL. I'm guessing like the Drake Hatcher doesn't look very good against Lockdown. Possibly some of the Burst Lightnings left. Interesting that Toru actually only has access to 2 Flood Maws. A lot of the other Izzet decks that we saw were playing 3 main, 1 board. Toru only has the 2 main, and then he picks up a copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough in the sideboard as his like additional bounce spell. Looks like another Monstrous Rage is going to leave the deck. That's all 4 of them in that pile, right? Yeah, there are a couple of Burst Lightnings there. I see 3 Burst Lightning, 4 Monstrous Rage out of the deck. I wonder... Yeah, I wasn't sure if some of those were coming back in or not, but no, those are... He was counting to 15. Those are the cards that are not at his disposal here. You think that's a play draw thing? The Pixie player does not actually have that much in the way of spot removal. There's 4 nowhere to run, 1 go for the throat. And nothing addition. Oh, I guess 1 get lost. There's a possibility that Yasutaka could bring in a second get lost. But in any case, it's roughly 6 spells that could blow Monstrous Rage out. And they all cost 2 mana. So in my head, it's not like the worst positioned in this matchup, though it is definitely possible that there's some play draw consideration of like, will I be able to have a board where Monstrous Rage matters? How many lands are in this hand? I did not get a great look, Cork, at whether the slick shots came out. That also like wouldn't surprise me. Often the slick shots are the first ones to go in the Izzet mirrors, but I don't know the extent to which they're valued here. After this game, or maybe after this round, I'd be curious to go back and take a better look at the sideboard cards, because we got a relatively good look at the 15 cards that were not in the deck. Just to see. All right, so yeah, I don't think that they were out. I think there were a bunch of red cards in the sideboard, and I think they were the Burst Lightnings and Monstrous Rages. But then the question becomes like, well, how are we planning to make Slick Shot hit for 5 or 7 or whatever? And maybe we'll see as this game develops. All right, so Storm Chaser's talent, the first play, and that's met by Momentum Breaker, which has cleared the Otter. The hand is Drake Hatcher, Monastery Swiftspear, Talent, and I think a Sleight of Hand? Well, we'll find out in a minute. First, it's going to be Swiftspear Talent, attack for 2. Yasutaka 2, 18. There's also a Cutter. So it's Cantrip, Hatcher, Cutter, and land. Alright, we lead on Hopeless Nightmare. Speed increases. So which of these 4 cards are we going to get rid of? It is the Drake Hatcher. Not too surprised to see that. And then we will Nowhere to Run, clearing the Swift Spear. Alright, so we're signing up to take another hit of damage here. At the very least, Toru should have Verge, Cutter, Sleight of Hand, and attack for 4. And I think the card that was picked up was another land, so that's probably all we're going to be able to do. And when I say 4, what I actually mean is 5. So it should be 17 to 13 at the end of this turn. Swift Spear, Floodmaw are the 2 options, and he's going to take the spell over the creature. That does seem to suggest that if lockdown happens here, that Toru is on fumes. Duress the play. Well, so much for that Floodmaw. And then we're going to Pixie the Nightmare and replay the Nightmare. I think that was a painful black, right? Yeah. So Yasutaka goes to 11. It's interesting that he elected to go for the Nightmare there instead of the Nowhere to Run. I guess you're just not going to be able to fight an attrition game against Corey Steelcutter, but you did just duress your opponent. You know how many non-creature spells they have. So the monk trades for the Pixie, and then all Toru can do with his mana is re-equip. I see. So Nightmare took land number 4, and that stopped the flow of cards from Chapter 2. That makes a lot of sense. And now Yasutaka has actually found a second copy of Nowhere to Run, and we've reached the point where Toru is in fact on fumes. So he'll just plot Slickshot Show Off, and partially answering a question about whether or not the Slickshots are in the deck, and we're going to top untap with both of them there and hit Beza. Oh boy. So we get the life, we get the card, we don't get the fish. Is there another axis that Beza looks at? I forget. I think that's about it, right? So it's 4 life and a draw. Oh, we don't get the treasure either. Yeah, that's right, Terabad. I have to like run through. Seeing the card flash on the screen in Japanese is not the most useful. If you don't know how Beza works, that is an absolute novella. Alright, so now Toru has found land number 4. And we are going to start jailbreaking the graveyard. Meanwhile, the Bounding Spring bounds on in, and we have reached max speed. Not that that especially matters, since the only way that Yasutaka has to use speed is cracking Momentum Breaker. But now he does have 8 life rolled up, which is a fair amount of life. Well, if we had been saying earlier in the stream that Hearthfire Elemental is a good card to play against the Izzet players, because once it is on the battlefield as a 4/5, there's very little that the opponent can do about it, then you would think that Beza at this point is at worst a Hearthfire Elemental. And obviously it also had a big impact as it came into play, and it gets to do a bunch of stuff. if it gets bounced. Speaking of getting bounced, it looks like it's Toru's turn to remove one of Yasutaka's permanents. So it was Slick Shot, and then Flood Maw, trigger, Kori Steel Cutter, attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that life is going to come right back, and we're going to get some fish, and we're going to get a card. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that that attack, or that turn, accomplished very much if we don't have any way to stop basic from coming down. Though, alright, thinking it through, what else could Toru have done? Like, he could have leveled up the other Storm Chaser's talent and just taken 4 in the chin and let Yasutaka develop further. So, maybe it was necessary. Obviously, it looks like we don't have a way to remove this Slick Shot, so there's a chance that we could put a huge number on Yasutaka's life total here. The 2 cards in hand are another Kori Steel Cutter and a This Town. So we could, like, This Town bounce both of our Storm Chaser's talents and then replay both Storm Chaser talents or something. Is that good? Be +7 on the Slick Shot. We could play Cutter and then bounce 2 things, but then we can't recast any of them. It would guarantee the double spell next turn. Yeah. Does not look like there's a permanent that is worth removing on Yasutaka's side of the board, that's for sure. Right, so we're going to take the slowest route possible of just equip and attack with the Slick Shot. And we're going to try to use the This Town defensively, but never mind. That's not happening because Yasutaka has top decked a Duress. He has top decked one of these very nice F&M foil Urza Saga Art Duresses. And Toru doesn't even cast the This Town in response. It just, here's my 2 cards. You can take the instant. I'm going to keep my Cutter. Obviously, this play of equipping to the Slick Shot looks to me like he's willing to start chumping Beza with monks for the rest of the game. And he has put his hand over it like he's going to, but now he's declined. The monk just doesn't look very good unequipped, since it's going to struggle to get past the fish. It can wear a Monstrous Rage, but we don't think that Monstrous Rage is even in the deck at this point. All the life rolled up with these momentum breakers has been quite good for Yasutaka. He's gained 16 life this turn, or this game, is that right? 2 Beza activations, and I guess he's only gained 12 so far. 1 momentum breaker. But he does have a second one ready. Ooh. All of the mana gets sunk into this other Storm Chaser's talent, and it's met by Get Lost. Yet another promo that I had not seen before. I do appreciate that sometimes, at least, the coverage is ready with the promo versions of the cards. Alright, so then we use one of the maps and turn the Slick Shot from a 1-2 into a 2-3. It attacks for 3, and Yasutaka goes down to 10, I'm expecting. And the card that was left on top is a stock up, right? Here comes the crew. This must be where the monk makes its stand, right? Otherwise, you're just dead to Hopeless Nightmare. I feel like with the stock up on top of your deck, you would like to at least get to cast the stock up this game. So Toru takes 2 from the fish, goes down to 6. Is Yasutaka really forced to do anything else? Because he has this momentum breaker for 4 life, which is pretty good. Ooh, do we have a Pixie? We have a Pixie. Uh-oh, but he picked up Nowhere to Run and not Momentum Breaker. That's awkward because the Slick Shot is actually a 3-4 right now. So, oops. On the other hand, I don't think the Slick Shot individually is going to be able to kill. Yasutaka here. So if all it has to do, like if the Nowhere to Run winds up clearing the monk token, so be it. So 2 monks are going to get created. There's a question of whether we want to switch the equipment. I'm going to guess no, because if we switch the equipment, then the Slick Shot is just going to die. Right now, Stock Up is on the stack. Right, it was Cutter 2 into Stock Up. You know, it's awkward because like we want to have a big turn right now, but we're out of mana, and I don't think we can afford to take a land. Looks like we're going to take like Sleight of Hand plus Cutter number 3. Just hope we live. So we've cast 2 non-creature spells, meaning that the Slick Shot is a 7. Base 1 plus a counter plus the equipment plus 2 triggers. So Yasutaka should wind up at 6 life. Does he want to crack the Momentum Breaker? Does he want to fire off the Nowhere to Run? Clearing the equipped monk doesn't seem like a bad plan. Oh, and he's drawn a further Nowhere to Run to clear the last blocker, and then that means that Beza plus the fish are all lethal together. I mean, I think that reaction from Yasutaka was partially excitement over having won the game and partially excitement over not losing the game to heinous misplay. As that was clearly not the card that he intended to Pixie, but he accidentally did it. I mean, that also could have been a fair amount of excitement over moving to 9-1 in the tournament. That should represent, at worst, a Pro Tour invite, which is pretty big. Does he have one of those? Nagao Yasutaka. No. Actually, he's played in 31 events. Mainly GPs. And he's played about 250 matches of Magic that I've tracked on the ELO project, and that should be his first PT invite. So GG's. Let me get, while we wait for our backup matches, I'm going to bring up my list of players to watch, and we'll fill in some of the records. Riser wins and goes to 8-2. You do like to see that. Oh, maybe we're actually done. Interesting. All right, well, I'll fill this in and we'll see what's going on. Actually, maybe if they're showing an ad, I'll show an ad and then I'll catch up in 1 second. So back briefly.
Let those who summon the storm be the ones to break it.
Hey! Come see what Mom got me! You want to play?
Is this your first pack? You should come back for Friday Night Magic.
Yeah, I know. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Nagao, I need to teach my brother something. Come with me. Want to play?
I'm gonna put down a mountain and play a curd ape.
I'm trying to build up this lily on a deck.
You need chocolate.
What do you want for it?
What do you have?
Hey.
I didn't know you played.
I do. Okay, now that we casted the tutor card, we're gonna take that and it's gonna pull from our deck my favorite Planeswalker card. She wants to play.
So now Daddy's going to cast his lily on a planeswalker.
Yeah, I want to play.
We'll teach you.
I'm bored.
What do you want to do?
Anyone want to play Magic?
Deck, yeah! Let's get cracking! Magic! Magic! Let's play Foundation!
Wanna play?
Yeah! Deck, yeah! Magic the Gathering!
はい、皆様お待たせいたしました。ただいまよりチャンピオンズカップファイナルシーズン3ラウンド3の、第11ラウンドお送りしていきます。
第11, I guess we're gonna go right into round 11 very soon. There will be 12 rounds of Swiss, so we've got one more after this one. Yeah, I was thinking that too as I was watching that before. Some of those ads were indeed quite baffling. Though it looks like we still have one match left to report in round number 10, so we're not quite done yet. There is one Monument player who made day 2. I don't know how they're doing. Let me see if I could find them. They were 5-1 and look like they are now 6-4, sadly. But I can grab the list. There's your one Boros player. Oh, that interesting. This Planeswalker series thing, this is where that Get Lost came from, that we saw in the hands of Yasutaka, the Pixie player. You can also win a copy of Aftermath Nissa, the one that has landfall. very bad with the epithets nowadays. That's Nissa Resurgent Animist. And that card looks like it's worth 180 bucks. I understand why. I wonder if that Nissa is drawn by the same person who drew like the War of the Spark Nissa. Let's find out. In fact, yes, and those are the only two cards that this artist has drawn. So there was like Nissa Who Shakes the World. That was like the anime art from War of the Spark, and they got that artist to do this Nissa as well. This promo card that they're showing is a Snakeskin Veil. Then there's some like D&D tie-in cards or something. You can't say that they're not going hard on promos. They appear to be going quite hard on the promos. We are still waiting for our Team or Prowess player to finish. They are playing against Omniscience. And then we will get down to the business of round number 11. The answer is that it was a draw. Interesting. There are not many draws at the top of the standings. Not surprisingly for how much there is. So probably that's not going to have much of an effect on the next round, or like on how the top 8 math works out. Alright, so that means that round 10 is now done. Probably it'll take another 60 seconds or so before round 11 is paired. We can also look back at how the Prowess deck did. Like I said, 9 of the top 10 tables had an Is It player. On table 1, Prowess beat Demons. On table 2, Prowess beat Demons. On table 3, Mono Red beat Prowess. On table 4, Pixie beat Prowess. We watched that. On table 6 was a Prowess Mirror, so I guess that one doesn't count. On table 7, Demons beat Prowess. Little revenge. On table 8, Omniscience beat Prowess. Table 9 was a draw somehow. And on table 10, Prowess beat Oculus. So, actually not the best showing for the Prowess deck. 4-1. It was 3 wins, 4 losses among non-mirrors. Then there was a mirror, and then there was a draw. We're still in limbo between round 10 and round 11. I guess I can also switch from the players to watch up here to the RC info if you're curious. So top 16 will get PT invites, and I expect that should represent something like 8-3-1 to make the Pro Tour. Then top 18 requalify for next season's RC. I do not know why there's just 2 lucky loser slots that avoid having to RCQ, but that is the way it works. It is smaller than European and US RCs because there's an extra round of qualifying. So if you win something at a local store, you do not qualify for the regional championship in Japan. You instead qualify for something called the area qualifier, which is like an RC, well, an old style RCQ. And then the area qualifiers are relatively generous. It's like the top 25% of each of them make it through to the RC, but it is an extra hurdle that players have to clear. There are some people that get automatic RC invites, like if you day 2 the Pro Tour, regardless of whether or not you're qualified for the next one, since spots pass down, so there's no reason not to play. Regardless of your otherwise qualification status, you do get the opportunity to play in this event. But yeah, that is correct. This is both Japan and Korea. I would say it's about 85% Japan and 15% Korea, but there are some Korean players here. Next season, we are going to do away with this area qualifier stuff. So they did it for 9 cycles, but they're going to try to see what happens if they just give everyone who wins a store qualifier a direct qualification. So we're expecting that the next one is going to be not 250 players-ish, which is what the last few have been, but instead something like 800 people. It's probably going to be roughly the size of Europe, but smaller than either of the US ones. And I don't know what that's going to do to like the prize money. But it is going to feel probably worse than Europe because I think Europe gets 32. Correct me if I'm wrong. They get some number of invites, 32-ish, for their 1,000-person event. And I don't know that this 16 number is getting any bigger. It would be nice if it did. But obviously the optics of giving out 48, even better. The optics of giving out 32 or 46 or 48 invites or whatever to a 260-person event look a little weird, but nonetheless, this 260 players represents like a larger competitive base than you might have otherwise expected. Huh, round 11 is still not paired. Oh wait, I was clicking on the wrong thing. Round 11 is paired. So we've got Prowess on tables 1, 3, and 4. So it's a Prowess mirror on table 1. I'm guessing we're not going to see that. Table 2 is Dimir against Mono Red. Then we've got Demon's Prowess, Pixie against Riser playing Delirium. Demon's Prowess. So there's 3 copies of 3 matches in the top 6 tables that are Demons versus Prowess. Then we got Prowess against Omniscience, Prowess against Demons, Prowess Mirror, Prowess against Asper Pixie, shockingly, Prowess Mirror. So Prowess all the way up and down the top 10 tables for the second round in a row. I see. So it is. Europe was 36 PT invites. That's still, more than double what Japan is getting. I think part of the reason why they are switching to having an 800-person event is to try to justify giving more PT invites. I don't know if it's going to be successful, but that is what they're attempting to do. Hopefully it means that we'll have like a 13 or 14 round event to cover instead of 12, which will be nice. I say that, but what it means is it's going to be like 2 or 3 extra rounds that I'm going to have to cover at like 5 a.m. So there's some good and some bad. I mean, right now I'm feeling good. Right now the clock on the wall says 10:15 p.m., but we've got 6 more rounds to go. Nice, that's true. This this is going to pick up where the Minneapolis one left off, right? So it's just all magic all the time. I do enjoy the Japan RC weekends for that reason. No, I'm in New Jersey. I'm in Eastern Time. I just am a sicko, and I'm willing to stay up really, really late for this. It helps that, I mean, this is like Saturday night for me, so I'm not going to do anything tomorrow. We will just nap and recover. There's nothing wrong with New Jersey. The north part that's like New York suburbs is kind of miserable from an infrastructure standpoint, but further south than that, so it is nice. Fair enough, fair enough. All right, players are dealing out 60 cards. I do not recognize either of these two players immediately, but it is definitely not Masashiro Kuroda, so we're not watching an Is It Mirror. It is also definitely not Keisuke Naito, or maybe it is. Is this Keisuke here? I feel like his hair is slightly different. I don't think that that's what we're about to see. It's also definitely not the Pixie player that we watched last round. So this is not table 5. Oh, I could like almost see what deck. There was a swamp. So probably this is one of the 3 demons versus Is It matchups in the top few tables. Right, so asking about the 2-layer RC system, there are, like, the Japan system is set up the way like PPTQs and RPTQs were set up pre-pandemic. So like when you win a store qualifier, what you actually win access to is these things called area qualifiers, which are like RPTQs, and those happen a couple of weeks before this regional championship. The big stores, like Herreria and Big Magic, do have the ability to run a couple of direct RC qualifiers. And then there's this thing that's going on this weekend called the Players Convention, which has like a big standard side event and a big modern side event, which award direct RC invites. But everyone else, if they win an event at their local store, goes through something called the area qualifier, which is kind of unique to the Japan region. And those are usually like 80-ish person events, and something like the top 16 get RC invites. But it does artificially lower the size of the Nagao is actually 8-2. Was it 7-1-7-2-8-2? I'll check this later. But first, let's figure out exactly what Demon's list is playing against exactly which Is It list. Terabet, I agree that system sounds better than a everybody qualifies and then there's a 1,500 person GP. But unfortunately, I think Japan is going to move away from it. Alright, it is in fact Kazutaka Oya playing Demons against Shinya Saito playing Prowess. And we're going to get a good look at Shinya's hand. It's Burst Lightning, Opt, Land, and there goes the Kori Steel Cutter. Alright, and here's the Prowess list. So it is 3 Slick Shot, 2 Drake Hatcher, 0 Hearthfire Elemental from Shinya, who immediately draws Storm Chaser's talent and gets back on the board. Both players play basic. We attack with the Otter and discover that there is an Anoint with Affliction. So it's time to stock up. The 2 Burst Lightnings look pretty bad against this Demon's list. Have we found 4 lands and another Burst Lightning? Oh my goodness. I guess we're at the point where we can start thinking about doing chunks of 4 to Kazutaka's head, but yikes. I guess we have like Preacher of the Schism covered, but Burst Lightning doesn't answer Archfiend of the Dross. It doesn't answer Sheldred. It doesn't answer Ritual Chamber. It certainly doesn't answer, let's say, Cut Down or Mazemind Tome. They are pretty ugly in this matchup. Alright, speaking of the Unholy Annex, here it comes. Do you think that that lock overlay is like taped to the placeholder card, or is it just like loose in there? Because it's like dead in the middle. So Kazutaka draws an extra card, goes to 18. Which, like, why not? There's nothing else going on. Shinya can't kick any of these Burst Lightnings. All he can do is pick up the stock up that he played last turn. Swap number 3 from Kazutaka. Does he have an Archfiend to stop the demon damage? Or you know, the Unholy Annex damage? It looks like, no, we're going to lead on Duress. We know we can at least take stock up. We're going to see Burst Lightning, Burst Lightning, Burst Lightning into the Floodmaw, which is stop sign on ever unlocking this Ritual Chamber, Storm Chaser's Talent, and the stock up that we knew about. Guessing the stock up goes here? Make Shinya go through the motions of playing another Storm Chaser's Talent and burning level 2 to try to reach the stock up like 3 turns from now. I could see taking into the Floodmaw if the intention is to put a demon into play. Now we're going to take the stock up. That makes a lot of sense. I agree that maybe the 3rd Burst Lightning doesn't do very much. Okay, we found a target. I'll take the Storm Chaser's Talent and make you use one of the Burst Lightnings. It's probably not easy to stock up and take 2 lands. Alright, well, there's got to be some juice here, right? But now here's another situation where having an extra land would have been kind of nice. Yeah, it's Burst Lightning, Burst Lightning, Burst Lightning into the Floodmaw over there in the hand. And then we've got access to Spell Pierce, Cantrip, Island. Was that another Burst Lightning? Are we finally done with coming across Burst Lightnings? Kazutaka is on 16. It is true that the 4th Burst Lightning does represent lethal. But I think one of these is going to get pointed at the Deep Cavern Bat so that we can cast our Storm Chaser's talent. Though, I mean, this Storm Chaser's talent has the opportunity to get the Burst Lightning back, right? So dreams of burning out the opponent from 16 still alive. Herbivore asked, does this mean that like most people test with a team? I think that's true. There's a lot of like clumps of similar decks that I've seen looking at the deck lists from this event. So yeah, I think that people do tend to group together. All right, while there's no threat of Prowess, Kazutaka is going to use a cut down and clear the Otter. So still no pressure. And we will, I guess, force the Into the Floodmaw by making the Demon. This has the benefit of getting us out of Burst Lightning range, as the Unholy Annex trigger this turn is going to drain for 2. Life totals are 18 all. Leveling up to recover Into the Floodmaw? When did it go away? I lost track of this. But anyway, the demon's gone. Update, the demon's back. Oh, they recovered the stock up. Okay. The stock up and Into the Floodmaw changed positions, and that confused me for some reason. Alright, the demon's back. I mean, to be fair, there was a Corey Steel Cutter in the opening hand, but it did not survive to turn 2 because of that initial duress. But now we've gone multiple stock ups without seeing one. We found all the Burst Lightnings before we found the second one. Yeah. The not taking land number 6 has turned out to be kind of brutal for Shinya. We've been snowballing mistakes. Alright, there's a Corey Steel Cutter. So we can take that plus a Storm Chaser's talent. Let Swift Spear, Slick Shot, Cantrip go to the bottom. Now we've already cast a spell this turn, so playing Cutter here doesn't seem the best. Do we have a way to answer this demon? At the moment we don't. Shinya's list has 2 Floodmaw main and no additional ones board. So instead we're just going to burn a bunch of cantrips and then take 6 on the chin. I mean, Kazutaka might as well just unlock the other Unholy Annex, don't you think? Now 20 to 10. Ah, never mind, we have Sheldred. Okay, so I'll gain 2. You'll lose 2, and then Sheldred will trigger, and I'll gain an additional 2. It is now 24 to 8. And as we untap, 24 to 6. Well, we've talked about how 4/5s are pretty good against this Prowess deck. We saw it with Hearthfire Elemental. We've seen it with Beza. Now we're going to see the black one. Here comes Sheldred. Again, we could just stare at our Burst Lightnings and cry. Somehow we've managed to maneuver ourselves into a situation where we have 7 cards in hand, and we can't deploy them all because we just can't produce that much mana. I mean, we might as well make a blocker for Sheldred. Unfortunately, I think last turn we played a lot of Sleight of Hands and no Opts, and now the Opts look extra awkward against Sheldred, where Sleight of Hand would have been okay. But what can you do? When you think lose miserably is what you can do. Stock up does get around Sheldred, but as it stands, I mean, A, the demon's lethal, and B, even if the demon weren't lethal, unlocking the other ritual chamber is going to be lethal. Yeah, okay. We didn't find that other copy of Into the Floodmaw, and the game ends on the spot. Well, that was a little painful. Taking a quick look at what the two decks have at their disposal. Looks like Kazutaka starts with one Gix's command and has the ability to bring in another one. He also has a couple of filigree silexes. I don't know if they're intended for blowing up tokens and or 1 or 2 drops like cutters, but not the worst option. An additional 2 copies of Dreams of Steel and Oil if he wants to fight the cutters on that axis as well. But main deck, all he can do is duress them. Now that worked out fine because Shinya just spun his wheels the whole game, but I'm guessing we're going to need a few more reactive cards. Yeah, like here's one Dreams of Steel and Oil that's getting moved forward. Caustic Bronco, nah. Looks like a couple of Unholy Annexes are over on the sideboard. In fact, I see all 4 of them there. Maze Mind Tome seems a little slow. That one's been considered. Actually, it goes back onto the top of the deck. On the other side, we don't have that many more ways to deal with an X5, or for that matter, a giant demon token. There's one this town that can come in. We have access to like a Scorching Shot, which can clear Sheldred, but not a demon token or an Archfiend. And that's about it. Shinya is shuffling a couple of Monstrous Rages to the top. I would think that, especially on the play, your best hope is to get into combat, though it is true that the Demons player is playing 4 cut down, 3 go for the throat, 2 anoint with Affliction. So that is a fair amount of instant speed ability to blow out a Monstrous Rage. I don't know exactly what the tipping point is. 9 sounds like a lot. But like the Pixie deck that we were watching only had 5 or 6 different instant speed interaction. And nonetheless, the Izzet opponent had shaved all the Monstrous Rages there. Though I would say this Demon's list is clearly much more a stack of 4 drops compared to the Orzhov list, which is going to play a game where both players get roughly the same number of cards out. Alright, Kazutaka has begun to count to 60. There are a lot of numbers there. It is easy to forget, so after every game you want to make sure that you know what all the numbers are. Considering the abrades, one abrade seems to be in, one abrade seems to be out. Do you have anything specific that we're hoping to abrade? Unclear. I'll be interested to see if that abrade gets drawn, and if so, if it has a juicy target. This is table 3. These two players are both 8 and 2. So the winner here will, I believe, make the top 8. The loser is probably in trouble for top 8, but should have a win and Pro Tour next round. And possibly will be able to ID onto the Pro Tour. I guess that I'm more certain about how the top 8 ID situation is going to look and less certain about how the top 16 ID situation is going to look. I also admit I have little idea as to who is already qualified. I don't think very many of these people in the top tables have a qualification already, but it's possible that there might be one that passes down somewhere. Like Riser does not. Demon's player is kept 7. Prowess player is mulliganing. And can we find a proactive 6 on the draw? We have Island. So probably we have to push a red card. We'll be able to play Talent Opt. And then the other 2 cards are Ral and Slickshot. Is that what I saw? Yeah, it does not seem like Swift Spear gonna have a moment to be played. Alright, so we lead on Storm Chaser's talent, and we're gonna have basically 3 looks here at a red source. Drawn some kind of opt or something, but that was not it. Maybe that's a Spell Pierce. I'm not 100% sure. It's a Jace card. Oh, is it a negate? I just don't know. It is a card from the signature spellbook Jace, but I admit I am not up on my signature spellbook Jace arts. So we do play Island number 2, and we will cantrip. That snapped off. Oh, it's another cantrip. It was a negate. Okay, apparently the only valid card is negate, so fair. Then we attack for 2 and then sleight of hand? What? If I'm the opponent, I'm taking that prowess die up. 1 up, 1 down. And go. Alright, what is going on over here? Here's the Deep Cavern Bat. So it reveals Stock Up, Negate, Ral, Slickshot. And that's all we got going on. Yeah, what I couldn't remember is whether there was like a Spell Pierce or something in that spell book. That could in principle be. No, you're right. So the 8 cards that are in the signature spellbook Jace are Jace himself, and then Blue Elemental Blast, Brainstorm, Counterspell, Gifts Ungiven, Mystical Tutor, Threads of Disloyalty, woof, and Negate. Alright, so we found our red source. We have plotted the Slickshot. Now the bat is going to start to work on Shinya's life total. It is now 19 to 18. Three mana play from Kazutaka is a Karsi Revenant. With that Sultai watermark. It's that flying Death Touch lifelink. It's like a bigger Vampire Nighthawk. And you can scavenge it out of the graveyard to put a flying lifelink Death Touch counter on another creature. Flying plus lifelink is a pretty nice combination. Does give Kazutaka the ability to race pretty well. And then the Death Touch also gives the ability to block pretty well. Alright, so we've gotten the Slick Shot. Why exactly, I'm not sure, as the 3 cards in hand are Swift Spear, Ral, and Negate. Just Slick Shot, go. Like, wouldn't you save that for a turn where you've drawn Cutter or something? Or you're planning to play stock up? Here's another bat. You ain't negating this one. Actually, I think we know the cards in hand. It's not even a situation where, like, Shinya is gated on red mana, so he needs to play about all of his red spells. Because the Slick Shot doesn't cost mana as it's coming off a plot. I also can't really imagine that he's blocking the Karsi Revenant, so this is just to stop the 1 point of damage from the bat? Is that what it comes down to? But he's also exposing the Slick Shot to, like, an Anoint with Affliction. I mean, he's kind of, like, priced into negating that. I don't know if that's exactly where you want to be using the negate. Shieldred's Edict. So you're going to sacrifice a non-token creature, and then there's going to be a 4-point lifelink swing, making it 22 to 15. I would say that turn cycle went kind of poorly for Shinya. Here's Swift Spear attack for 2. Make it 20 to 15, whatever. So it's Ral and 1 unknown card in Shinya's hand. The other card is a Spell Pierce. Now 5 points of lifelink, and is 25 to 10. Draw is not lined up very well. And the Demons list has looked pretty good just playing a bunch of dummies. Oh, naturally. Did we just draw a Spire Bluff Canal as a... Oh, no, it's a Verge. It's a Verge. So we could play Ral, but what does that get us? I think we are just, in fact, dead in the air. And the game is over. Womp womp. Well, hopefully Shinya can shake that one off, because there was a questionable decision in terms of what he did with that stock up in game 1, but there was nothing he could do game 2. He mulled to 6, and then the top 16 cards of his deck, or whatever he actually got to see, just did not include enough action to be competitive. You have to expect in a tournament that has double-digit number of rounds that you're going to lose one, hopefully not more than one, but probably about one match to yourself like that. And he's done a fine job winning most of the others, so just got to go to the bathroom, splash some cold water in your face, get ready for a big match next round in round 12. Tables 1 and 2 did both ID. Those were all players who were on 9 and 1. Check that. There was 3 players that were on 9 and 1, and Tomonori, who was playing Dimir, was on 8 and 2 and was willing to ID. We come in the middle of an Omniscience turn. With 3 blue Dragon Storms in play. This Steam Core Scholar must be feeling like he's in danger here. Unfortunately, it looks like Takano won. Oh, Kantaro, rather. The family name is first there. Won game number 1, so I don't know that there's going to be much to see here. The person on the sleeves is Masashiro Kuroda, as far as we can tell, who ID'd on table 1. He is 9-1 in this event and will be in the top 8. So we saw him earlier today playing with sleeves that has his own mugshot on them. It's not actually a mugshot. It says Big Magic on it. It's not like an actual prison mugshot. But there are a few other people. So this gets back to something that that Herbivore asked in chat earlier about whether people are testing in teams for this event. There's certainly a crew of people who I assume play at Big Magic or are part of like the Big Magic management. You could see that Kazuhiro has a Big Magic hoodie on as well, that are all playing with these Masashiro Kuroda sleeves. Yeehaw, thank you so much for your kind words. I'm not going to try too hard to commentate this game, as I think Kantaro is relatively far ahead, though the omniscience has gone away, so maybe that's not actually true. I didn't notice it. Kazuhiro destroyed D-Bullet. Big Magic is the organizer. There's like 2 very large game stores in Japan, kind of like Star City Games in the US. One of them is Herreria, and the other one is Big Magic. And it's Big Magic that does the tournament organization for the RC. So Kazuhiro is playing Jeskai, so there's some need to control the graveyard, and we do have a Ghost Vacuum to try to do that. Though it looks like we're going to Ghost Vacuum some of our own dragons instead. That makes sense. Give you the ability to make a 1/1 copy of that thing. Chat, good luck trying to decide which of Kantaro's lands are tapped and which of them are untapped, because it looks like an earthquake has gone off over there. The judge was like, this Ghost Vacuum doesn't look untapped to me. I'm gonna untap it myself. Okay. Alright, so not surprisingly, having chosen to Ghost Vacuum our own things, we're gonna go ahead and fire it off. That will bounce all of the Dragon Storms. Since those say when a dragon enters, it doesn't say when you cast a dragon. I appreciate that we have this Ghost Vacuum sleeve. The Ghost Vacuum creates 1/1 flying spirit copies of all of the creatures that were exiled with it. But of course this dragon already has flying. It's unnecessary. Oh, not a copy. So it's just literally the card, but it is as a put each creature card exiled with this artifact. Gotcha. I'm thinking of an old, like my mental model for Ghost Vacuum is a card from Eldritch Moon, Soul Splicer or something. I forget what it's called. That does make 1/1 copies. Not that that card had ever been put on the battlefield by anyone, ever, but somehow that's my point of reference. While all this is going on, Overlord of the Mistmoors has just been crapping out some Moth tokens. Which has curtailed Kazuhiro's ability to attack. Alright, we'll destroy all 1-drops, which clears the Marauding Mako. Then we can remove the blocker and attack for 1 billion. It's one of those like surely there's nothing that can happen here, and we'll spend our last mana to look at the top card of our deck before lethal damage comes across. So that's Kontaro playing Omniscience, going from 7-3 up to 8-3. Still probably not live for top 8 question mark, especially with 4 people IDing, but certainly live for the Pro Tour. Not sure what else we still have in the feature match area. You can hear that I'm ready for my next cup of tea, which I will take when Magic is done. We're still on caffeinated tea at the moment, since we're gonna have to get through the top 8 in the rest of the stream, but soon we will switch to herbal tea. Let's do this. Alright, let me bring up the Japanese audio to see if I can hear whether we've got more coming.
いうところになっております。はい。はい。でせっかくなんでね、今まだ時間があるということなんで、ちょっとこれプレイブースがちょっといっぱいあるんで、プレゼントのために。
Sounds like we still have a little bit of time. How about we crack some play boosters, he says. So maybe we're not going to get very much more.
戻りましょう。ちょっとムック作業、この皆さんにいいものを届けたいという一心でね、やらさせていただいておりますので、はい。
Please root for us, he says. Help us pull some nice cards.
行きましょうか。どんなものがあるのかなと。
多い。
お、何が出ました？あ、なるほど。ブザンのやつか。
エッジランド出ないです。
Alright, while this is going on, I'm going to spend a bit of the space on the screen here. We're going to scroll off the 6 and 4s.
白青のね。はい。クリーチャーじゃないんですけども。
Update the players to watch.
なんかそのうちすごい日の目見そうなカード。
そうですね。面白い。
あ
あ。え？
出ました。
出た。おめでとうございます。
伝説の武器という。
伝説の武器。はい。ただ伝説の武器と言われてるだけで伝説
ではない。A legendary weapon, he says.
何枚も出せます。
But it's not actually legendary.
伝説じゃないんですよ。
伝説じゃない。Yeah, it's not actually a legend.
すごいアジア。
世界観もすべて間違ってる。
Maybe it should have been. That would have been a way to make it.
すごいアジア。
湖から授かったと言われる氷港の担当。
はい。なんかインタビューが来られる。インタビュー。
はい。Sounds like we're going to get a winner's interview.
ぜひぜひ。
そうですね。
氷港も出たんで。
But we're kind of busy cracking packs.
もうこれは次は何が出るかなというところですね。氷港も出て。
包囲破り。
包囲破りが出ました。ありがとうございます。これ今インタビューに来たということなので、先ほど語られた高野さんが来ていただけるということなので、ちょっとお話をね聞いていこうかなと思っております。
来てくれるのか、今交渉中です。
Alright, so we should get our omniscience pilot. I'm not sure actually who we're about to interview.
ということで高野さん来ていただきました。
Yeah, it is our omniscience pilot.
そんな端っこ行かなくてこれいいですよ。そう近くで話しましょう。でこれをヘッドセットをつけていただいて。
No, don't sit there. Come over here and put on the headset.
勝利おめでとうございます。はい、ありがとうございます。はい、ということで高野さんに来ていただきまして、今回使ったのがアゾリウス
そうですね、全地で使わせてもらってます。
これはチョイスした理由とかありますか？アゾリウスを。
いや、好きだからっていうところで、実はラストチャンスで抜けて権利今回もらったんですけど、ちょっと特になんか環境見てとかじゃなくて好きそうだからちょっと使ってみようかなっていうところで
asking about the deck choice. He actually qualified for this through an LCQ that happened earlier this week, and thought the deck looked
いや
good.
いや、いいことじゃないですかね。
Wanted to give it a put it through the paces.
そんな。
And he's
今
just
ど
been
うで
winning a
す
lot.
か、そのやっぱプロツアーの権利獲得に向けてっていうところ、トップ8に向けて。
そうですね、まあ、あと1個勝てばっていうところだと思うんで、はい、はい、
ちょっと頑張っていい結果出せたらなと。
Asking about the Pro Tour and he's saying, well, there's still one round left. Well, good luck, good luck.
行きたいですね、プロツアー。
いわゆるじゃあこういったチャンピオンズカップファイナルとか、その競技シーン始めたのはいつぐらいになるんですか？
競技シーン、まあ、昔の PPTQ とかはちょこちょこ出てたんですけど、最近、店舗予選とかを回り始めたというか、回り出したのが、多分エルドレイの森、プレリリースとか、プレリリースにちらっと出たら、昔やってたお友達と会って、でまあ、そこからちょろっと話して、マジック、今、予選そんな感じなんだっつって、まあ、ちょこちょこ出だすようになった、その時モダンだったんですけど、そうですね、でそこから店舗予選回り出してって感じです。
いや、激エモエピソードじゃないですか。じゃあそれは見てる友人たちも今応援されてるんじゃないですか。やっぱ連絡来ました？
一緒に出てる、ファイナル出てで一緒にやってる方もいますんで、一緒に行けたらいいなと本当に思ってるんですけど。
いや、これお友達は今いいところにいます？
同じラインでしたね。
同じライン。
参拝ラインで
当たりたくない。
マジで当たりたくない。
マジで当たりたくない。よくあるんです、あるある。
ここでお前と当たるんかっていう。
ここまで避けてきたんで。
はい、ということ、今が8勝3敗
ですかね。
で次が最終ラウンド
で1個勝てば3敗で、まあ、権利はもらえるかなっていうところですね。ベスト8は多分怪しいと思います。
Contra does not have a Pro Tour invite.
当たりたいで
He has not played as long as the other guy, but
まあ
nonetheless.
どうですかね。イゼットを狩りに来たちょっと重めのミッドレンジとか、オルゾフとか、あとはもうただ大体そういうデッキいなくなっちゃったんで、ランプとかも
そうですね。
なんであんまり当たりたいデッキはないんですけど、まあ逆に EZ とかだと考えること一緒なんで、楽かなって決まってるんでも。
なるほどなるほど。
とは思ってます。
じゃあどうですか、その EZ とのマッチアップの感触とかってどうなんですか、実際？
実際よくはないですね。相手が結構ブンブンで回ってくるとやっぱ4ターン目に決めないと間に合わないみたいなの結構あるんですけど、まあ結構その後ろに寄せることも EZ ができちゃうんで、なんかそこでなんか後ろに寄せた時にこっちも後ろに寄せててとか、あっちがもう行くしかねえってなった時にこっちがちょうど4ターン目揃ってて、フルタップで決まるとか、なんか噛み合い次第では結構いけるなっていう、まあなんかまあビフリだと思うんですけど、意外と勝つなっていう。
だからまあやってみないと分かんねえだろうってことですよね、もうね。
分かんないですね。
いや、これはぜひね、9勝していただいて、プロツアーの権利獲得。
そうですね、ラストチャンスからっていうのがね、
激アツ、本当のラストチャンスを本当ものにする。
本当に運が良くて。
じゃあ、サラさん、そのメンタル的なことだから、なんか最後一言アドバイスをちょっとぜひ。やっぱ語り部として
語り部ですか、まあ、あんまり意識すると最終戦結構緊張しちゃうんで、深呼吸で
落ち着いてって感じで
長く吐くといいらしいですよ、息を
吸うじゃなくてはーっとちゃんと吐くことが、
長く吸って長く吐くと結構いいらしいです。
いや、これはいい報告お待ちしておりますので、頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。プロツアーの権利獲得してほしいですね。さあということでインタビューが終わりまして、次最終ラウンドでございます。トップ8に誰が残るのか、斉田さんと加藤さんにバトンタッチしていきたいと思います。それでは動画を見てお待ちください。失礼いたします。ごめんなさい、良きところで締めということで、あれですかね、まだ動画ではなかったというところ。
I think they thought they were going to commercial, but they were not yet.
まだまだ継続して、これ向き切らなきゃいけないんで、すみません、皆さんの
they said there's still too much time. There's 13 matches left, so they don't have that many commercials to run. So let's bust some packs.
とか出すだけじゃないですか、もう。出るかな、ウギン。
ウギン出しましょうよ。
聖意のドラゴントークンですよ。
それはどうなんですか激レアだったりします、
なかなかね、使うかどうかあ れです誠意のマラングガーの失勢、これは僕ちょっと使いたいんです。これマラングガーの失勢は
カルシの機関車来ました。
カルシの機関車来ましたね。
ちょっと黒タン今
暑いですからね。
暑いんで、弱し。
やっぱ今黒がね、
改良型弱し。
黒が熱いぞということで、ペスもみたい。確かにエルズペス、ね、
エルズペス確かにな。い
ますね。
この流れだと出そうな流れ来てるんです
よ。方位系がね結構あるんですけど、方位系評価どうなんですかね。
ズルゴ。
ズルゴ。これね、トークンがね減差下げるってやつかね。
トークンが死ななくなる。
そう、王将の。っていうのがあったりしますんで、これは楽しみ。
マルドゥのやりたいことを今文句が完全に乗っ取ってやってますけど。
そうなんですよね。
マルドゥ族多分怒ってますよ。
お株奪いまくってるんですよ。
うちの戦士全員逃げとるぞって
文句の方がやっぱ
どうなってるんだっていう、
やっぱその信仰心の強さと
多分教えがマルドゥ族はちょっと教育がなってないんでしょうね。
なってないな。
タルンドルって精霊竜の大津土地ですね。こういうカードは後々すごいドラゴンが収録されまくると日の目見るかも。
もうこれはもうまだかな、まだあるね。こう方位系ってどうですかね。なんかどれか使われたりしますかね。これどうですか、この渋々。
いや、これですか。これなんかコンボデッキ組めますよ、一応。
一応組める。
はい、
これに使ってみたいよな、渋々。
これも将来枠って感じかもしれないですね。今んとこはちょっとファンデッキっぽいコンボデッキ。
こういう強風願望かなの方位、このエンチャントはねあったりするんですけども、
とりあえずエルズペスかウギンが出るまで
向きましょう。
向いてるんですけど。
出ました。
出ません。
石
川さん向いてくださいよ。さすがに
出しますか。ちょっと朝原さんがね、
その成績
やばい。
営業の成績紙貼られるじゃないですか。
やばい、偏りやばいな。
俺、フェッチと氷粉を引いたんでズンズンズンっていう営業成績上げてる。
すごい置いてかれてるな。出したいな。
そろそろ窓際。
やっぱこれを出さなきゃですよ。サルカン。
サルカンくんさあ、サルカンくんさあ、何してんのサルカンくんは。
そうです。楽屋でね、朝原さんが決勝トーナメントになったらタンクトップでサルカンスタイルで出ようかなって解説
許されるかな。
サルカンスタイル。
サルカンちょっと好きなんだよな。でも
いいですよね。
心がちょっと弱すぎる、サルカンくんは。
いや。でまだコレクターブースターがあと何パックあります？コレクターブースターこっちで。
まだ。いや、4しかないっす。
4か。
これ大事に向いた方がいいんですか？
そうですね。コレクターブースターおかわりがねあるかどうかというところが難しいんで。
おかわりないのかな？
多分ないです。言えばワンチャンだと思うんですけど。
でもちょっと視聴者様にさ、エルズベスかウギンかフェッチランドかモックスジャスパーのなんか
ね、そのシリアル
出さないともう顔向けできない。
いやそれはもう無理ですって。モックスジャスパーのシリアルナンバー入りやばいですって。多分マジックやってない人からも応募めっちゃ来ますよね。でこれでじゃあウギン、氷粉2枚でもいいわけですもんね。これどうせ4枚必要なんで。
道中のせい。なんとも言えない。ウギンではないですね。
ウギンではない。どうですか。スーラクさんはまともな人ですか。スーラクさんは。
いや、スーラクさんはそこら辺多分うろついてます。スーラクさん女の 子に負けてたんで、今回いるじゃないですか。カンで対決して負けてました。
なるほど。
ボッコボコ。ボッコボコ。ボッコボコ。
でも恥ずかしくなってもうええって言って。
もうええわっつってそこら辺をぶらついてるみたいな感じ。
結構ね好きなんですけど、僕これ逃走したの入れましたけど、こいつ。この字も打ち消されないし。
絵式にボッコボコ。
ああ、なるほど。絵式ちゃんにねやられて。おじさん一人を徘徊するもの。
This down here, like the white placard, is the commentator's name. It says Asahara Akira. There is another one that's behind my sticky. That's the name of the other.
すごいパック向いたけど、
the other caster.
まあでも氷コが出たということで、今回はよしとしましょう。
よしとしましょう。あとはね、斉田さんとか加藤さんにね、いいもの出してもらって。
そうですね。あの二人もね、まあせめてフェッチぐらいは引かないと。
せめてじゃないんですよ。あれ出ないんですから、普通に考えて。あれ当たり前じゃないですからね。はい、じゃあ次バトンタッチしましょう。はい、斉田さんと加藤さんに、最終スイスラウンド最後お任せして、はい、皆様動画を見てお待ちください。それでは失礼いたします。
Fairly, thank you so much for the sub. I'm glad if you are enjoying the stream. Okay, it sounds like we are close enough to the start of round 12 that they're going to run a couple of ads. So I'm going to run an ad while I continue to eat these pretzels. I'm guessing you don't want snack eating ASMR over here, but that's what's going on while I have my mic muted. I'll be back. We'll talk about the pairings for round 12 when they come up and try to figure out who can ID what matches we're about to see as we play the last round of Swiss heading into the top 8.
I don't need to train.
Maybe not. But you do need a training montage. To win in the arena, you have to be the arena.
Okay.
You must sharpen your skills. Here, eat this.
That's a cauliflower.
It's a superfood. All right, come on, Papa.
Hyena, thank you too so much for the sub.
You punch like a beetle. Now that we've covered spells, let's talk about flying.
I'm doing it!
Rise and shine. It's magic time. Fire! And fire!
Done.
Sophia, don't you quit on me.
Rise and shine. It's magic time.
Up that hill! Move those zombies!
Yes!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Thank you.
Don't thank me, Sophia. The magic was inside you all along.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Whoa, nice combo. Have you been training?
A little.
If you love a challenge, you'll love Magic the Gathering Arena. Welcome the challenge. Download free.
Hey, you! Has life been passing you by? Want to add a little explosiveness to your day? Or find out if you have what it takes to beat a demon-possessed machine that magically harvests souls for fuel? 10 teams! 3 worlds! burn rubber for racing fame. Then join the Girapur Grand Prix, and this could be you. Not him. Her. Take a chance for fantastic glory and incredible riches. Like the Aether Spark, this year's legendary prize. It's worth the risk, we promise. So put down that remote and push your pedal past its limits. We want you to be a part of the Girapur Grand Prix. Frankly, because we're running out of racers. But hey, it'll be a ton of fun. It's only a death race if you die.
Warning, the Girapur Grand Prix is incredibly dangerous and will likely result in your untimely death. We are not responsible for vehicle sabotage, driver incineration, or decapitation from giant anthropomorphic sharks. Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the New Culture Collective.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic! But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better!
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからはスイスラウンド最終戦ラウンド12の模様を実況私サイダと解説加藤健介さんでお送りしてまいります。加藤さんよろしくお願いいたします。いやいや残すところあと1ラウンドということで。
Alright, they're coming back from break, but there's still one match that is not reported on Melee, so I don't know. They're again jumping the gun slightly. I mean, I guess it's because there was a schedule that they showed at the beginning of stream of like when each round was going to be, and they're keeping to that schedule even though it doesn't quite match the actual pace of the tournament. Really, I agree that that's like a secret fun part of doing these streams is that I get to watch all of the trailers for these various old sets that for some reason I never come across like with English content. I feel like it's a missed opportunity for them to be showing them more. Yeah, we are still waiting for a Omniscience versus Dimir match to finish. Looks like we're going to go back to busting... Ooh, a collector's booster. Are we doing it? But after round 12 is paired, then we'll take a look at the standings and try to do some ID math. Figure out who is playing a win and in for the Pro Tour, who is playing a win and in for the top 8. Ooh. This event is happening in the middle of Tokyo. Oftentimes they've done it kind of in satellite cities, which is reasonable because Japan is highly connected by train. So the difference between doing it directly in Tokyo and in, let's say, Chiba or one of the other stations that's very close to the city is often not a big deal. But for whatever reason, they splurged on this convention hall. But the price of them doing that is that all of the like side events, Artist Alley, etc., are not actually in the same place. So the players convention that they call it is in a separate building somewhere. I don't even think it's particularly close to this. While the regional championship is taking place here. Part of the cost of that is that it said there were no vendors. You could maybe buy some dice or something, but no one is going to be there selling cards. No one is going to be there selling food or anything. But I mean, it's in the middle of Tokyo, so it's not a big deal. And also a very characteristic Japanese thing, there is no trash. So if you generate any trash, you're going to have to take it home with you. Still waiting for table 13 to finish. They could have been deck checked or something. that often leads to a very long time extension. Oftentimes, the regional championship is... Whoa. That one's double-faced for reasons I don't fully understand, because it is the same on both sides, it looks like. Kind of cool. Oftentimes, the regional championship is happening right after a new set is released, and so they supply the casters with a bunch of boosters to, like, talk about the set. This one's kind of far after Tarkir was released, but whatever, they're still doing it. And what you find is that, like, these Magic pros get really into just snapping off tens of collector's boosters over the course of the weekend. We seem to have reached the point of the stream where it's like, and then there are a bunch of commons. Whatever, let's get another one busted. Right, the last match has finished. We have not gotten round 12 pairings yet, but... Oh, maybe they got round 12 pairings. Hold on, let me hear. Oh, no, we're going through a Twitter campaign that they have. Like, retweet the We've Gone Live. Event. The We've Gone Live tweet, and you could win a collector's booster display. Will, I would... So... I have two answers to that. I think that the place that you want to go is the Heredia Tournament Center, and I can find this on a map for you if you want. That's the big place that has, like, room for 100-person events, and it's kind of like, it's set up like a vendor stall at a Grand Prix. You'll see the pictures when I post this in chat. But all of the stores also have a bunch of smaller storefronts in Akihabara, which is the, like, gaming and anime district. But they're not as impressive as this one is. Yeah, here. It depends how well you know the cards in terms of how easy it is to play. Like, if you've done a bunch of, let's say, Tarkir drafts, and then you go and do, like, a draft F&M, then I think you would be fine. Your opponents will know varying amounts of English. Magic players are slightly better than the population at large because they interact with English cards so much. And as long as you're, friendly about it, they will help you out. Yeah, there you go. That is the, that's right. That is the Tokyo Metropolitan Industrial Center, or whatever it's called. It is a sweet-looking building. Nice. That's even better if it's, like, not a long train ride. We stayed somewhere pretty far away from there, so it was a bit of a trek. So we've had now Ojitai and Silumgar show up on stream. I have not had the audio up to hear why exactly, but still waiting for round 12 pairings to appear, though everything in round 11 has finished. I'm guessing that it's going to be a slightly longer wait before round 12 starts, only because they are going to wait to make sure that they don't feature a match that winds up being an ID. That is never good television. Chat, how do you feel about Kensuke's lapel pin? I don't feel like coverage gives those out. I think that came from his personal collection is my guess. It is a nice one. All right, so to make sure everyone is on the same page, we have one more round of Swiss. Then there's going to be a extended break, not ridiculously long, but I'm guessing about 40 minutes, where I'm going to eat some food. We'll watch the top 8 announcement and the top 8 photo that they post on Twitter get taken and stuff. And then we'll get down to business with the top 8. So all the quarterfinals are played at the same time. So it'll be like a normal feature match area of a Swiss round where there's like one that we'll start with, and then we'll have backup matches if there's time. Then we play semifinal number 1. Then we play semifinal number 2. So those are not done at the same time. They're done consecutively, and then we'll have the final. So there are basically 5 more rounds of coverage to watch. Round 12, quarters, semi 1, semi 2, and finals. Bogard and Hellkite, are we just going over players' favorite dragons from yesteryear? I mean, this one's a nice one. Gosh, I don't know what my favorite dragon is. It might be Ojutai, Dragon Lord Ojutai. I do like me a good Stormbreath Dragon. Glorybringer's a nice choice too. Though I'm usually playing white. So a card with protection from white is kind of a pain in the ass to me. Hoarding Dragon, also a nice one. Was there a numeral in that Bogard and Hellkite that was not in Arabic? Let me go back and look at it. I mean, there are some like words that have numbers as part of the spelling, so that might be what you saw. Yeah. So hold on, I'll bring this back up. Ooh, Goldspan Dragon, there's another nice one. Yeah, it does do 5 damage when it comes into play, but there's the 5, right? It's like the first character of the second to last line. Ooh, Goldspan Dragon is a very good one. I was never smart enough to play the Mutate deck, though. I mean, I also do like a good Cake of the Tide Star. Should check in on the round 12 standings again, or pairings rather. Okay, we do have them. All right, so I will make some room here and we will take a look. So table 1 is Kuroda playing is it? We can get these people out of the bottom of this. Who is on 28 against 28? Check that, 27. It's the Pixie player. Nagao playing white-black Pixie, and they have ID'd. I need this to be like 4 pixels wider. Alright, then table 2 is Makoto, Prowess. We'll check the standings in a second. Shibata, Prowess. And they have ID'd. Alright, so Makoto is 28. Shibata is 27. Yeah, I think the 28s all have randomly played against each other already, so that led to some goofy pair downs. 3 is Naito, mono red, also 28. And they are playing against Hori, Prowess, Masataka Hori. They have not ID'd. Hori is on 27, but maybe they will ID. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Table 4, Kimura, Prowess. I think this is 27-27, but I'll check. Demons. There's Kazutaka Oya 27 and Kimura playing Prowess 27. So yeah, that's 27-27 there. We're going down to the feature match area, but I think we still have another couple minutes. Okai, Teamer Prowess. They're on 25, and they're playing against the Dimmer player, Hirami, which I believe is also 8-2-1. Yeah, 25-25. Okay, then the next couple of tables are all going to be 24s. 6, Saito, Prowess, 24-24, Wada, mono red. Shimizu, Demons, 24-24, Kumagai, Riku, who is playing Prowess. Riser, Delirium. Nakamura, not Shuhei, some other Nakamura. Pixie. That's Esper Pixie. Yajima. We're still, the 24s go down pretty far. So 9 is Yajima, who we saw playing Demons. They were part of that Demons Mirror that we watched yesterday against, oh no, Dimir, not one of the Dimir lists that we've seen before. Then Masuda, Kantaro, Furukawa, Naya. Yeah, so that's still 24-24. And actually, I think Nishihuma is at the next one. So I think even 10, 11, 12 are all 24-24. So tables 1, 2, 3 have ID'd. Has table 3 gone on to ID? Yes. Okay. Kind of as expected. So that's 3 people on 29, 3 people on 28. I think table 4 cannot afford to ID. There's going to be an extra 28th person. So imagine 1, 2, 3, 4 all ID. Then someone could have screwed up. I guess we'll now have to look at the tiebreakers. Okai's tiebreakers are 62. Hirami's tiebreakers are 61. And Kimura and Oya are in the 50s. So I don't think that table 4 can ID. This is the last round of Swiss coming up, round 12. Because if they both go to 28, then they will get passed by the winner of table 5. So I'm pretty sure that the 6 people who ID'd are all safe. Shoji Kimura wound up there. Yeah. I think they're all safe. And it's like table 4, table 5 have to play, and those will be the 7th and 8th people in. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people have made the top 8 here. The winner of 4 and the winner of 5 will represent the last 2 people in the top 8. And then it's probably just 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All make... So the loser makes the Pro Tour. The loser stays on 27 here and makes the Pro Tour. The loser here, I think, winds up in exactly 16th and makes the Pro Tour. And then there's 7 other win-and-ins. I have not seen a Tolarian Terror, but I guess we will be on the lookout for one. There are a lot of Prowess lists, so I can't claim to have seen them all. So the only question left is whether we are watching Prowess versus Demons, or if we're watching Rug Prowess versus Dimir, and it looks like it's Prowess versus Demons. So we're going to watch the 27-27 match. This is table number 4 that we're about to see. This one here. So I'll get the deck list ready, and we'll get underway. Table 4 is Shoji Kimura playing Prowess. A respectful bow to each opponent as we kick things off with a duress. Kazutaka Oya Demons. Paste and deck lists. There we go. Alright, so the hand is Floodmaw Opt, Stock Up, Get Out of Here, Burst Lightning, and 2 lands. And it looks like Kimura has had to mull to 6. And we've seen already that Burst Lightning is pretty awkward against the Demons list. Shoji's list is actually pretty streamlined in that he is playing 4 Swift Spear, 4 Slick Shot, and that is it for creatures. So there's no Drake Hatchers to win the board. There's no Hearthfire Elementals. And then in terms of potential interaction for some of these demons, we have 2 into the Floodmaw, and that's the end of the story. There's not even any more of them in the side. We'll be able to pick up a Witchstalker Frenzy post board, but that's it. Alright, Swifty has pinged for 1 and pinged for 1 again, as Kazutaka has used his 2 duresses to take away Stock Up and Opt. I mean, he couldn't take away this Opt. Prowess count 1. That's now 4 points of damage that have been done by Swift Spear. As Kazutaka cycles and Intimidation Tactics, spending 3 mana on that. The land there is a Soulstone Sanctuary. Kazutaka has 19 swamps, 4 Soulstones, 2 Fountain Ports as the mana base. Alright, Swift Spear has been answered. Whatever those 2 unknown cards are in hand, they don't appear to do much. And Shoji is stranded with 2 reactive spells that have nothing to react to. Do we have like an Archfiend of the Dress to get on the board? It looked like there was just yet another land in hand, and then this Unholy Annex. So playing out the Ritual Chamber into the Floodmaw doesn't do anything. So we'll just start drawing cards and losing life. Thankfully, Shoji has no pressure, so Kazutaka can just kind of sit here and draw cards and lose life and not run the risk of dying. One option is to activate the Soulstone Sanctuary. That would give a demon to turn the Unholy Annex into a life drain instead of a life loss. It is big enough that now we have to read to find out whether or not we can tag this thing. The answer is yes. it returns target creature, and then if the gift is given, it returns target non-land permanent. But being a 3/3, it does dodge the Burst Lightning. Okay, so now the End of the Flood Maw has been used, so maybe that suggests that it's safe to create the 6/6 token. On the other hand, what is going on in Shoji's hand that he has not played onto the board when there were multiple turns where Kazutaka was doing nothing? Here comes a Swift Spear. Here comes a Monstrous Rage. That is a reasonable card to be stranded in hand. So that's one Prowess. Now I'm guessing Burst Lightning is going head. Kazutaka goes to 10. So it's one base power, one for the roll, 2 Prowess, we're up to 4, and 2 for the Monstrous Rage, we're up to 6. So I believe Kazutaka is now on 4 life, and if it is true that the last card is Into the Flood Maw, then Kazutaka is pretty much dead to his Unholy Annex. Ooh, Deep Cavern Bat. That's perfect. So now we can animate a tapped Soulstone Sanctuary. It is a Flood Maw. I mean, I don't know that we needed to spew that one off. Was it better to just leave it under the bat so that we could potentially do some kind of chain of spells if we found another Burst Lightning? Alright, so we do animate the tapped Soulstone Sanctuary, and that means that the draw card here makes the life totals 18 to 6. It's pretty scary against the Monastery Swift Spear, but on the plus side, we know Shoji is playing off the top. And what he has found is a Spire Bluff Canal, so now we get to untap. And we can make the demon next. There's some action in hand. Maybe the demon isn't even worth it. We have like an Anoint with Affliction at the very least. We're still going to do it. The 6/6 is really problematic, especially with 2 Into the Flood Maws gone. That would represent, in fact, all of the Into the Flood Maws. So I do not believe that Shoji can remove this demon token. He has to somehow go through it. Or maybe with a Kori Steel Cutter he can go around it. On the other hand, this thing scores touchdowns as it attacks. We'll plot a Slick Shot. And go ahead and cut down the Swift Spear. Now, if we have a card like a Shieldred, it would be safe to attack with both. Shoji's at 13 life. We have 9 damage plus the Unholy Annex trigger on board. That's 11. 11 is not quite 13, but Shieldred represents killing Shoji on the draw step. So maybe the demon attack was a little dangerous, but we know that there's no more Into the Flood Maw. I think Kazutaka should know there's no more Into the Flood Maw. As it turns out, Kazutaka didn't attack with the demon token because he was holding up Anoint with Affliction, which answers the Slick Shot very cleanly. So there was no way out for Shoji. And game 1 goes to the demons. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really fault someone for taking one line over another when both lines are 100% to win the game. Like, I don't know, it's a matter of preference at that point. You're totally within your rights to win it however you think is the nicest. So we've seen Kazutaka play against Izzet on camera earlier today. I unfortunately can't see on Melee very easily what his matchup spread has been. Oh, yes, I can. I just need to scroll down from the deck list page. He has played 1, 2, 3 Prowess decks, and he has 2 and 1 against those 3. Meanwhile, Shoji has played Demons once, actually in the previous round, and beat it. But I'm guessing that he drew several more creatures than he did in that game. He was only able to produce 2 Swift Spears and a plotted Slick Shot, and that was it. We've seen the Izzet players try to go big against the Demons lists. That's not going to be very easy for Shoji to do here. I mean, he has access to some Screaming Nemesis. That's kind of it. He doesn't have, like, the Ral or anything that... like Chandra we've seen out of a couple of other Izzet players. That kind of stuff isn't in his sideboard. Nor is there anything in the sideboard that, like, removes a 6/6. So Archfiend of the Dross and even Shieldred is going to be very difficult for Shoji to remove. On the Demon side, I mean, I think there's a number of cards that are reasonable to bring in. Gix's Command is fine. I think Dreams of Steel and Oil is fine. I think the Filigree Silex is fine. I don't know exactly what mix of those spells Kazutaka actually has been using. His pre-board configuration has a bunch of clunkers in it. Like, there's some Maze Mind Tomes that are definitely too slow to play against Izzet on the draw. And then we've got 4 Duress, 2 Intimidation Tactics, which is a lot of hate. Like, he really has set up his deck to have a hand disruption spell that can take Kori Steelcutter on the draw. I would assume that there's going to be some rearrangement in terms of, like, how many bats do I want? Probably not many, since they die to anything and don't block well, but I don't know. We've also seen the Unholy Annexes get cut against Izzet from some of the Demons pilots. So I would think that he's got approximately 8 cards to work with between Silex, Dreams, Preacher, Gix's Command. And probably 6 easy cards to cut between the Unholy Annexes and the Maze Mind Tomes. And then I don't know if he wants to, like, mess with his discard suite, or if, like, the Dreams of Steel and Oil aren't strictly necessary. Like, that, the advantage of Dreams of Steel and Oil is that it exiles from the graveyard as well. So maybe that's just really meant for Oculus. We just play Intimidation Tactics against the Izzet player. We haven't seen Silex come up in any game, but it is true that a Ratchet Bomb seems quite good to play crowd control against the deck that's trying to put a bunch of tokens together. We may have, like, blown a tire here. Judge is pointing out that some of the cards are either upside down or marked, or, like, one of the sleeves split or something. But the advantage of Filigree Silex in my mind is that, A, it is a get out of jail free, like, buy a turn or two if you're getting beaten down by a bunch of tokens. And then if you do play it early, you can just put it on 2. And then that's especially good against this Izzet build, which is playing only Slick Shot as the additional creature. So, like, you can feel pretty sure that you're going to tag a bunch of relevant cards if you do that. Island, Mountain. And then it looked like there were 2 Kori Steelcutters there. So it's going to be a pretty strong opening 7 from the Izzet deck. We'll see if those Kori Steelcutters survive a bunch of discard spells, though. Yeah, we have a Duress to get the first one, and we can get a better look here. Oh, and that other thing that I thought was a Kori Steelcutter is, in fact, a Verge. So never mind. We have Talent, Cutter, Opt, and 4 lands. I guess it was Talent, Cutter, Opt, Sleight of Hand, and 3 lands, but here's where we are. Naturally, the Cutter goes. And we will play the Otter. Do we want to just go ahead and cantrip right now? The answer is yes, because we've drawn another cantrip. So we'll sleight of hand here. Ooh, we found a cutter. Okay, okay, okay. So the Is It player will be able to double spell next turn. Aha, Silex. So no second discard spell means that this cutter is going to hit the battlefield, and now Kazutaka is going to have to make a decision whether he's just going to want to blow up a bunch of tokens and leave the cutter in play, or if he wants to ramp this thing up and get the artifact instead. But as it stands, he's taking 4 this turn. Prowess creatures are going to knock Kazutaka down to 16. Check that, 15. I'm very bad at Prowess math, apparently, but the cutter triggered Prowess, and then the opt also triggered Prowess on the otter. So we've pulled a Preacher of the Schism up to the front, but we're going to play Karsi Revenant first. So this one doesn't block quite as well as a X3 instead of an X4. I'm curious if this suggests that we are going to blow up the tokens. We lead with a stock up, which gives us access to another cutter, a Monstrous Rage, Sleight of Hand, Uncertain blue card, and a land. What is card number 4? Excuse me. What is card number 4 there, Chad? Is it like a Spell Pierce or something? Yeah, it is a Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce, unfortunately, has 80 arts, so I would recognize a Zendikar Spell Pierce very easily. Not recognize a Aether Drift 1 or whatever that was. Alright, so here's Sleight of Hand. Prowess number 2. So to present as much damage as possible, Shoji has to make the extra token now, since we're playing a sorcery speed cantrip, which does give Kazutaka the ability to blow up the new monk as well if he wants to. It's possible that we could just have Karsi Revenant trade for the otter token or something. But I do like this in that it keeps the Revenant around and we can get a lifelink hit in on offense. And we'll play Preacher as our Death Touch blocker that can eat a Monstrous Rage next. So now we have some work going on Shoji's life total, and additionally that work is keeping Kazutaka afloat. Makes it possible to turn this game into a race. Yeah, I agree. I thought that the Preacher was coming first as well. I think that the reason not to is Monstrous Rage. Like, you would rather start the lifelink machine as quickly as possible. And now in this position, with the Karsi Revenant attacking every turn, if Shoji winds up, like, cantripping twice... that is true, they can't reach into the Silex. So then it's a question of, would you rather have the attack trigger of the Preacher or the, in quotation marks, attack bonus of the Karsi Revenant, namely that you're gaining the 3 life? And I guess Kazutaka preferred the life. Alright, so spell number 1 is Cutter number 2. Now we have access to Slick Shot, Opt, and Abrade as the 3 spells. So what I thought was Monstrous Rage, I think, is in fact Abrade. So we'll Opt, make 2 monks. Right. at the time of the attack with the Karsi Revenant, it was like 20 to 15 the other way, right? So Jeffrey's right that Preacher was just making vampires, and the vampires don't block these monks very well, whereas the Preacher does. I don't know. I think it's an interesting decision. So no blocks tendered. I'm surprised. And the Abrade clears the 3/3. So that means 2 different 3-power monks connect and take Kazutaka down to 12. But, like, what are you doing with this Preacher, if not blocking? It doesn't seem like the vampires are doing very much. Alright, so Intimidation Tactics takes the Slick Shot. We do have land number 3. Do we have something worth doing? Can we at least, like, clear one of these monks? I'm kind of surprised we didn't block last turn, I'll be honest. It would have certainly made the Abrade more awkward. Wow, attack, make the vampire. Shoji goes to 15. And the follow-up is another Preacher. Okay. Certainly we're blocking this turn. Oh, we leave with a stock up. Brace yourselves. Swift Spear, Flood Maw. Never mind, we're not blocking this turn. The other one a Witch Stalker Frenzy? I couldn't quite see what that other red card was. And then the other one is a cantrip. Yeah, it is a Witch Stalker Frenzy. Yeah, so we can take 2 removal spells here if we wanted to, and then we're going to connect with both of our cutters. So that should represent these 2 monks are no longer going to be equipped, but they'll have seen 3 prowess triggers, so that's 8. And then the new monks will have seen 1 spell, so they're each 3. So yeah, I agree, it's 8 plus 6 is 14. This game should be over. I'm sure Shoji will be able to do the math here. Oh, we've taken Swift Spear instead. I mean, this might also be lethal. This might be just like a point short of what we had previously. Oh, but now everything doesn't trample. I don't know if that matters. Frenzy clears this. Oh, also the Swift Spear doesn't trigger the prowess on these monks. I mean, this all probably doesn't matter, but I don't think that this was lethal. Kazutaka gains 1 to 13 and then takes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. 1 prowess on the Swift Spear, so 11 total goes to 2. Oh, he's trying to filigree Silex. That does threaten to clear all the tokens. And then we have a battle of Preacher of the Schism versus Monastery Swift Spear. Gix's command right here would be pretty nice. I admit I don't understand the attack. Everything that Kazutaka has done with Preacher of the Schism this game has confused me. Like, okay, we made a vampire, but doesn't that also get swept up in the filigree silex? Like, what happens if Shoji moves an equipment onto the monastery Swiss spear? How do we beat that? I see. So Anoint would answer the Swift Spear, but now the new Swift Spear is very problematic. I guess we can block one and then anoint the other and then blow the Silex. But that line doesn't work if we moved the equipment. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like Shoji is moving the equipment. Right, because if we move the equipment, then the blocked one would still trample through. But that's right. If there is a Spell Pierce, then that will also do it. Okay. That is one way for this game to end. We will get a game 3. So there was a situation where I think we saw the limitation of the filigree Silex. Yeah, I don't know that I would have won this game if I were playing the Demons deck, but I would have made different decisions. That's the best that I could say. My decisions may not have mattered, but I would have made different decisions. Yeah, if you can keep that first Silex in play for longer, then you potentially would have been able to get it up to 2, and that definitely would have changed the game. Because we didn't lose to the first cutter activations. It was the second and ultimately the third ones that... Well, I guess it was really the second one, right? Because that was the turn where they attacked and did 80% of the damage needed to win the game. None of the relevant matches have finished yet. Yeah, we can see the 4 Unholy Annex and the Mazemind Tomes in the sideboard. There's all of the Burst Lightnings that are out. Some of the Sleight of Hands have come out. And then some cards that are not surprising not to be in, like Torch the Tower, Sunspine Links. Alright, so 1 game for all the marbles. For people who are just joining us here, I'll show you again the breakdown of the top several tables. So tables 1, 2, 3 have all ID'd and will all make top 8. We are watching table 4 right now. The winner will make top 8. The loser will still make the Pro Tour. Table 5 is a little bit more extreme. I think the winner makes top 8 and the loser will probably not make top 16 and will miss the Pro Tour. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are win and Pro Tour, and possibly 12 is win and Pro Tour. That depends on whether or not there is a pair down, first of all. Or not a pair down, what am I saying? A pass down, whether someone on this list is already in the Pro Tour, in which case 17th place will make it. And then also possibly there could be some tiebreaker shenanigans where someone moves up in the standings. But that's what's on tap here. We're watching this match. Okay. We start on Swamp and no hand disruption against Spire Bluff Canal. No, is that a Verge? Anyway, Land That Makes Red and Monastery Swiftspear. Kazutaka plays Maze Mind Tome. Wow, I'm actually surprised to see any of those in the list. Post board. Yeah, especially as this happens. Corey Steelcutter has now hit the battlefield. That's unfortunate. And the next card goes to the bottom. We have Swamp, Swamp, Swamp. Karsi Revenant. And there were 2 other spells. This Maze Mind Tome seems to be on scry duty for now because Shoji has put together some permanents. Though he's not going to trigger Corey Steelcutter this turn, as he is going to spend all 3 of his mana stocking up. Finding, land, another stock up. Storm Chaser's Talent. And red card. Is that a Screaming Nemesis? Could not see exactly what it was. Our hand is land, Corey Steelcutter, Spell Pierce. So, oh, a Braid. That makes way more sense. Yeah, that isn't a Braid. Monastery Swiftspear only grows to be a 2/3. Can't attack into the Karsi Revenant. Kazutaka will get to scry. And Cutter, trigger Cutter next turn is going to be quite a beating. I wonder if we're going to see Kazutaka upkeep scry. No, he's going to draw a random card, and I think he's drawn an Archfiend of the Dross. Alright, Revenant attacks. It is 20 to 17 the other way. And we will just play out the Archfiend. So 4 oil counters. Now, the thing about all of these Corey Steelcutter tokens, they will die. So they're going to do some work on Shoji's life total. Kind of have to throw them into the 6/6 if we're going to get any damage through. Yeah, that might be true, that just Silex, blow up Silex, take out a few tokens is quite strong. The lack of pressure from Shoji on turn 3 has really put him in a tough spot here, because now he's not going to be able to close the game out before the Maze Mind Tome goes off. So Kazutaka is gaining a bunch of life. Alright, there's stock up number 2. We knew that was taken from the first one, but that means that it's not going to be Corey Steelcutter plus spell, which is kind of unfortunate. We've got 2 Monstrous Rages that we can take. Seems like a good number of Monstrous Rages. Sorry, Spell Pierce number 2, your services will not be needed. Again, that means we're not attacking. Can get a Storm Chaser's Talent out at the cost of taking the shields down. Yeah, so it's Rage, Cutter, Storm Chaser's Talent, Opt, land. Alright, we attack with Swiftspear. Nothing could represent a Monstrous Rage more than that, and we elect to get the extra point of damage in here by opting mid-combat rather than playing talent post-combat. So Kazutaka is going to take 3 go to 17. And we do have the Silex available, so it's like not clear whose side these tokens are playing for. I mean, Kazutaka is also doing 9s of damage in the air, which is kind of a lot when your opponent's at 17. We're not playing Silex this turn, though. We are playing Shieldred. So, I don't hate this. I mean, you're at 20, and it effectively 24, since we can clear the Maze Mind Tome at will. Shieldred is a problem. And if your opponent plays a bunch of stuff and makes a big board to try to get around Shieldred, then you get to untap and just win the game on the spot with the Silex. I can't imagine we're going to die from 24, but I don't know, crazier things have happened. Do we block with Shieldred? I kind of feel like we do. Like, Shieldred is just there to eat a Monstrous Rage and do 2 damage off this draw step. Shieldred doesn't affect your clock. Your clock is 9 in the air with the Archfiend of the Dross and the Karsi Revenant. It's not like you need the life. This game isn't going more than one more turn. That's kind of what Kazutaka is posturing by attacking with both creatures. Like, I think there's a world where you're hesitant to attack with one of the 2 things that got in, but the fact that the Karsi Revenant gains you life when it attacks makes it pretty appealing to get out there. Corey Floodmaw Double Rage is how much? I could believe it's 24. Alright, we're going to have to do some math. I mean, we could, if we wanted to, we could play this turn face up, because Shoji is not going to answer either of the 2 flyers. And if he doesn't win the game this turn, they're going to kill him. Alright, chat thinks it might be a 24. Uh-oh. Well, that's bad news for Kazutaka. So if we go Corey, Floodmaw, Double Rage, then the 2 creatures on the board see 4 triggers. So those 2 creatures are both going to hit for 5 each, so that's 10. Then there's 2 new monks that start at 2. They see the Double Rage. So they're both going to be 4s. And then there's an additional 3 for each of them. So that's 7 and 7 is 14, and 10. That sounds like exactly 24. Yeah, I think it's Xaxes. Assuming that he has the untapped land, which he does. And that he has the right mix of blues and reds. And I believe that he does. And that he does have, in fact, both the Monstrous Rages. And I believe that he does. So... Wait, what are we doing? Alright, is there another line? Is there another line? Because we did not play Corey Steelcutter first. I see. So we think that there's a chance that there's a cut down? But does cut down matter? I guess you would have to play it in response to the Corey Steelcutter. There's 2 islands in play, and the line that we talked about involved casting Corey Steelcutter, which involved red, Monstrous Rage. So it's 3 reds. And Into the Floodmaw, which is a blue. So we would need red, blue to be able to do that. Which I think we had. Did we not have the Floodmaw? Maybe we made all these assumptions. No, but we cast Floodmaw already. I don't know. This doesn't feel like 24 to me, though. I guess if Kazutaka in fact had cut down, it's hard to believe that he wouldn't have played it this turn, but the line that we suggested for Shoji would have involved leading on the Kori Steel Cutter. Maybe there wasn't another cutter, but I thought there was. All right, we'll go back. We'll go back and look at this later because I'm confused. All right, attack and kill you? Is that where we are? Oh, we can lead on duress even. But I think we had the mana to do it. I think there was a line that was lethal there. Duress is a nice pickup. I mean, it's hard to imagine that any turn that involves I'm about to attack for lethal, it doesn't just get better. So we do get to see that. There was another cutter. We did have cutter, rage, Floodmaw. If there were 3 islands, then we couldn't do it. But I see 1 island here, 1 island there, mountain, dual land. I think that was all possible. I think there was a line for 24 that was missed. Sorry, I paused it, so then that... So now, on the other hand, if there was a cut down, which I don't think that there actually was, Kazutaka didn't have one, but if there had been a cut down, then you lead on, like Shoji leads on Kori Steel Cutter, triggering Prowess on Swift Spear and Monk. You respond with cut down on the Swift Spear. Then that could be mitigated by flood mawing in response or monstrous raging in response, but anything along those lines, you don't get the second, like the new. Yeah, they can time a cut down to either deny 2 prowess triggers or deny one of the monks, is my point. So then you wouldn't have the same amount of damage output. So I don't think you could beat a cut down. So yeah, there's no reason to play around it because you can't beat it. Wow, that was a crazy game. All right, so table 4 goes to demons. We are now watching Shun Furukawa play against Naoya Ozawa. Naoya is the given name. So that's down here at table number 11. Ethan, the monks, the cutter triggers when you cast your second spell. So you need to, that's why we were saying you have to lead on cutter, and then once cutter has resolved, you cast another spell. If he could have been baited into playing a spell in response to cutter before it resolved, then your second spell will have come and gone without the cutter being on the battlefield to create a monk. And that's why those new monks are only going to see prowess triggers for spells that come after number 2. Oh, speaking of taking a line of playing cutter into something else, getting a bunch of monks, and doing a bunch of damage, here they come. this was a pretty good turn 2 for Furukawa and a pretty good turn 3 for Shun as well. So he went Meticulous Archive, Bin, Steam Core Scholar. Turn 2, Reanimate Steam Core Scholar. Oh yeah, Cutter itself gives +1/+1 haste and trample, because why not? So that's where the extra points are coming from. Then turn 3, Tersa, attack with Tersa, and all of that's been answered, and while that's all been answered, Naoya has managed to put double Cutter on the battlefield. Sheesh. Alright, so here we go again. This time Mako into Tersa, so the shark. The other win and in may be recorded, so we might watch that on Time Walk. I'm not 100% sure, but that's my guess. So I'm not actually refreshing Melee to preserve the suspense, assuming that that's what's going to happen. Because there's going to be a long break after this round, so I'm guessing that they're going to try to fill that space with recorded magic. All right, the Mako can present a problem. As we've said, X5s are pretty difficult for the Prowess deck to deal with. You basically need Monstrous Rage and to have Monstrous Rage go correctly to get through something that has a lot of toughness. So it kind of behooves Naoya here to do something to answer this Mako. I wonder if Naoya is actually playing more Flood Maws than the previous Prowess deck that we watched, but I will find that out in a second. In fact, he has 3 main, 1 board, so yes. Yes, he is. So there's Naoya's deck, and I will get Shun's deck as well, which looks pretty stock Oculus. I don't see anything unexpected here. Yeah, to me personally, I think giving +1/+1 is fine. I think the trample is like kind of crazy, and I think the haste is ridiculous. I cannot believe that Cutter gives haste. Yeah, I agree with that too, Center. It looks like you can't beat the Demons deck on any axis besides tempo, in which case you just want as many unsummons as you can get access to. Alright, Sleight of Hand. That is the second spell. We went stock up into Sleight of Hand, so both Cutters trigger. So now we've got 2 3/3s and 2 2/2s, I'm guessing. Our other choice is to have a mix of 4 4s and 1 1s. Oh, and we're actually not going to switch the equipment, so never mind. Here come 2 4 4s. Double block at your own peril. It's actually kind of a rough position to be in, because this does represent half of Shin's life total. Yeah, we are going to just take one of them off the board. So this is how we're going to answer Mako, I'm guessing. Kind of convenient that Mako going to the graveyard is card number 7 for Tersa. No, we're actually going to kill Tersa for that reason. I do not believe we've seen an eyeball yet. Do we have another discard outlet to grow the Mako? Sure, Obliterating Bolt is an option. I know some decks are playing like 1 Scorching Shot, the RR deal 5 spell, though RR is a little dicey for the mana, I would guess. But that does have the advantage of also tagging Sheldred, Biza, Hearthfire Elemental. So there is some gain to 5 versus 4. Alright, Tersa comes back. We will draw 2, discard 2. And now Mako probably rules the board. Oh, Oculus also an X5, isn't it? Speaking of Oculus, I believe there were 7 cards in the graveyard, so we get to keep one of them. Alright, well, you can't say that Shin hasn't brought the beef this turn. We've got a couple of 5/5s and soon going to Manifest Dread. There's only 2 things that Nagao is going to be able to attack with that have trample. So the Delirium, or the Manifest is going to have blocks on something, is my point. Alright, we have Manifested Dread. I wonder if the decision to clear Tursa versus Mako is going to wind up mattering as this game continues. Alright, so we start on stock up, as we often do. Then we have Lithomantic Barrage. That's not fair. Uh-oh. Alright, so all the old monks have 2 prowess triggers on them. The new monks have nothing. Lithomantic Barrage is 1 damage to anything or 5 damage to a white or blue creature, I believe. And it is uncounterable. Why not? I don't like that we're seeing Monstrous Rage on camera. Yeah. It is pretty silly how quickly double Corey Steelcutter gets out of control. 1 monk was traded for last turn. So the 2 Corey Steelcutters have both triggered 3 times. But there was a double block last turn, I believe, Monster Bait. So that is why there are only 5 monks now. And yeah, not surprisingly, 5 monks in a Monstrous Rage is gonna do it. So that one goes to Ozawa. Yeah, that was approximately infinity damage. Alright, so this is what we know so far. Ozawa wins and goes to the Pro Tour. Oya wins and makes the top 8. And we will wait for what our Time Walk Magic is. And then we will fill in the rest of the results. So I'm going to continue to abstain from refreshing Melee for a moment because I don't know what match we're about to see next. But I think that there is going to be a little bit more magic. Let me bring up the audio to listen.
Oh, I seem to be a fraction of a second behind. Jump.
氷コが元ネタじゃない。
多分違うと思いますよね。多分ね。残念ながら。
いや恐ろしいわ。
ただこのねタルキール竜蘭録が加藤さんなんと今好評
発売中ということで、もうしかもこれレアですから。はい。もう
確かに新レアじゃない。
新レアじゃないからみんなパック向いたら普通に出てきますからね。
そうです。今さっきもね朝原さんがもう出してましたね。
実際ね出してましたね。
We're gonna get in our between rounds discussion of how stupid this card is. Yeah, the trample is just egregious.
おそらく1位抜けなのが
黒タンデーモンじゃないかと。これも熱いですよね。
いやちょっとイゼット調子に乗んなよと。
そうですよね。もう つまでもブイブイ言わせると思ったら大間違いだぞと。
先手ですからね、1位抜けはね。
そうです。
いや、かなり
この不浄な別室がね
出てきますよ。期待値高いですよね。
いや、本当デュレス土地土地からやっぱ不浄な別室からやっぱ空気変わりましたもんね。
ガラッとなります、変わりますよね、このね強さ、光ってました不浄な別室。
あざらさん。やはりカワウソのストー
I
リー。
mean, the thing is that Monastery Mentor did see some play, right? Before Oculus was printed, there was a blue-white standard deck that revolved around reanimating Monastery Mentor. It wasn't like great, but I think when you reprint a card like that, if it's fine, someone's willing to sleeve it up. It started main, and then people realized that it was better to just play like Tolarian Terrors and Haughty Gens, and then it wound up in the sideboard. I guess if they're going to show this, I can show the translation.
勝ち組あまりにも意識されてたのに普通に勝ったなっていう点ではある意味勝ち組かもしれないですね。まっすぐ持ってきた人が多いと思うんで、みんなメタ対策されるって分かってきて持ってきてて普通に勝ったので、負け組にならなかったというのがもう事実がすごいですね。
ただまあこれまあどうなんですかね、その突破率って言ったらいいんですか。まあ使用者数がデイオン88だったんですけど、まあ22、まあ4分の1ぐらいになったんですけど、やはり。
Yeah, I mean, on some level, you could read those stats as saying Prowess did about as you would expect a deck that showed up as 34% of day one, but then you have to reckon with the fact that A, it was 34% of day one.
Pixie も
そうですね、突破率めっちゃ高いと思います。めっちゃ
高いですね。
めっちゃ高いと思います。
And B, if you have a deck that is 34% of day one,
ちなみにトップ8多分1人入ってるはずですね。
it's hard for it to have a great day. Like, there's going to be a lot of infighting.
かもしれないです。ピクシー VS デーモンもありますよ、決勝。借り尽くして
文句カワウソの屍の上に立つ両者。
期待したいですね。
最後に立つのは誰かと。
案外ちょっと分かんなくなってきましたね。
いや確かにちょっとコメント欄でありましたけど、ちょっとオーバーロードってなったんですけど、オーバーロードはちょっと鳴りを潜めましたか。この環境は。
Yeah, we're just talking about different decks. I don't know if we're waiting for a match to finish
環境として言うとかなり早いゲーム展開を要求されるようになったので、そうですね。豆の木大主みたいな動きってちょっと前の環境だったらもう最強ムーブだったんですけど、まあこの今の環境でやると、特に後手なんかでそれやってると下手したらもう会社死んでるみたいなパターンがまあ結構あったりすると、なるとなかなか厳しいと。部分はあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
そこが減ったのが黒タンデーモンが勝ち上がってきた要因に絡んでるかもしれないです。黒タンデーモン使ってて豆の木大主って動かれたら多分投了レベルにきついっていうことなんですけど、そういったデッキって多分勝たないよねみたいなとこも踏まえて、勝ちやすいところにしっかり勝ってる黒タンデーモンがまあガッと来てるよと、このメタゲームの流れを読んでの選択だったんじゃないかなと考えると素晴らしいですよね。
テーマはずっとこの草場の陰から
こう大割いなくなんないかな、いなくなんないかなチラッチラッって
いけるっていう、
今や遅すと待っていた
がちょっと死滅した時にデーモンがガッ
It seems pretty hard to beat him at the moment.
部屋閉じこもってたデーモンがずっと
扉開けて、
確かにダスクも部屋だからな隠れてたか。
大主怖えとか
怖いからね。
豆の木伊豆投了みたいな時、無限にあったんで、その一角がちょっと出てきたっていう。
いやー面白い。今まではダスクモンの大主たちがブンブン言わせてたのに、タルキールさんのこのちっちゃい刀、
豆の木散々悪さしたから、まあそろそろ一回落ち着いてもらって、
プロツアー取りましたからね。
そうですね。
豆の木に呪いのなんか彫り物とかされてますね。
担当で
ガリガリガリガリガリ。
そう。あの豆の木で何人の相手を殺してきたか。
だからまあ豆の木ファンの方からしてみたら、もしかしたらちょっと担当にヘイトが今向かってるから、
ちょっとかもしれないですね。このカード使いたいんだけどね、置いたら開始の打点がやばいんだけどみたいな。
そうだよな。いやじゃあこうなってきたらなんとなくですけど、まあ赤の速いデッキが まあ、上位にいながら、まあ、ただ1位通過がデーモンで、まあ、過関係が1位通過だったらずっと先行ですもんね。
そうですね。
Alright, it sounds like I have a moment, so I'm going to run to the bathroom chat. I'll be right back. It'll be way more comfortable if I do that. So, BRB.
狙うこの
確かに
2回、勝たないといけないというところで、まあ、相当先手欲しいですね。めちゃめちゃ欲しいですよね。
めちゃくちゃ欲しい。いや、これでどうなっていくかというところです。はい。豆の木 ORG で遅いと言われる世紀末環境。
世紀末あ、おかしいな。ちょっと前のプロツアー優勝してるんですけどね。
そうですよね。チャンピオンデックなんですけど。いや、じゃあこうなってくると、このね、チャンピオンズカップファイナル以降、ちょっと黒タン系のデッキもちょっと MTG アリーナとかで遊ぼうかなって思ってる人らは、
まあ使うのも全然いいと。
それが増えて、まあ逆にその果敢が少し減ったりすると、今度はさっきあれ豆の木呪い解けたみたいな感じで、また豆の木デッキがね、
部屋開けて
豆の木は部屋開けて
部屋開けてニョキニョキニョキ
ズワーって
来たか
ズワー
ちょっと部屋にこもってるけど今ズワー出番ないから
っていうね。
化け物オワルジって化け物がカワウソ怖いなって
カワウ
ソ怖い。
面白いですけどね。
いや、十分アートすごい迫力だけどな、ミストムーは。
いや全然カワウソ怖い。
カワウソとか文句の群れの前にね。
Alright, I'm willing to do it. I'm going to refresh Melee. Let's find out what's going on here.
オワルジ、これとね、この
Yeah, table 5 is not reported yet. So I am guessing that we are going to eventually see this. On table 6, Mono Red got it done. Table 7 went to Riku. Jesus. Table 8 went to Riser. You love to see it.
カワウソを選んでいただける。
はい、だからこれで
Table 9
マ
is
ジックプレイヤーか
demons.
プレイヤーじゃないかを見分ける。
一番強いのどれだ。
どれだ。
カワウソを
10
間違いなく
prowess, 11 prowess.
今の環境だったら
今はね、今は間違いなく。まあそういうふうにね、メタゲームが回りうると。
Alright, so these are the results so far, and table 5 has yet
今
to
は
be
豆の木ダメか
determined.
もしれないけど、黒タンデーモン勝ったら豆の木強いってまたなりますからね。
このメタのね、メタゲームの移り変わりが非常に楽しいですし、そこをね、どういうふうに変わっていくか。
Yeah, so the situation was that tables 4 and 5 are win and top 8, and then we think tables like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and maybe 12, depending on how the tiebreakers work out. So I think 6 through 11 are probably win and Pro Tour, or maybe 6 to 10 are win and Pro Tour, and then 11 and 12 are win and tiebreakers and Pro Tour. Kimura probably has good enough tiebreakers that even though he lost, he will still make the Pro Tour. This match on table 5 is highest stakes possible. Yeah, this is the last round of Swiss. So I think the winner of table 5 will definitely make the top 8, and I believe the loser of table 5 will wind up 17th and the first person not to make the, or maybe 18th and the first person not to make the PT. And that match is still going on. Okai has been pretty slow. He's usually the last match to finish. I don't totally understand why, but so our belief is that, or at least maybe I shouldn't say belief, my hope is that that match is being recorded, since it obviously matters a lot, and that we are going to get to see it once it is done. But right now we just have commentators cracking packs and waiting for an announcement as to what's going on. But we'll have this match finish, and then there'll be a break for a little bit as the top 8 gets a bit of paperwork done, and then we'll get down to business of the quarterfinals. And spoilers for other people in chat, Olsen here is going to be joining me as a co-host for the top 8. My voice desperately needs it, so thank you very much in advance. But for right now, we wait to see what happens with Table 5 and what happens with the stream. I'm not sure if we are going to get to see this match. I'm hoping that we will. Yeah, that works. That works perfectly. Take your time. Yeah, so you look at the players that made the Pro Tour. It was, what? Prowess. That's 4. 5. I think Kimura is fine. 6. 7, 8. I think 8 of the 16 are going to wind up being Prowess. Assuming that Ozawa's tiebreakers are good enough to overcome Huma's. Which, I mean, they were at the end of round 11, so probably they were at the end of round 12. So 50% Prowess, yum. And also 1, 2, 3, 4. Only going to be 4 of the top 8. So 50% of the top 8, 50% of the top 16. Though Keisuke Naito must be playing Corey Steelcutter, right? In the mono red deck. Oh no, he's playing mice. He's playing the mouse package. Then the other decks are mono red, Orzhov Pixie, Demons, 3 of the like potential foils for this Prowess deck, and then 1 of the Teamer Prowess list, which is not that similar to the Is It ones. There's some other stuff going on. There's no Swift Spears, no Drake Hatchers, no no Slickshot Show-Offs. It's just Hearth Elemental Questing Druid as the creatures. Or chat favorite Hirami. I do like Hirami's list a lot. I would like to see it one more time. So at least I'm hoping that we get to see it on Time Walk here, but it would also be nice if he could just win his match. Are they trying to figure out if the art like lines up or something? I don't think it quite does. It would be kind of brutal if Table 5 winds up not IDing, unintentionally drawing. That would throw a wrench into things. Then I don't know if Kimura would be the one to benefit from that, or if it would be Wada or Kumagai. But they would like draw themselves actually out of everything. Because we think the loser on 25 will not make the Pro Tour, but I believe if they both wind up on 26, neither makes the Pro Tour. Yeah, that is true. The longer this goes on, the less likely it is that there's a Time Walk match. It is 16 slots. So all of these people who won on 24 points are now on 27. I think they are the people who... I think it's going to be a bunch of 27s that get the PT slots. And the question is just which 27s. Oh, another Verdant Catacombs. Not as nice as the one that Akira Asahara opened earlier today. That red sleeved one. Yeah, they get that one double sleeve. Put that in a top loader. They cracked one of these like dragon scale fetch lands. We think it's like somewhere between $200 and $275 if you want to purchase one of those yourself. Pretty looking Magic card, put it that way. Turning audio on for another second to see if I can hear what's going on. This is the only match that is not recorded.
このね、ハッシュタグキャンペーンちょっと消化しましょうかね。
いいですね。Go over the retweeting campaign.
やつも来てるんですか？そっちか。ありがとうございます。X キャンペーンやってるんです。皆さんこちら@MTGJP をフォローしてハッシュタグ私のマジック推しドラゴンをつけてあなたの好きなドラゴン投稿してください。
みんないるでしょ。
いるでしょということで、抽選で1名で先ほどのまあフェッチが結構出るんですよね。
結構出ますね。
朝原さん曰く。
本当はそんな出ない気がするけど、まあ
意外と出る。
I see. That's why they were talking about. We've seen a bunch of random dragons on stream so far today. It's because this Twitter campaign is at. If you were to send a post at MTGJP and include this hashtag and say what your favorite dragon is, one lucky person is going to win a Tarkir Dragonstorm booster collector booster box. I am guessing that is only open to people in Japan, but I mean, who knows?
じゃあ自分のやつ言っていいですか？そのジムリーダーハヤトさんのライハのシステムのやつって読みました？まだ読んでないですか？
ライハの読んでる4044のやつですよね。それも好きなんだよな。僕の好きな
ドラゴンライハの姿勢当日頑張ってプロモ版4枚集めたのはいい思い出。プロモ版があるんです。
ありましたねライハの姿勢。
And I think some of the dragons that we've seen are people who are actually tweeting this and saying what their favorite dragons are.
通常と違う？
ちょっと違うです。はい、なんかフルアートっぽいやつです。
あ、これはなんか通常ですね。これパッと出てきますね。
That's a nice one too, Thunderbreak region.
3点ダメージ誘発で与えるっていう。
当時ね、当時も強かったですかね。
Oh, we're getting the top 8 announcement, so I guess that means this match is over. Oh no, they drew. They drew.
10勝2敗、8ポイント、30ポイント。大谷和孝さん。
Unbelievable.
波をかき分けてやっ
ぱデーモンなんだよな。
Maybe one of them makes the PT. I guess we'll see when the round 12 standings are posted, but I kind of think that it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Maybe one of them does make the PT, but it's It's a coin flip. What were the tiebreakers going into this? Okai was 62.5 and Hirami was 61.8. So it was within 1%. I think there's a reasonable chance that it could go either way. Alright, so let's listen to hear who is actually in 8. It is Wada. Mono Red has snuck in as the final person in the top 8. Wow. Well, enjoy your additional $300 at the very least. That was pretty lucky. Crazy.
結局半分イゼット何回っていう。
そうですね。
まあ半分で済んでよかったみたいな感じですからこれ。はい。さあここで。 な勝つな。
堀さんすごいですね。
堀さんすごい。黒田さんがね、いよいよタイトル。
Well, I hope you like aggro.
ね。はい。
Because that's what we're gonna get.
はい。
ああ、こっち見てる。
やばいやばい。
大丈夫？映してるこれ。
So in order, it was Saito was the highest of the 24s, then Shimizu, and then Wada. So probably Shimizu, if he had won, would have taken 8th, but the fact that he lost let Wada in. I assume that Wada was like, I don't know, approximately 1% to make, maybe less than that, 0.5% to make top 8. Cal, here's the site. Oh, there we go. We do now have everything. Dimir got 16th. You love to see it. So yeah, they actually reversed. Oh, by so little. Here's Hirami, who snuck in at 60.84, and then Okai was 60.78. It is insane that they drew. Though, Okai is quite slow. Hiromi had 2 draws, one of them was an ID. Maybe not the best ID, but I mean, he did have a win in. I don't think he could have expected to draw against a Prowess deck. Okai was often the last person to finish. Alright, so I'm going to get the deck list ready in a minute. I'm going to get my co-host ready in a minute. We'll be back with the top 8. Probably at about the top of the hour is my guess. So, hang out for a little bit, chat. We will have live Magic to watch in about 15 to 20 minutes. Alright, so we have Demons versus Mono Red as the 1 versus 8 matchup. Then everything else should be Prowess, basically, right? Prowess in the hands of Akira Shibata. That's 5. Then we have 2 Masashiro Kuroda. Prowess against Pixie in the hands of Yasutaka Nagao. And then 3 is Makoto Horiuchi playing Prowess against Prowess. I asked on Twitter how many copies of Corey Steelcutter would make the top 8, and the answer turned out to be 16. I mean, it could be worse, really. Alright, there we go. Let me make this a little bit thinner. Yeah. Then I could put this here. Like that. How's that? was good until I tried to scroll just a tiny bit. Yeah, two people playing Delirium making it is awesome. Oh yeah, you're right. The Gruul aggro deck is not actually mice. It is Delirium. Cool. GG.
ここで
いいですともつって
組みますか。私も力つけましたし。
喋り方そんななんですか。
Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Let me get myself some tea, and then we will analyze the decks a little bit.
感があったから。
いや、そう封印されてる感じちょっと。
It's time to switch to the non-caffeinated tea, incidentally.
あ、なるほどですね。いや、
全然適当に喋ってるんで。
そうですよ。これは本当
大丈夫です。伝わってますよ。
はい、一個人のね。こんなんでしょう。
個人の感想です。
感想です。
かっこ個人の感想です。
はい。さあここでじゃあ先ほどトップ8のね、発表の前にちょっとお話ししたライハの失勢のね話もあったりとかありましたけど、プロモカード。ライハの失勢のプロモカードとかって出るんですかね。出ない？
いやどうだろうな、データあるかな。ギリギリありそうな気も。
そうなんですよね。
ライハの失勢がね。
はい、っていうのがあって、こういったプロモカードはね、アート違いっていうのはこだわってくるとね、キリがないですからね。
いやそうですね。
だいぶ求めちゃいますけど、なんかアートこだわったカードってありますか、自分の持ってるもので。
どうだろうな。結構ある気はするんですけど、
カード
何が一番好きだったか
な。浅原さんとかありました？そのアートこだわりみたいな。脅迫はこの絵柄じゃないと。
ああ、よく言われますね。
はい、言ってましたよね、それね。
まあそれはウルザブロック。
やはり
サーガの
ウルザブロック系かな。アイスエイジとかもいいんですよね。もう古いところ、古いとこで攻める。
歴史を叩きつけていく感じ。
そう考えると今日フィーチャーマッチで選択ってめちゃくちゃプレイされてましたけど、インベージョンの選択使ってる人少なかった気がしますね。割とみんなドミナリアとかイクサランの新しい選択が多かったかなって。なんかそういうのやっぱちょっと古いの使って古参アピールしたくなっちゃう。
わかりますわかります、めっちゃわかります。
インベージョンのオプトはいいなとか言いながら打ちたくなっちゃいます。
だから自分もそのマジック始めた時にカード色はあったんですけど、その時はまあ普通に黒枠だったんですけど、なんか白枠のカード使ってる人がいて、何その白枠、枠が白かっこいいって勝手になっちゃいましたからね。
ありますね。主練7班のやつ使ってる人は結構いたんで、主練とかに今ね白枠で打ってる人いましたよね。いろいろ選べるから。
そう、アートよりだから主練のおしゃ主練ありましたよね。
ボーダーレスっていうかフルアートのやつね。あれもいいんです。
アーティスティックな
やつ。
おしゃ主練
ありますよ。
はい、アート今たくさん多いですからね。
そう、普通にボーダーレスがあってショーケースがあって、なんならそのシークレットレアとかもあったりするんで、本当にカード1枚だけにしてもなんか5種類とか6種類とかから全然選べるみたいなのあるんでね、本当に皆さん好きなアートを見つけて、
そうですよね。
好きなんだろうな、デッキをねこうカスタマイズしていくのも楽しい部分ですからね。
最近私モダンのストーム組んでるんですけど、発熱の儀式ってあるじゃないですか。シークレットレイヤーだったかな。
あります。
ヤヤバラードが出てるやつがあって、あれめちゃめちゃ欲しくて、あれで揃えたりとか、やっぱりその自分の好きなデッキの中にあるさらにその構成パーツであったりとか、好きなカードってやっぱりその特殊絵柄であったりとか、自分の好きなのにね、浅田さんみたいに最も古い初期のバージョン、ファーストバージョンに合わせたいものもあれば、特殊バージョンとか、フレームレスで揃いたいみたいなの結構あったりしますよね。
そうですね。
いや、そうなんですよね。なんか大メダル系も、最近の大メダルのデザインもいいんですけど、やっぱ昔の大メダルも
茶色のね、
大メダルって
渋い
テンペストのやつですか。
そう、テンペストの
昔の、
そうです。ルビーメダリオンとか。
そうです。
メダリオン系。
あれも、いや、これどっちにしようかな。しかも自分その統合ソフト社で使ってるんで1枚しか入れられない。
ああ、なるほど。
どっちの後にしようかなみたいな。めっちゃ迷うんですよね。
テンペストにしましょうよ。
テンペストにやはり。
テンペスト世代としては。テンペスト最高だったんです。
本当かっつって、本当に世代なのかちょっと
そうですね。テンペスト経験ないんだけど。確かに、マジックやコメントもありましたけど、土地で悩むっていうのもね。
ベーシックなんかもうこだわり出したらきりないですからね。
きりないですから。 揃える、やっぱ揃えたい派ですか、それともいろんな土地を入れたい派ですか。
いや僕揃えてました。アンステーブルの土地めっちゃ好きなんですよ。縁がないデザインで、最初なんか絵柄見た時はそこまで好きじゃなかったですけど、実物手に取った瞬間もうなんかときめいちゃってめちゃくちゃかっこいいなって。アンステーブルのベーシックランドで紙は結構揃えてたりしますね。
なんか不思議っすよね、その斉田さんがおっしゃった通り、なんか画像とか画面で見るのと手に取ってこうやって見るのなんか違
うんですよね、本当に。
あれ何なんだろうな。アンシリーズの基本土地好きも
アングルードとかもね、人気高いですからね。
アンヒンジド、
アンヒンジド、そうそうそう。
アンヒンジドは私も大好きですね。
はいはい。結構アンヒンジドの土地島結構人気な気がしますよね。いやこういったものこだわりとかもねいろいろマジック出せますから。はい。さあまあそういったところでこだわりのというか好きなドラゴンっていうところなんですよ。こっちにも見ていいですか、これ。なんか気になるのありました？ど
うぞどうぞ。
いいですか？
はい。
じゃ石川さんからぜひもう一つぐらい
と出したいです。
ドラゴンありましたら。
石川さんの好きなのでいいんですよ別に。
ドラゴンどれもかっこいいんですよね。じゃあちょっと若めのドラゴン。
若めドラゴン。
はい。
何ですか。
角豆腐さんからいただきました。個人的に赤は好みの色じゃないことが多く、推しドラゴンも少ないんだけど、黄金花のドラゴン。
いや黄金花のドラゴン本当にいい。
はい。だけは57のアールドゥンの典型がつながるのが美しすぎてめちゃくちゃ使ってたと。多分あの時期が過去1でスタンダード遊んでたかもと。
おお、なんかそこまで思い入れがあるっていう。やっぱ好きなカードを使えるスタンダード環境ってめちゃくちゃ遊んじゃいません？い
や本当そう。
楽しいですよね。好きなカードがその強いデッキで使えるみたいなところって。
そうですね。で黄金かアールンドのこの時代って高橋さんがワールド取った時ぐらいでしたっけ？
そうです。イゼットでワールド優勝された時黄金かのドラゴンを使ってらっしゃいましたね。
オンラインだというやつですよね。
そうです
オンラインで。
これは日本人マジックプレイヤーとしてもね結構思い出のあるカード環境だと思います。高橋さんのねドラマティックな勝ち方はもう後世に語り継がれるぐらいのドラマでしたからね。
浮かびますもん。もう決定した瞬間の顔。いやもう本当に
すごかったよな。
100回ぐらい見ましたね。もういろんなもので使われてますからね。
だってちょっとしたそのゲームコンテンツ扱うようなテレビ番組とかにも紹介されたりとか、
そうですね、
したぐらいですから、ドラフトで全然この後どうやって勝つねんって言ってたらもう構築でも破竹のなんか11連勝か13連勝とかしてたんですよね。
そうですね。ドラフト0-3してそこから全部勝って
優勝みたいな感じでしたね。
なんかいつも構築全勝してるイメージある。リミテッドは負けてるイメージあるけど。
だって勝った時高橋さんもなんか本当に勝ったみたいな。
I'm looking up the top 8 players, and it looks like the 6th seed Masataka Hori lost in the finals of the previous RC. So that qualified for, I think, PT Final Fantasy, which has not happened yet. I don't think. Maybe this one that qualified for Chicago, but that would have been a pretty fast turnaround. I think it qualified for the one after Chicago. And in any case, he has a qualification. So I think that means that the two people that drew in the 16th and 17th place are both going to make the PT. So it's possible that they decided that there was no point in Dream crushing one of the others.
このターンに戦場に入れたあなたがコントロールしているクリーチャー一体がダメージを与えるなら代わりにそれはその2倍の点数のダメージを与えるという高結者も2倍になるからすごいですね。なるほど。
4倍と
こういったワンショットロマン
ありますね。
ちょうど20点なのかなこれでいうと。
このドラゴンもありますよと。あとさらに、ちょっとねマジックの中でもこれ結構コメント欄でも話題になりましたけど、これ柴山茜さんからいただきましたね。一度マジックから身を引いていたんだけど先輩からいただいたこれが僕の再びプレインズウォーカーの火を宿らせたのでしたと。そのカード ベロマカスロアホールド。
ベロマカスロアホールド、名前がまずかっこいいんですよね。
ベロマカスロアホールドと、こちらのカード。
イラストめっちゃかっこいいですもんね。
かっこいい。
これね、
この人の一応これ学長とかなんでしたっけ、その作った創設者
みたいな感じだったと思いますね。
はいはいはい。
学園創設者みたいな感じなんですか。なんかこれを釣るデッキみたいなのあったような気が。
ありました
ありましたありました。
当時使われてたんですよ、ロアホールドね。いや踏み倒して使ってたなっていうコメント来てますね。ちょっと重いんでね、ズルして出すのに最適みたいな立ち位置でしたよね。
タイムワープかなんかするんでしたっけ。タイムワープかなんかコスト踏み倒してもう一回もう一回もう一回みたいな感じのデッキがあったような気がしますね。
それこそストリックスヘイブンなので、カルドハイムのアルンドの典型あたりが一緒に使える時のタイミングっていうことですもんね。
いやいや、これはちゃんと令和ドラゴンもやっぱ
令和ドラゴンは画像出ますね。ボガーダンヘルカイト画像出んのかな。
ボガーヘルね、さっきすみません、僕選ばせていただいて、アイコニックマスターズで再録してるので、そっちの方タイムスパイラルは多分出ない。
なるほど、昔アートは出てこない。
欲深きドラゴンは出なかったの。
出なかったですね。
ボガーダン
でも昔のやつですね。
両方出るんですね。アイコニックマスターズと時の螺旋両方とも出るみたいです。ありがとうございますよ、これもね。
もうカード出しのねスタッフの方がマジで本気で出したいっていうので、はい、我々とのその戦いになってるんですけど、なんかねいろいろ出せるやつ、
出せないやつだとこういっぱい思い浮かぶんですけどね。
気になりドラゴンあります？
ライトニングドラゴンとか好きでしたけどね。
サーガの？
ライトニングドラゴン？
サーガのですよね。
多分
エコーついてるやつ。
わからん。
ライトニングドラゴンはもうドラゴン界でもトップ10に入る。
いや入りますね。めちゃかっこいいドラゴン。
出るエコードラゴンって言われて
る。全小学生が欲しがったと言われる伝説の。
あとシバドラね、シバンドラゴン。渋山のドラゴン。
はいはいはい。
あれ再読されてない？再読されまくってそうなイメージ。
多分いますよね。はい。
これはもう有名どころ。
よくあるやつがこれ渋山なんですよね。これ
渋山じゃないですよ。
渋山
のドラゴンらしいです。
渋山か。
はい。
納得いかない感じありますか。
渋山じゃない。
渋山じゃないらしいんですよ。
While we are talking about dragons here, I am going to start the call and get our co-host in for the top 8. So apologies if the volume is all over the place for a moment, chat. I'll try to sort things out.
Hello.
Hey. Welcome. Chat, we are honored to be joined by Przemyslaw Olszewski. And I apologize.
Olszewski, yeah. Great man.
I apologize in advance because I'm sure you know that as someone with a Polish name, people whose native language is English are going to just destroy it every time they try, but
it's fine. You can call me Olsen. That's the easier version for.
You're kind.
Yeah, but one question, because this is in fact the first time that we are speaking in person, let's say. Well, online, but in person. But I don't even know how should I call you. Are you AJ?
Adam is good.
Adam. Okay, great.
But AJ is cool too. That's what my grandfather used to call me. So I'm quite used to it.
Because I was wondering if your entire nickname, like AJ LVI, it's like, is it like one word, and how am I supposed to say it?
Yeah, it was never meant to be pronounced. It is my initials and then the Roman numeral 6, and it comes from like middle school era when I used to. So this is like, I don't know, 1997-ish, where if you signed up for a bunch of different email addresses, you would be able to get like 2 megabytes worth of space on the internet for like hosting websites and stuff. So I would sign up for a whole bunch of different email addresses, which were like AJL1, AJL2, AJL3, and so on, so that I could host a bunch of files.
Got it. That's interesting.
And then for whatever reason, number 6 wound up sticking. Like, I kept that email address going forward, so that became my handle.
That's a very cool story.
Not something that people would necessarily understand if they were born more recently, because like if you have a Google account, you have like 15 gigabytes free or something nowadays. But yeah, it was 2 megs at a time.
Yeah, I was I'm from 95, so
okay.
I was kind of I think I was using the internet back when stuff like that made sense to do.
Sure.
From time to time.
We were pretty early. My dad got us a computer for Christmas in 1993. So I was on the internet. I was like, I don't know, 7 years old. I don't feel like that's how it works anymore. But all right, it looks like we are going to get down to the top 8. So let me ask you really quick before we get there, since we've had this this X campaign that they've mentioned a few times. Do you have a favorite dragon?
Do I have a favorite dragon? Like favorite dragon among all Magic cards, or from the newest set?
No, just among all Magic cards.
Oh.
The answer could be no.
That's a tough one.
It was a tough one for me, and I think I forgot my. I
would have to think about it. I'll check.
All right, we'll come back to you. Oh, so Chifley, have you not seen these sleeves? So one of these 8 players is actually like has a much better Magic career than the other 7 at this point in time, and that person is Masashiro Kuroda. Masashiro Kuroda has won a Pro Tour. He won Pro Tour Kobe 2004, and he is also associated with Big Magic, which is the tournament organizer, and the person on those sleeves is him. And yeah, it is like a mugshot of some sort. It's very strange.
I recognize the name Matsuhiro Kuroda. That's seems like it rings a bell. Seems like someone that might have seen at the PT pairings at one point or another.
Yeah. He has played in many Pro Tours. He has over 100 Pro Tour wins, which is
nice.
It's tough to get to. That's a big milestone.
I recognize the other guy too, I think. The guy on the right.
We saw this person, Yasutaka, play earlier today on camera.
I think he played. I think I know him from the PD scene, or I think I know his face. Like, seems familiar.
I believe that this is going to be his first PT invite, actually.
Okay, then I might be wrong.
A lot of them dress similarly. I will say that.
Okay.
Oh, no. He won 100 matches at the Pro Tour, not 100 Pro Tours. There have been approximately 100 PTs ever. Sorry if I misspoke.
Yeah. I caught that, but I got your intention. But
all right.
Like, yeah.
I will put the deck list in chat.
Okay. So we are. What decks are we playing? Yeah, that's what I want to see. So it's is it Prowess versus, and the second one is Orzhov Pixie. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me pull them up.
Center, I believe that Masashiro tested with a few other people because he is not the only person who had these sleeves, but that is him. It is ridiculous.
He kind of looks like I don't know if you watch or know a lot of anime.
Yeah.
Like there's an old school anime called Great Teacher Onizuka. So he looks kind of similar to the protagonist, even though the protagonist was blonde. So, but like the vibes I'm getting at from the mugshot on his lips is like similar to that one. That was a comedy, mostly comedy anime. So even though it looks grim, it was pretty funny, let's say.
Both players snap off 7 cards, and we get underway with a
Is that not a River Pile Verge, by the way? That's some alternate art. Surely not a Verge.
Yeah, the alt arts are brutal because every one of them has 2 different arts, and one of them is like rare for me. I don't usually see them. I think that was a Spire Buff Canal. I think it was an OTJ Spire Buff Canal.
Out of context, it seems like it has to be the canal. So right off the bat, we have a great opening sequence from Masashiro Kuroda with some Chaser's talent into Cory Steel Cutter. Usually what you want to do is to play something else on turn 2 and then follow up with Cory and immediately trigger it on turn 3. But the pattern that often validates playing Cory Steel Cutter on turn 2 is that if you have a second one that you want to deploy on turn 3 and trigger them both at the same time. However, Kuroda is striking with a sleight of hand, so that means he definitely doesn't have the second Cory.
Right. All right, so what do we have that does trigger? Oh, there actually is. Maybe you just picked it up off the sleight of hand. Yeah. What are we going to do to actually trigger it? Because we can't let this opportunity go to waste.
Probably just play the talent, right? You want to deploy your creatures first and then do all the prowess triggerings. Like I wouldn't call it an issue, right? But one thing that happens in this deck is that given that standard is a very tempo-oriented format when you want to be spending your mana first, because like all the matches get resolved by combat, right? So the thing that you want to be doing that not always happen with Prowess deck is that you want to be playing monsters first, be it talents, Swiss Spear, anything, and then playing your cantrips later. Because your cantrips don't really matter in the early turns. Like sculpting your hand is great, but given that the impact of a single card is quite low compared to other formats, you want to deploy your monster first. So like the perfect sequence from the Prowess deck involves you playing some monsters on turns 1 and 2, like preferably. I think like the best curve from this deck is actually doesn't involve Cory Steel Cutter. It's like play Swiss Spear on turn 1 and double Swiss Spear on turn 2. And assuming all of them stay, right, or maybe just 2 of them, you can, really make use of your cantrips on turn 3.
Note
so here we are seeing stock up being played.
That Masashiro has been sitting on this other Cory Steel Cutter, but did not run it into the temporary lockdown and is not deploying it immediately, and instead is going to try to stock up for a bigger turn.
Yeah, so maybe he actually was able to play it on turn 3 and trigger it, but opted against it, right? So playing that around the lockdown a little bit. Let's see. He plays triple into the Fladma main deck, so he's very well equipped to handle the lockdown at some point, which would bring a crazy amount of power to the battlefield.
Yeah, note that cards like Momentum Breaker or Nowhere to Run are awkward when they come out off of lockdown. Depending on when you play the end of the Floodmaw, you could make them do nothing. So it is definitely possible that Masashiro can prepare for a big turn, even though a lot of his material is currently hiding under the enchantment. Well, Yasutaka has like a pretty reactive hand and does not have any reason to, has nothing to react to right now, right?
I see Lauren there in his hand, one of the cards. What's the card that he's holding up front?
One of the other cards I saw in his hand was Unholy Annex.
Yeah, that's the one that's in the back right now, I think.
Yeah. I don't know if there was a Sun Procure in there. Seems kind of dangerous to play that.
We are resolving an opt.
So so it was Cutter into opt, and here we go for 2. And there's a Nowhere to Run that was the card that was pulled up to the front.
Yeah.
Down goes the new monk.
Okay, so he played a Servalant second main phase, so that's why we have the Drake Hatcher in the graveyard. Now Lauren comes down, destroys the Cory.
That is very nice. Well, if Masashiro is going to lose this game, it's not because of cards.
Stock up.
Looks like we found Hearthfire Elemental and another red card.
Yeah, it looks like Song of Totentans, but it surely is not that.
No, it can't be that. The red cards in the deck are Swift Spear, Burst Lightning, Monstrous Rage. It might have been...
it was a Swift Spear, I think.
Yeah. It was a secret there, Swift Spear. Well, here comes the 1-2. And there goes the Lauren. Chat, now that we've been talking for a couple of minutes, can you just verify that our audio levels are okay? They look okay from my end, but I just want to make 100% sure. Alright, we're going straight in for the Ritual Chamber here. Yasutaka makes the 6-6. Oh, thumbs up from chat, you love to see it. Oh, I should have...
Awesome. I can maybe turn myself up a bit. Can I, like... Chat, can you hear me well? Can you hear my marvelous, deep voice well on your end?
I mean, you sound great to me.
Okay, great.
The 6-6 looked better against some of the earlier Prowess decks that we were watching. Some of them only had access to 2 into the Floodmaw total. Masashiro has... well, he does not have a way to answer it right now. His hand is Burst Lightning and Hearthfire Elemental, but there are 3 to dig towards.
So, like, interesting conversation about the Annex, the Unholy Annex card, is that it was quite popular at the World Championship after the Duskmourn set released. But then after the whole Pixie strategy caught up, and a lot of the decks were running 4 copies of main deck this town and big enough, summoning a 5-mana token, which can be, killed for free with an unsummon, became quite a liability in the format. So people moved against from it. However, now, with the Pixie decks doing so poorly, and Prowess decks, they still play some amount of bounce, but it's not... I would say it's like... It's actually quite a similar amount if you are running 3, right? Because if you're running 3 bounce effects and 8 cantrip effects, then your average bounce to game ratio is about the same as if you are just playing the 4 bounces. That's kind of interesting conversation. But still, I think it's safe to say that there are less bouncing happening in Standard than used to. So maybe it's a good time to be playing the demons. Okay, so now for denotes the power of the Swift Spear, not the amount of Prowess triggers.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Okay. However, regardless if it denotes the power of the amount of triggers, like 1 Monstrous Rage would bring it to above. Okay.
My internal, like, the way I figure this out is if I block and they have Monstrous Rage, my creature dies. It doesn't matter how big the creature is, it just always works that way.
Wait. But if the 1 denoted the power, it shouldn't die, right? Swift Spear plus monster.
It's only 5, right?
5.
I think there was 1 additional Prowess trigger. I think those were actually did represent triggers and not power.
Okay. Got you. Yeah. So even though Nagao answered mostly everything from the opposing side, the amount of stock up that was resolved allowed Kuroda to keep on the pressure.
Okay, but we don't have any gas this turn. There's no Prowess happening. It is just...
So his hand was empty prior to the turn, and he spent the turn just playing the Hearth Elemental and passing. So that means that he probably drew nothing important.
Now Shieldred's going to start digging its claws into this game.
Yeah. I think he'd love to draw the Storm Chaser's talent, right?
Yeah.
Because he has so much mana.
Yeah. He'd be able to cast whatever he wanted out of his graveyard if he found it. All right, the window is closing, though, as we now are starting to unlock Unholy Annexes, and as we do that, we're gaining 4 life.
Yeah.
Is now...
So I think Kuroda maybe he has like 1 turn.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not there. So then the attack for 6 plus 2 annexes plus the Sheldred trigger on the draw step, I think that was already enough to win the game.
Yeah. Like, one thing I've got to note is that these guys played extremely fast. Like, wow, that's impressive. People in the EU are not playing like that.
All right, game 1 goes to the Demons. So now it's time to take a quick look at the sideboards.
Yeah.
What do you expect to see here coming in for the Izzet deck? I feel like the Unable to Screams and the End of the Floodmaw seem pretty reasonable.
I wouldn't. I don't think the Unable to Scream is... I mean, it looks nice, right? Because your opponent is playing this big deck, and some of his monsters are quite sizable. However, he is also running some cards that we haven't seen in that particular game, like Nurturing Pixie and Sunspur Killing, which are, really...
Oh, you make a good point.
They are not only a bad target for the Unable to Scream, but also they are like an answer to the Unable to Scream, right? So if you play the Preacher, your opponent, okay, Unable to Scream it, then you can bring back the Preacher, replay it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I lost track of the fact that Yasutaka is playing Pixie and not Demons. Since he just did a lot of Demon stuff that game. He played 2 Unholy Annexes and a Sheldred.
So the cards that I would probably consider when I'm in Kuroda's seat is definitely Rao the Crackling Quid. It's like the technology that we Prowess players kind of found really good into those decks that they have to focus on answering your stuff early. Right? So you play some monsters, they kill them, and then the board is empty, right? And on an empty board, playing a Planeswalker which has 5 loyalty, and then on the next turn, if you play a bunch of cantrips, gets a lot of more loyalty. It's really difficult for them to deal with, since like in standard, only some people are playing cards like Get Lost, and we see we see one of that in Nagao.
One main, one board. That's it.
Yeah. Another card that I would kind of consider to see Spell Pierce, because it's like even though it's kind of weak into like Shield Red and Preacher of the Schism, it's kind of a great answer to, well, not really great, right? It's a decent answer to Lockdown.
Yeah.
And it's also a great answer to the Demon.
Yep.
However, I think that's not like so obvious, right? So I definitely expect Rao. I maybe expect some Spell Pierce. I maybe expect some Sunspiral Lynxes, given on the fact that you are playing against a Lockdown deck, so you wanna have something that doesn't get killed by Lockdown. I don't expect Unable to Scream. I do expect some amount of Get Out, since it's a card that counters the Shield Red, the Preacher.
Yep.
It's capable of bouncing your talents in a pinch. I do expect some amount of, there's just one into the Floodmaw, and I do expect the Tishana's Tidebinder, right? Because it counters the trigger of the Annex, it counters the trigger of the Lockdown. So that will be my choices for the sideboarding. What do you expect out of the Demon deck?
From the Pixie side?
Yeah. Well, Pixie, not Demons.
Correct. I mean, we have to. I would say we have to hope that the lockdown plan is good, and so then the goal beyond that. So Tidebinder does work on the Annex. It can trigger any activated or triggered ability. It's not great on the Annex because it doesn't turn off the text of enchantments. On the other hand, if your goal is just to stop the 6/6, then it will stop the 6/6.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't use it to like stop the Phyrexian Arena side of it. So I would guess that there are cards like Kutsul's Flanker that are not meant for this matchup, and we could kind of exchange some of those creatures to have access to another couple copies of Lauren. Beyond that, I don't know if we have the room to bring in cards like Duress or Dreams of Steel and Oil.
I think on the draw, I would definitely put in Duresses.
Sure. So you want to have answers to Cutter and Stock Up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So then the Duresses look better than the Dreams do to you? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, the Duress is much stronger than the Dreams.
Yeah.
Especially since Kuroda is, well, he's playing 2 Hearth Elementals, right? So that's the other card that you might be worried about if you are thinking about which discard spell should I bring in.
Sure.
But from our testing, it came out like, well, it's not only our testing. I think it's kind of agreed upon in the community that the Prowess deck kind of enjoys multi-spelling, right? And if you have less material, it's more difficult to double spell.
Sure.
So that the Pixie matchup is kind of, the statistics say that it's great for the Prowess deck. However, the matches that, for example, at my RC, obviously I lost a bunch of matches to Pixie, are the matches where they are playing a lot of Hopeless Nightmares, right? So if they curve like Nightmare into Pixie Nightmare into Fear Nightmare, even though their creatures are not as impressive, you having to discard, like, for example, the card that you are very likely to discard is like your Monstrous Rage, right? Your Burst Lightning, maybe your lands, right?
Discarding the lands hurts, right? Because that really curtails your ability to play more than 1 or 2 spells each turn.
Yeah. And like the technology that we came up with that I see that has failed to catch on was that instead of playing stock ups, we were playing Rends Resolve and Hearth Elementals. And the idea behind that was that if the opponent plays a Hopeless Nightmare and you discard your 3rd land, you obviously are gonna get unlucky enough to never draw the 3rd land and get stuck with the stock ups in your hand.
Exactly.
Whereas if you discard the stock up, obviously the butterfly effect will work, and you'll keep drawing all the lands in the world, right? So we figured that, hey, maybe if you are able to replace the 3-mana draw effect with a 2-mana draw effect, then that whole scenario becomes much easier, right? You just discard the 3rd land, and then you hope you going from there.
I love everything.
But the community kind of collectively disagreed against that, and everybody's playing stock up, which I felt during testing was not the greatest card that you can put into that deck, in spite of it being a really strong standard card. But
it's super powerful, but it is true that most times that we've seen an Izzet player resolve stock up, that's been their whole turn, and it's like it's very tempo negative for a deck that's trying to be really tempo positive.
Yeah, so like the idea we had, like, especially on like 10-3, right? If you play, like, if your hand, let's say you mulligan, right? And your hand is a Swiss Spear, Cory, Lance, and a draw spell, right? Would you rather that draw spell be a stock up or a Rends Resolve?
I mean,
like on 10-3.
Yeah, certainly better for it to be resolved.
Yeah. So obviously games last longer than 3 turns. So it's not like, day and night.
But there are some matchups where whether or not you do something on turn 3 and 4, like something game breaking on turns 3 or 4, will determine whether or not you're able to cross the finish line. All right, first permanent here in game 2 is a Preacher of the Schism, and it is met by a stock up, taking Masashiro's entire turn.
Not necessarily, right? He still has a land to play, right? So he can do something like land, play a Swiss Spear, which would be unable to attack. Okay, so we see the Spell Pierce, and we see the Tishana's Tailminder.
5 spells. So we're not playing another thing this turn.
Yeah. Wait. So he's missing his 4th 9-drop?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's got 10 cards. He's got 5 spells in hand, and he's looking at 5 spells from the stock up.
It's crazy.
And he's sitting on this Ral, but... Oh, no, never mind. One of those cards was, in fact, another Spiral Bluff Canal.
Okay,
I apologize.
okay.
The alt arts got me again.
Okay. So now we see the mythical double trigger when the life totals are equal.
You love to see it.
Yeah. So actually, I think that play might happen in this game. What players used to do in Pioneer, for example, when the demons, sorry, not the demons, the vampires deck was, the most popular deck, was a trick with the sulfur springs, right? So if your opponent has a life total higher of just 1,
right?
Like for example, right now, right, it's 18 to 19. If Nagao deliberately pings himself with his land, he will equalize the life totals again. Okay, he opts against it. Wow.
Oh.
But there's the Tishana's Tidebinder. There's the NTR.
So I believe that both of the triggers are separate for the Preacher of the Schism. So
yeah,
it would have been an interesting question. Which one do you actually want to counter? Presumably the card, but
yeah, but with with how the situation panned out, I think there was only one trigger, right? The Nagao didn't go for the trick that I just described.
Yeah,
maybe
right.
maybe the land that he has it's not a Caves of Koilos.
That bottom card is at Caves of Koilos, I believe.
Okay. So maybe he's unaware of the godly trick. Okay, so he just replays. Oh wow!
Floodmaw, replay it. Floodmaw again, and that should get the board relatively clear for Masashiro to go Ral plus spell here, right?
Oh yeah. I was saying that's gotta stink, right? You're using so many resources just to handle that one preacher, but if you got a Ral backup, that it kind of makes sense. Okay, he pluses.
All right, so we'll make an otter here, and we'll just pass.
Yeah. So Ral,
Vampire doesn't even untap. Vampire just immediately back in the red zone, going after Ral, and it trades for the otter.
So no instant speed prowess triggering. So yeah, I think it's because maybe he's holding the Spell Pierce, right? So he's anticipating a demon play. Okay, no. But we are getting the Preacher back.
All right, so it's Preacher, and now Pixie pick up NTR and pass the turn. Where is this Ral going to end up at the end of this turn? Will it reach double digits?
I don't think so. I think he'll start the turn by minusing it and bring it back to like 5, maybe.
Yeah, okay. That looks like the hand includes several cantrips.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's going for it immediately. One of his cards is Sun Spiralings.
Interesting. Alright, I have to make sure I remember what this thing does. You get an emblem with instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. Holy crap.
And most importantly, you also draw 3 cards.
That's right.
Before that happens. So...
no big deal.
Yeah, the chat is saying, you Ancestral. Well, can you really say it's an Ancestral if it costs so many loyalty? I think we can agree to call it Harmonize, right? It would be more fitting name.
maybe Treasure Cruise. It doesn't actually cost that much mana, but it's like you have to do a lot of setup.
Yeah, that's fine. We can settle for Cruise. Okay, so he's considering the sleight of hand, or maybe he's considering what happens after the sleight of hand.
Considering the plus, we've picked up an extra die. Yeah, we're just gonna make the otter right now. So no emblem this turn, sadly. Storm Chaser's talent, and another otter.
Yeah.
I guess we're really just trying to set our defenses up.
Wait a minute.
Ral should have picked up a...
Because it might be just a Prowess, or it might be non like instant sorcery. I think it's just like a normal prowess. Okay, so they allowed.
Yeah, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter on Ral.
Mm-hmm.
So the hand is Spell Pierce, Floodmaw, Sunspire Links, Sunspine Links rather, and 2 lands. I think that's what I saw.
No. The one of the lands, it's Floodmaw. Yeah, like.
Yeah. I think it's
Floodmaw, Pierce, land, links.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
cards.
That's what I see. I agree.
Yeah. So that's actually interesting. I think I would consider going down on Ral on that turn.
Sure. I guess with the Floodmaw, our hope is that we can just keep Ral at a high number, and but we're not going to stop the Pixie from attacking it.
Yeah. That's why I would minus, right? So like, you're probably not going ultimate, and you're probably going minus on the next turn, regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
And that Pierce looking really bad right now.
Yes, it is.
Even how the game playing out, but maybe it will find its spot.
I wonder if the 2 Unholy Annexes are still in Yasutaka's deck. We've seen some of the Demons players side them out against Prowess. I don't know if the Pixie player has the same feeling.
Yeah.
Obviously, you would still rather have Spell Pierce in to try to mess with Lockdown, or a turn that involves like picking up and replaying Lockdown can often require a lot of mana.
Mm.
But it doesn't look great in this game. I'll say that.
Yeah, so like the games with Ral, they feel much different from the games that you don't draw Ral, right? So if you don't draw Ral, then you have to raise, attack, and stuff. And if you have Ral, you essentially just can buckle up and put up your defenses and let the Planeswalker carry you. So it's there's kind of this weird tension between the options you have, right? Because you can either make your deck super reactive post board, with all the spell pierces and like some decks use like some cards that handle the big monsters, like for example the Scorching Shot, and then you can remove the cards like Monstrous Rage from your deck because they require you to have creatures. But then you open your hand, right, and it's like Spell Pierce, some removal spell, and Tishana's Tidebinder and a land, right? And that's a. And then you draw cantrips that go into more cantrips. Sometimes the games can go a bit weirdly.
Okay, it does remember. There's so many game actions that you have to take when you cast a non-creature spell. I'm always afraid that he's going to forget to put the loyalty on Ral.
Yeah. Especially since he's putting the token on the battlefield
first
before the...
Yeah.
Which should not be the order. Well, I guess they are just shortcutting stuff.
Alright, so 2 otters can attack. They both have 1 prowess trigger so far.
Yep.
We're going to find out how Restless Fortress works. I do not believe we have the mana to activate it. It's 4 mana to turn it into a 1/4. I mean, we can make it tapped, I guess.
Yeah, like we can respond to a opposing momentum breaker.
Yes.
To save our normal creatures.
Wow.
So there is the Unable to Scream. So I was mistaken.
You convinced me. I forgot what we were playing against. I did not think that Unable to Scream looked great, but I mean, it looks good on this turn. It's going to enable an attack for 6.
Yeah.
And we know that there's a Nowhere to Run. I'm assuming that this is in response to Prowess.
Yeah.
But in any case, Yasutaka now takes 3 and goes to 18. And we will take this opportunity to tap out and pick up a stock up.
Yeah, seems so.
Totally reasonable.
Like the card that is looking great in this match is the... obviously it's Ral, right? The entire game is about Ral. But also the Preacher, right?
Yeah.
It ate what? Like 3 into the Floodmaws.
That's
it
right.
Ate Tidebinder and it ate Unable to Scream. That's like, it's crazy. 5 different things.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, the unable to scream is really only a temporary answer.
Yeah.
I believe that card at the front of Yasutaka's hand is in fact a Sunspire Kirin.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's considering whether he should be picking up the NTR or the Preacher, right? Those are the two options.
And it's somewhat close. You're just never going to be able to get the otters under control, though. Ral can just make a new otter every turn. We could also take the approach of do nothing. Getting an extra 2-power flyer on the battlefield does seem somewhat relevant if your goal is to try to check Ral. We know that Masashiro has a second one, though.
Yeah, that was the card that would incentivize you not to play the Kirin.
Wow, so Lockdown actually a clean answer to Unable to Scream as well, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking about when we discard the card. But I guess there's just no other option in your deck, right?
Yeah.
Like, we used to play the Scorching Shot in our RC deck list to avoid the situation just like that. And we also were running a card called Ringing Strike Mastery for the newest limited set.
Sure. Duress. Oh, that's going to find the stock up and the backup Ral.
Yeah.
Which one do we want to take? It is the stock up.
So, interesting enough, when you are not attacking... Well, when you are attacking a Planeswalker, you get nothing from Preacher, right? So that's why we are not seeing either a card being drawn or a vampire token being made. So that's also really brutal, right? The Ral is so great into the Preacher.
Yasutaka played Momentum Breaker, and Masashiro was like, wait, what? It doesn't do anything. It makes you sacrifice a creature or vehicle, not a Planeswalker.
Yeah. It also... Well, I know, I don't know if you're joking. Like, it does something, right?
Yes.
It discards the card. Okay.
That's right.
So what? He kept the backup Ral? What was the...
Yeah, that's right. He kept the backup Ral and let the Sunspine Links go.
Okay. But interesting enough, I think the Ral has remained on 6 loyalty. So I think the attack was actually going face.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so they
that was worth the card, right? So it's the first trigger does matter. You have to attack the player with the most life. But wait, wasn't Yasutaka ahead? He must not have been. I think it was 18 to 17.
No. Yeah. So he goes down to 17, right?
Yeah.
Drawing the card, attacking face, and then dealing 2. So
yeah, that's right. It was 18 to 17, and now it's 17 to 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, chat has my back. Right on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah, chat is saying that chipping Ral with a 2-power creature is a waste of time. I kind of agree with that, right? Like, drawing a card is probably a bit better.
There was another opportunity there to use Caves of Koilos, and Yasutaka either didn't see it or declined. Because he was 1 point ahead when he attacked.
The Painland trick is like giga advanced magician trickery, so I can't blame him. Okay, so the Preacher actually draws a card if you attack Planeswalker, so I was mistaken, chat. I'm sorry.
We're considering pitching the backup route. Interesting. Alright, what's coming? It is Lynx. This is going to do a ton of damage.
Both players.
Yeah.
And then probably the Elemental is coming down?
Yep.
Okay, but...
We're going to actually Stoke Genius.
Yeah, Stoke Genius. Okay, so he discarded the cards from the Raw's activation. And then he emptied his hand after that and played 2 monsters.
It's a pretty strong turn.
Yeah.
Amusingly, one of the
damage on 2 big monsters.
One of the reasons to play this Orzhov deck instead of Esper is that you're a little bit better against the links, but not the way this draw has worked out. I think Yasutaka just took 7.
Yeah.
Here comes the Apocalypse.
So here is the cockroach, as we all call her in Poland.
Alright, draw, take 2, go to 8.
Okay, so no attacks. Trigger Shield Red. With so many bounce effects being used already, I don't think Kuroda has many answers to that lockdown, or Shield Red for that matter, because those are the same answers. It's an interesting game. Mark J. Hello, Mark J.
Happy to see you, Mark. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, Yasutaka did blow a tire. One of his sleeves seems to have busted. We have gotten it replaced. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Masahiro's interaction plan is really based around Into the Flood Maw. That's the only way to deal with like an X5, basically. And we've had to use a bunch of them to try to stop Preacher from running all over the battlefield. We're now down to just 2 lands in hand. Ral can't minus because it would kill Masashiro.
Well, it wouldn't, right? He would have stayed on 2.
Yeah, then he would be dead on his next draw step, right?
Yeah.
It would have really turned the screws. I guess now we can consider something like just chump attack with Restless Fortress at some point. Like there's a secret extra drain for 2 on the battlefield somewhere.
It's not so secret.
Yeah, not this turn, but it is a play that is available to Yasutaka. So Masahiro has to keep track of. He's actually got 2 less life than it looks like. Shieldred is also going to have to be blocked.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. So he would be dead.
Yeah,
Okay,
if Ral had minused, he would just be dead to the Restless Fortress.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay, so I think that locks up the game for Nagao. Because the NTR handles the token, the Momentum Breaker handles the House Elemental, and now this Preacher is attacking, going face. Going card, gaining life, assuredly.
Yep, so we've gone down to 10, now we're going up to 12, I guess, maybe not.
So I think Stock Up is the card that needs to be drawn here.
Yeah. Now we've drawn Monastery Swiftspear. Oh, that's true.
So
no life gain because of links. Good point.
Oh, yeah. Chad is on top of us. Chad, we love to see you guys.
Man, there's a lot of text in all these damn cards.
Yeah. When we say something stupid, then just don't hesitate. Just write in chat. Well, at least I am. I think Adam is also looking at the chat.
Oh, yeah. Correct me where I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, so...
But yeah,
we are here with you.
Sheldred was good to its name. It was the Apocalypse.
Yeah. So Nagao Yasutaka wins the match against a renowned pro, as we just discussed before it all happened.
It looks like one of the other matches is done. I'll bring this up in a second, but our 1 seed, Kazutaka Oya, playing Demons, has defeated Mono Red. And we just watched Yasutaka playing Pixie defeat Prowess. So we've got 2 other matches still going on. One is Mono Red against Prowess, and one is Prowess against Prowess.
Mm-hmm. So I think in Prowess against Prowess, well, it depends on the version, right? Yeah. I wanted to say something unfunny like, well, I hope the Prowess wins. But, it depends on the version, right? The breakout card that I think a lot of players have picked up since the European RC is Drake Hatcher. That card is crazy good in the mirror.
And actually,
it's one of the cards. Yeah.
Looking at the lists, Makoto has 4 Drake Hatchers main.
4 Drake Hatchers main. That's crazy. And we are jumping into their match.
Yeah. So I'll put these 2 lists in chat. So here's Makoto, and then his opponent's Masataka. Confusingly, which name winds up first, especially in Asian cultures, can be kind of random. But the given names are Makoto and Masataka.
Yeah, I'm using the first name on Melee. I think it's like,
Yeah, so Makoto's list is 4 Drake Hatcher, 4 Hearth Elemental, 2 Swift Spear, 0 Slick Shot.
Yeah. And funnily enough, he's still playing the 3 Monsters Rage, right? Even though
Yeah.
that card kind of loses a bit of value if you are playing
Yeah, that's right.
less of those creatures. But the Monsters Rage is like, it's the main combo. It's like Splinter Twin of the matchup with the Drake Hatcher, right? So
Yeah.
the idea, you probably all know it, but I'm gonna describe
No,
it.
please do, please do.
Yeah. So the idea is that you play the Drake Hatcher on like any turn, like hopefully on turn 2, but it can be any other turn. And then you attack, and then you play the Opt, or well, you play anything to trigger the first Prowess, right? So the Drake Hatcher goes up to 2 power, and then you play Monsters Rage, which is plus 3 power, and then plus another Prowess trigger. So the Drake Hatcher becomes a 6 power trample creature, and then, for each point of damage, it gets 1 counter.
Yeah.
And for each 3 counters, it can create a Windrake, essentially. So you play the Hatcher, and then you play Rage, Opt, and then all of a sudden you're attacking for 6, and you are creating 2 Windrakes, which, if your opponent is playing a Slickshot Show-Off, or a Sunspearl Kirin, or a Nurturing Pixie, those Windrakes are crazy good sometimes. Okay, so here...
Looks like when we came into this game, the life totals were 20-2, and Masataka was able to get enough together to get over the line. So we're going to now see a game in full with Makoto on the play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see game 3 in a minute.
Okay, by the way, Adam, you surely know that. How many PT slots were given out in this tournament? 16?
16.
Okay, great.
And it in fact went down to 17th place because one of the people who was in the top 8, actually the person that we're watching here, Masataka, has a PT invite. They actually lost the finals of the previous Japanese RC.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that actually even one of the world slots might pass down, depending on how far Masataka gets. But he's out for revenge.
Do they also get 2 world slots?
Yeah, Japan has 2 world slots.
Okay. Because I know, like, for example, in South America, I think they only have 1 world slot.
That's correct, yeah.
They only have, like, 8 invites. Only the top 8 makes the
So Brazil and Southeast Asia have 6 invites, which is extra awkward. So the 4 people who lose the quarterfinals have to play an extra losers bracket round to decide.
That's crazy. That's both really interesting and it's really crazy.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. But yeah, that's not going on here. We go down to 16, and in fact, in this tournament, 17th. There was 1 pass down, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Australia has 10 slots. So there's the top 8, but then there's like wild ID situations where you could put yourself in a goofy position where like you can't ID, or you have to play for the Pro Tour. Like do you ID yourself out of the top 8, but then make 9th or 10th for sure?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that 3rd and 4th will play for the pass down, but I don't know for sure. No money for flights from Australia is also just a real kick in the pants.
Well, there's no money for flights for nobody, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like, I think it happened like 2 days ago. I bought my tickets for the PT Vegas, the one that's happening in June.
Yeah.
And I spent $1.3K to fly from Poland to Vegas in June. And I gotta say that wasn't the cheapest option, right? So the flights are not that expensive. I could have cut it down a bit, but still, the main cash on the PT is $500 minus tax.
Yeah, I was about to say, no matter how you try to slice it, there's no way that you could fly to Vegas for the min cash.
Yeah. I think like right now, I'm at a point in my life when that's no biggie, right? But a lot of the players, the up and coming stars, they're like, the Magic is their only hobby, and not the only hobby. The Magic is their main thing going on, and the other thing that they are doing is probably university or stuff like that.
Right.
And when you don't have like parents to support you in that spot, then spending so much money just to play a tournament where getting even is really difficult because it's like, the best players from the world. That's like very discouraging for players to really follow the PT dream. So, okay, so we see the opening hand. The player in the third seat, it looked kind of good. It was Verge, Spirebruff Canal, and
there were 3 lands, and then it was Burst Lightning, Hardfire, Elemental, and I'm already forgetting what the other 2 cards are, but one of them
was Talent, I think.
Yes, yeah, there was a creature of some sort. And whatever was going on with Masataka, he actually showed his hand to his opponent. Maybe it was like a bunch of monstrous rages or something, but he was not keeping.
I think it was Zero Lander.
Gotcha.
So he just, showed the hand like, yo, no choice, gotta mull it. Which I don't say I respect that too much. I just think like, your opponent's your opponent, right? You're not looking for
sympathy or whatever.
Yeah, sympathy. Yeah.
All right, 3 lands, Floodmaw, Monstrous Rage, Stock Up, and Drake Hatcher. Yep.
Yeah.
Seems like we need to keep this one. Do we keep the Stock Up, or do we keep... Yeah, I was going to ask, or do we keep the 3rd land? And we've chosen to keep the Stock Up. All right, Makoto on the board with a talent to begin. And the draw for Masataka is Cutter.
So an interesting spot. I wonder if he's gonna fire the Floodmo immediately on the token. Yeah, I think he will.
Yep. Yeah. Well spotted. Save the 2 points here.
Okay, so now does he play the Hatcher? I think he will.
Yeah.
Given that okay, let's look at the list. How many answers? There's 1 Lithomantic Barrage, there's 1 Fiery Annihilation, that's a card. And there's some amount of bouncing, right? So not many answers for the Hatcher.
Yeah.
So the main draw to the Hatcher, on top of it being like, making dudes, I think the most important part about that card in particular is the 3 power mark. Because the main deck removal spell is Burst Lightning,
right,
which kills everything. Like, it kills Slickshot Show Off. But it doesn't kill the Drake Hatcher, right? So in this matchup, very often you can safely tap out for it, which is a huge plus, especially on the draw, when you are forced to spend all your mana as efficiently as possible. And we'll see whether the Drake Hatcher does what it promised everybody to do, which is to break the mirror. With Monstrous Rage, I think it might be the case. But what options does Makoto have?
Well, he has his own Drake Hatcher.
Oh wow, that's a Sigma move. Is that milk from a plastic bottle? I don't think it is, but...
my guess is that it was some kind of aloe drink.
A what drink?
Aloe, A-L-O-E. It's like a...
Oh, aloe. Oh yeah, got it.
Like a plant extract, yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think aloe is like more green, right? It kind of looked like what's it called? I'm forgetting the English word.
Hold on, I'll show you what I'm thinking it is.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking it is, but it should be more green.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I'll show you like the brand that I think it is. I think it's.
Oh yeah.
I think it's this stuff. Let me copy image. I'll put it in Discord and I'll show you in chat in a minute. But I think it's this stuff. There's like a Japanese drink that's.
Oh, that might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Chat. Adam is more a member of the world, let's say. I don't know if that makes sense. Like a.
Ooh, chat. What do you think about taking a monster roll and ripping it in half?
Oh wow, that's a Sigma move. I think that I respect. So meanwhile, back to the game.
Yeah, so it was Drake Hatcher plus Burst Lightning Head. It looks like it's
that's a weak turn to me. That's a very weak turn, I think.
Yeah.
And the backup turn, even though we failed to find the third land that we just bottomed, so we got exact the scenario that we described a while ago.
Keeping the stock up and then getting mana screwed.
Yeah, exactly. But even though the turn was quite strong, right? It was talent, attack, the token champs.
Yeah.
And then the roll, the monster roll, the monstrous rage comes in, right? So that was a really strong turn. Even though we are getting kind of mana screwed. Okay, our opponent is playing, Makoro is playing the Heart Elemental, the Stoke Genius part of it.
Yeah, he put that in the graveyard, but even the opponent was like, no, you actually probably want to keep that one, Chief.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's 2 prowess triggers so far since we've gone opt into Stoke Genius.
So the Cory Steel Cutter trigger was not missed. The Monk is there.
And we're down to Burst Lightning Island as the 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
That were drawn off Stoke Genius.
So that would probably incentivize to attack with Wolf, I guess. Maybe not.
Well, certainly it's interesting. Do you Burst Lightning the Otter token, or do you let Masataka chump block with it?
Yeah, that's an interesting spot, but I don't. Yeah, but he played the land on that turn already. I think what Hori will do is he will just jump the Hatcher, let in the token, and the game will be really favored for him. Given the fact that the land has already been played.
Yeah.
So we will not see the elemental coming on that turn. So in this spot, when you are Hori, you are probably not playing around Monster's Rage, because you can't.
Yeah,
that's an option too.
It would require making a lot of
jump and trade.
Alright, so we can now Burst Lightning something and keep our Monk token if we want to.
But the Burst Lightning is looking so incredibly weak in this game, right?
Yeah.
It went face once, and now it looked like it kind of could have done something, but it couldn't in the end.
I guess I do understand that, like, we want to double spell next turn, and if we use the Burst Lightning here, then what? We have nothing.
Okay.
All right. Here comes.
Now our monster grows to 3/5, so it promises that it can attack, but probably what will happen is Makoto will block, and then Burst Lightning face again, which is another really, weak move, but it's the best move that he has available to him.
Kind of got to do what you got to do. I mean, we can't let a 3-power Drake Hatcher connect. That seems really bad.
Yeah, because if you let it connect, then your Burst Lightning is probably going at the Drake, right?
Yeah.
So you might as well go face.
Either way, you in quotation marks kill a Drake, right? Like you just don't let the Drake get created in the first place.
Yeah.
Yep. So it is a block and a Burst Lightning. The 2 creatures bounce off each other. Right, Drake Hatcher only gets the counters if it connects to the opponent.
Yep.
It's good. It's not that good.
So the the Storm Chaser's talent was the draw, which makes it super awkward because the talent kind of costs 5 mana on this battlefield, and you would really wish to be able to deploy the elemental. So the probably turn will go just the talent, do not level it up, and then play the elemental. Get the trigger, and the elemental is costing 3 mana. So we won't be able to haste it, sadly, which is the option if we choose to omit the talent. Just play the elemental and equip it.
Nah, we're just gonna go ahead and make the talent.
Yep.
It's probably too much material to say no to. Getting 2 additional tokens here. But it is tempting to just beat down. Masataka's only at 13.
Yeah, after all, it's a sunk cost fallacy, after you fired all the burst lightning phase, then you kind of want to, I'm in the aggro seat now, I gotta attack phase, complete the deal. Well, seal the deal.
Verge is
problem with this... Yeah, Verge is a draw.
Ooh, Pyroclasm is in hand.
Oh, wow. But Pyroclasm... Well, it kills 2 tokens. And kills his own token.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. But, I mean, I guess you have to get through these cards if you are going to...
So the Hatcher becomes a 3/5 again with some damage on it. So it can attack and offer a trade for the Hearth Elemental, which I don't... Well, which I think...
I don't hate that. Yeah, he's not going to do it. I don't hate that, though. It is difficult to get the Hearth Elemental off the battlefield, especially if it's going to get equipped.
Yep. So all of a sudden, the game kind of looks like it back to Makoto's favor.
Yeah.
I was expecting a bit of a stronger turn from Hori after he resolved the stock up on his previous turn, but I guess the board... Oh, that's crazy. Fiery Annihilation, deal 5 and destroy all the equipments attached to the creature you deal 5 to. That creature loses indestructible, by the way. That's a crazy turn. So he takes 4 from the elemental, he takes 2 from the monk, and he takes 3, as we see by the dice, from the Drake Hatcher. So I think it's too much to be able to come back from. And I don't want to, repeat myself too much, but the stock up spending his entire turn on turn 3.
Yeah.
Even though it found assuredly 2 good cards, the amount of tempo that he lost allowed Makoto to deploy everything he had, attack a bunch, and create an insurmountable advantage in combat. However, we'll see if he's able to mount something up. There's a Spile Buff Canal as you land for the turn. Probably a sign of weakness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so we're going to torch the tower, throwing away the Storm Chaser's talent, and basically just downsize the Drake Hatcher into a Drake, though the Drake flies. That's problematic.
Okay, so I gotta unwind the stream a bit. Gotta see something.
And the last card is a 1-mana Hearthfire Elemental, which, I mean, sounds good, but we can't always move equipment around. Oh, is there a Flood Mar? So there's a Burst Lightning that we can go get. So we could win this in a variety of different ways. We can clear the blocker and attack. We could Burst Lightning the head and kill with the Drake. But in any case, Makoto gets
So I just confirmed the Torch the Tower Scry trigger was missed. But it didn't matter because that card was never drawn. And he probably knew that it will happen.
Okay, so that was the fourth of the quarterfinals. That was the last one to finish. So we're going to get in our semis 2 matches of Prowess versus, let's say, Black X decks that are meant to be foils to Prowess. So on the one side we have Prowess versus Demons, and on the other side we have Prowess versus Pixie.
Okay, so yeah, so the red deck lost.
Yeah,
right?
the red deck did lose.
Okay.
Actually, both mono red decks failed to make it out of the quarters. One lost to Demons and one lost to Prowess.
Mm-hmm. We keep calling it Demons, but it's really just Pixie, right?
Well, there's two different decks in the top 8. The Yasutaka's deck that we watched was Pixie, but then there's a deck on the other side of the bracket that we did not get to see this round that is legitimately Demons.
Okay.
That's got like Arch.
Got it.
It's got like Archfiend of the Dross in it.
Okay, got it.
All right, so let me get the stream sticky set up for the quarters. Or sorry, for the semis. So it's that person against this person, and then it's this person against this person. I can even add an extra space here. Wonderful.
So we got 114 viewers, chat.
Wow, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Are some of you still playing in the RC in Minneapolis? Should you go to bed? We can tell you what happened later. Make sure you get your sleep.
Maybe Mark J was one of those persons, and he just came to say hi.
Yeah.
You know, hopped on stream and then went back to bed to prepare for day 2.
That seems reasonable. Yeah, here it is a little after 2 a.m. We've got 3 more rounds to go. I think I'm going to make it. And it's the morning there, right? Has it reached?
Yeah, for me it's 8 a.m.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Well, not really fine for me. For yourself. I usually get up at 10.
Okay. So it's a little early. It's a little early.
Yeah, I have a remote job, so I, get up whenever essentially, and then I don't have to leave the home, so it's like wake up, I'm at work instantly.
Nice. Yeah. Same here actually.
Yeah. So I usually just I go to sleep at close to 2 a.m. every day.
Mm-hmm.
But if we are going to have 3 more rounds, well, assuming the matches are gonna be queued, right?
Yeah.
So we have 3 matches in total.
Yeah,
watch.
It's gonna be one after another.
Okay, that's fine. You'll make it.
Yeah, we'll be good. I actually think I'm gonna get to bed pretty early today compared to when some of them have ended. I've definitely gone to bed after 6 o'clock before, but at least in the semifinals, both of these matches are going to involve Prowess, right? So probably we're going to be there's going to be a crucial turn by like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
All right. While we are watching trailers here, I'm going to run to the bathroom. So I'm actually going to run an ad, and I'll be back in 60 seconds, chat. So I will see.
Yeah, let's have a short break.
Yeah.
Me too.
Get some water if you haven't. I've been talking for 8 hours straight now, so I guess 6 hours straight. So I'm hanging in there, but I'm starting to feel it. All right, back soon, chat.
Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the Culture Collective.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic. But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better.
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
The commercial with the cat is I don't know how they got the rights to this, but there's a American brand of cat food called Meow Mix, and that is the jingle that used to be used in Meow Mix commercials. So it's like a parody of that. But you would expect, I mean, I would have thought that that was trademarked. I don't know how they got the rights to just use that song for that magic spot.
皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからはいよいよチャンピオンズカップファイナル準決勝の模様をお届けしてまいります。実況私
準決勝 means semifinal, so it is time to get down to business here. These are two pretty important matches, huh?
Yeah, those are both the matches for the world slots. I've been there once in that scenario, so I know what it feels like. And I gotta say, it's quite stressful for you.
I bet. I have not been there. I've had a couple. I've had one win in Pro Tour, and I unfortunately lost it in 3.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of the extent to. That's as close as I've gotten, and I definitely felt it. It is a different beast than than a normal game of Magic, even one where you're at like the winner's tables of a high tournament. Though I wonder if it feels a little bit different if it's like, well, my first goal was to make the Pro Tour, and I've now done that, and now there's this second goal, but like you've already got the dopamine of having succeeded at something.
Yeah. For me, it was like when I made my first PT, I was like kind of. I was like the whole tournament kind of exhausted me so much that I was not able to feel that much joy at that point. So I was like emotionless. But after the top 8 happened and the top 4, and during the match for Worlds, that was really stressful. I remember myself shaking. I remember myself checking whether I had lethal like a million times, making sure I haven't miscounted anything. And
that's funny.
And I hadn't. And Catilda, among other friendly spirits,
there's a nice
got me over the lines.
That's
so
a nice way to get it done. Guess what we see on turn 3 in this game? We have a stock up that doesn't affect the board, and now Kazutaka is way ahead with a Karsi Revenant and a Sheldred.
Yep. But he's not attacking with the Revenant, right? So the show of threat kind of mitigating the life link of Revenant. So that's, you can say that's an answer to Revenant.
Second show off going into the plot zone.
So some decks have chosen to ditch show off, and from when I was playing with Prowess, I felt that even though the show off is a huge liability in a lot of scenarios, it's soft, it costs 2 mana, you can get down on mana. Like, there is very little instant speed proactivity in standard. And what that means is that you get turns like exactly this, when your opponent is tapped out, he played a bunch of blockers, you have your show-offs on the battlefield, and you can just go crazy. I've been dealing 30 damages in the one turn many times, and I don't. Well, we'll see whether that will be the case this turn. I saw the hand from Shibata Akira to be opt, which he has just cast, and one of the 2 remaining cards in his hand is Monstrous Rage. So the show-offs are 3/2s right now. Oh yeah, it was Raid Hatcher, double Hatcher, so this is definitely not the Hatcher matchup.
No. Alright, so the slick shots are already big enough to tussle with this demon, even thanks to the power of the Monstrous Rage. I wonder what card is on top that we're thinking about. The opt has not resolved yet.
The card that I would think hard about keeping or not would be like Stock Up, I guess.
Sure.
Or maybe like you obviously keep Monstrous Rage, you obviously keep Cantrip, I guess.
Alright, well whatever it was, it's been bottomed and we found another cutter.
Okay. Another cutter? Was that not another Rage?
Nah, it's an alt art cutter.
Oh yeah, it's cutter. Okay, so the hand is Hatcher, Rage, cutter.
Well, so after some awkwardness, we've managed to get all of our creatures turned sideways.
Yep.
And now Kazutaka is going to make some decisions.
So every creature trades with the Revenant face up, and every creature trades with the... Wait. No, I don't... Yeah.
Yeah, every creature does trade with the demon.
Yeah, with the Rage, yeah. So I think the Oya Kazutaka might consider just blocking like that, and then activating the Revenant's ability on the demon.
Sure, you can get all that life back. Yeah.
4 mana.
Let's find out. Is it 3 or 4?
It's 3.
It's 2B, yeah.
So if he deploys a third land, he can go put the counter, activate the annex, and attack for lethal. So I
guess the question is whether Kazutaka wants to leave himself dead to Monstrous Rage. I don't know exactly how much damage that is, but I bet it's a lot.
Well, we can count. We are smart magicians, right?
So right now there's 9 open, right?
Yeah, so there's so the show-offs, okay, like that. So the show-offs would be 7 power, right? So let's say 10 power from the rages.
Yep.
That's 20, and then that's 5 and 5, I guess. So 20, like 30 in total, I guess.
So it would be 30 damage. He would soak 9 of it and gain 3 back from lifelink. So it wouldn't be lethal.
Yep.
But that was assuming that he blocked with the 6/6. If he doesn't, then I think he would be at 25.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have only soaked up 3 out of 30. So I think that would have killed him.
Okay.
So maybe the threat of double Monstrous Rage did force.
Yeah, but he scoops. He scoops because I think they both thought that the demon will trade for the show of the other one.
Yeah.
And the rage was played on the show of blocked by Kar's Revenant, but that meant that the other show off is only a 5 power creature.
Yeah, not a 6. That's right.
So the demon player survives and has 10 on the battlefield and 0 blockers to be deployed from the Prowess side. So that concludes our match.
Whoops.
And the gamers, I think the demon player, he took down his demon. I guess maybe they miscommunicated, or maybe he thought the demon dies. But then the judge stepped in and say, no, you get to keep your demon and you get to lose your game, Mr. Prowess gamer.
So we've seen Kazutaka on stream a little bit earlier. I have a guess as to what he's going to do. I believe all of the Unholy Annexes are going to come out. He's going to bring in his 3 copies of the Filigree Silex. And then I think there's one other card that that leaves. I don't know if it's a Go for the Throat or if it's the... I don't know exactly what the other thing is, but the 2 Preachers come in too.
Okay, so he's doing the Finkel sideboard strategy. So put in all his sideboard cards, shuffle, and then take everything out.
Oh, it looks like there's all of the cut downs have come out. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I wonder if those are going to stay out.
Yeah, I think I got some info on that, but before that I want to answer a tweet chatter. So Boom Barton is asking, did he miss the Monsters roll? And I believe that regardless whether he missed it or not, he were aware that it was unimportant to the result.
Yeah.
And the game kind of settled. The game was kind of resolved before the manual action of the of putting the token in was resolved, right? So
yeah,
so whether it was missed or not, we will never know because it never mattered.
Once it became clear that the 6/6 demon survived, then the game was agreed to be over.
Yep. And about the cut downs, we did some testing, me and friends, for our RC, and we played a bunch of Dimir mid-range against the Prowess deck, and it turned out that while cut down seems to be a cool card when you are playing against small monster deck that attacks you, and you need to have a cool 1-mana removal spell, and while I think it holds some weight in this day and age, I mean, it sometimes kills the Hatcher if they tap out for it. It kills quite safely, can kill the 1-drop. I think that post board the games are not about that at all. The games are more about Cory generating a huge amount of value, and cards like Ral Zarek, I mean not Ral Zarek, Ral the Kraken Wit.
Yeah.
So I think having like that kind of a weak removal spell makes you very reactive, when in post-board games, as a black player, you want to be more proactive, in fact, not reactive. So I think that the Demons player is smart, and I agree. Like, look at that. Instantly, a disdainful stroke in hand from the Prowess player. And like, for example, like, your opponent will never just blindly play the show-off.
Yeah.
And he will just plot it, right? And he deplots it on turn 3 and plays Sleight of Hand, right? And then what? You respond to the trigger, and then he plays Monster's Roll, and you know his mana was up because he plotted.
Yeah.
So it's super easy to do that, and then you get hugely blown out. So I think smartly, the countdowns are coming out. Now we are getting the bat trigger resolved.
It's a classic situation with Bat where you have to decide, do you want to force them to use the Torch the Tower, or do you want to force them to find another removal spell? And it looks like we've elected
Given the fact that the turn was kind of weak otherwise, I think it's smart to take the removal spell. Like, look at that. Like, the Thoughtseize effect, the Hand Disruption effects, are not the best when it comes to preventing a plan from happening, but they are best used when they are making your opponent waste mana, right? And that is exactly what happened. We see Show-Off coming out of the plot, attacking for 3, and then Ral the Kraken Wit plusing to create a Prowess token.
Interesting.
So now this is the moment where Ral is not the greatest, because your opponent has some board, your creatures are kind of mediocre. The Show-Off is unless Shibata top decks a bunch of cantrips, the Show-Off is not as dangerous, and so the attack is not great. So Oya Kazutaka, I think, can quite safely.
Yeah, it's got to be Ral at opponent. Preacher at opponent if the goal is to create the vampire, and the Bat will click Ral down to 4.
Yep. And I've seen Shield Wrecking Hand for.
Does he have land number 4 to cast it? He does. And we know there's a Disdainful Stroke, so I feel like if you're going to cast your 4-mana spell, this would be a good time to do it.
It's now.
So there she is.
So now you tapped out, you have no blockers for the Show-Off. So in the pre-board game, you would be like super scared. But now that, well, I don't know if it was a top decked card, but now you see Unable to Scream, answering Shieldred quite nicely.
Oh, that is strong.
And it's not a Pixie deck you are facing, so that Unable to Scream is gonna stay forever, feels like.
Yeah, so the question is, how much better is it going to get for Shieldred? Do we just block a 2-power Otter here? Not even going to bother. So it is 3, 4, 5. Kazutaka should go down to 14, I believe. Draw for the turns another Shieldred, but now the Disdainful Stroke is up.
Yep. And it's face up. It's not only up, it's also face up, right?
Yes, that's right.
The players know about it.
Yeah, it was seen from the Bat and it wasn't taken.
Yep.
All right.
I'm kind of surprised by the plusing, right? Because the Otter token kind of doesn't do much on blocks. Maybe it's there for attacking duty.
Yeah, are we trying to turn the game into a race?
It feels like my instinct would be to instantly After I top deck the Unable to Scream to play it on Shieldred and then instantly minus on the round to, you know,
see a bunch of cards, right? Yeah.
See a bunch of cards, among them hopefully like Storm Chaser's Talent. So you get to eat your cookie and have your cookie too, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The round goes up to bug up to 6 after you triple spell, presumably. Wow, and we see the mythical hidden option on the Monster's Rage, which is Monster's Rage for blocks.
That is kind of aggressive, isn't it?
Yep.
Wow. I was kind of expecting, like, the Slickshock show-off is completely unchecked in the air. And I don't think Kazutaka... I guess he has Karsi Revenant. That would be his way to create a blocker that gets around the Disdainful Stroke. But everything else that flies gets tagged by the stroke. And we have another Preacher. This is kind of similar to the previous match that we watched in the quarterfinals, right? Where the Prowess player has gone way out of their way to try to get Preacher off the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fine. I would probably do the same. I mean, like, it's super risky, right? But if your opponent has a removal spell, then you kind of get... blown out regardless, one way or another. So I think it's quite nice to use the Rage, given the fact that it's like the Monster Rage is the best when you are getting champ blocked.
Yeah.
So instead of dealing 0, you deal 1,000,000.
Right.
Approximately. But in this match, it doesn't feel like much blocking is gonna happen anytime soon, given the fact that Shibata Akira is on control duty in a way.
Yeah.
So I think it's totally fair to use the Rage defensively in that spot. Use it as a combat trick to quote unquote 2-for-1 yourself. I mean, yeah, 2-for-1.
It's true that each one of these otters is like whatever.
Free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we have an infinite stream of otters right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's not enough pressure to take Ral down.
Hey, Maze Mind Tome coming down.
Interesting. So, alright, if you want to make this game long, then I'll start grinding too.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a Spell Pierce? Ooh, this like shuts off all the attacks, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Alright, Oya does pay, but that Spell Pierce was actually pretty nice.
Yep. So I think that Shibata Akira is firmly in the driver's seat this game.
Yeah. Alright, it's finally time to minus.
Mm-hmm. So the minus of Ral is draw 3, discard 2. So it's essentially draw 1, right? So it's not a biggest card advantage effect. But if you're able to discard some of your weaker spell and replace them with cantrips, just like he did.
Yeah, this was a very strong turn, and we've managed to keep up this whole time the Disdainful Stroke, which is pretty good. Kazutaka's hand looked like it was another Preacher, and then Shieldred, and then Archfiend, besides this Maze Mind Tome. We're going to take Into the Floodmaw.
So I think that maybe if he were able to slide of hand both of these cards into his hand, excuse me, then he probably would be able to find lethal this turn? Maybe not, because there are 2 champ blockers remaining, assuming you kill one of the champ blockers and what? And
so I guess we have the option to like
the Preacher.
Flood Maw one of the other tokens, and then this otter would trade for the Preacher. I don't know if it's even worth it. There's going to be 5 coming through in the air. Yeah, that is the play. We're going to take... That vampire wasn't even part of the combat here. What the heck?
Yeah, I think that given the fact that he attacked like that, it was his plan all along.
Yeah.
So he solved both Preachers, but that leaves the opening for Oya Kazutaka to deploy his backup shield red, right? Since the shields are down for the disdainful stroke, which is the... He's not holding it face up, but both players know it's the last card in Shibata's hand.
Shield red is probably not good enough here, right? I would guess that with, even if you had to take an extra bajillion damage to minus Ral again, if you find enough spells, then the slick shot is just going to fly over for 7 damage.
Probably. So we see the end of the Archfiend of the Draws, Maze Mind Tome Preacher, Go for the Throat, and the backup shield red. So I think there's no... Well, assuming that... assuming that there are 2 spells in Shibata's top 4 cards, I think it should be enough. Yeah, with Sleight of Hand, it's like almost guaranteed. Yeah, there's an opt. That's over.
Yeah, we have Opt and Storm Chaser's talent to choose between.
I think he has the opportunity to ulti Ral.
Yeah.
No. What he's doing? Oh, he's playing the opt, okay.
Yeah.
So now he has little on the battlefield right now. And he has the option to ulti Ral, and I would hurry up if, he does it. Okay, Max, has his opponent read it. I was saying that he should hurry up with the ulti play, because there's always the chance that Oya will just concede, given the fact that there's little, right? So you want to make the emblem as soon as possible before that happens.
Now there is, I guess, one out still. There's one way that Kazutaka could win this game, which is that Akira could just cantrip himself to death. Like this.
Oh yeah, because he draws 3 cards from the ulti, right?
That's right. He has to keep track of his life total.
Wait. So how much life did he have? Chat, tell us. How much life did he have before the turn begin?
I thought it was 13. I thought it was 13, draw step 11, opt 9, Ral...
So we go down to 1 after Ral?
Ral 3 or 1 or whatever, but not 0.
Yep.
Alright, chat thinks that he's at 3. I think that's about right.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. He if he was at 9, I for some reason I thought that the Ral ulti deals him 8.
Yeah, only 6. It's a treasure cruise, right?
Yeah. It's a treasure cruise. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna count up all.
I don't think a bunch of triggers have been missed. I think they were just not declared for the viewers.
Yeah.
But maybe they were missed. We'll see. Wow, we're getting a judge call,
making sure that we've counted exactly how many cards have been drawn. The sleight of hand doesn't count. That was putting a card into the hand. That was not drawing it.
Yep. Yeah. So you're right, chat, that you should announce them before the next action happens. But that can be done vocally, right? So
yeah,
like. I play opt, your opt says, okay, take 2, and he's like, okay. So they both agree, but the other guy is in the middle of resolving something else, so he's just not marking his life. Like at the first moment, where he technically should be doing that. Okay, so we get a bit of a break.
It's funny because this is like all wildly irrelevant, right?
I mean, if they come to the conclusion that the life total was wrong and he should be a bit lower, then he might have killed himself with the Ral.
That is true. That is true.
So they are making sure that so that's kind of relevant, right?
Yeah.
Being alive or dead.
I just kind of assumed that the 13 at the start of the term was correct, but I guess
Yeah.
if that's the question, then we probably should learn that.
Yep. So from our perspective, it's judgable for nothing. But from their perspective, it's super important. So I can share an, well, do you say that word in English? Anecdote?
Yeah.
Is that an English word?
Yep.
So I can share an anecdote because I'm looking at the Discord call with you, and you send me the drinks, the alloy drinks. That might have been visible earlier. Okay, Okay, we'll see whether I have time to continue my anecdote. I think I will. So back in the day when I was like, it was like 10 years ago. Okay, so the raw ult is he draws 3, he takes...
Oh, now we're going to abrade with Storm. Clearing the Shieldred and attacking for a bajillion damage.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, well, as expected, if he got to take any more actions, he would win the game.
I think that he misplayed. I think the correct play was to upgrade with Storm the Maze Mind Tome for the fans.
I would have enjoyed seeing that.
So we'll see the game 3 and the players with sideboard. But let me quickly finish the anecdote because
go ahead.
I will. Okay, so like 10 years ago, I was playing in the shadiest LGSs ever, where there were a bunch of weird people coming in and the owner was doing a bunch of weird stuff. That's a whole source of story. But at one LGS, at one FNM style event, where there was like super packed place, it was super tight, like I don't know, like 10, 11, 12 square meters. So it's like the size of a living room, the whole LGS was. And then one of the guy in the middle of the round pulls out I don't know how to, it's probably unfamiliar to you and you're not losing much, but a sauerkraut drink. You know sauerkraut is like a fermented cabbage.
Yeah.
Like the thing that you used to, as a side dish. You have your potatoes, you have your meat, and you have like something on the side. Right?
People
like
in America will put that
veggies.
on sausages or hot dogs or something too.
Yeah, exactly. And he pulls out the liquid that that's the sauerkraut is coming in as a drinkable thing, right?
Wow.
And opens it out. And the smell of the sauerkraut is like filling the LGS, which is already filled by the smell of the sweaty magicians. And he drinks the sauerkraut drink in the middle of a match.
Oh, that's funny.
So that was like either that was the worst move in the history of moves, or that was the best move in the history of moves.
I'm putting on the screen the image of the Calpico in case people in chat were curious. That's what I think that the opponent was drinking. One of the Prowess players was drinking last match when someone was like, "Is that a bottle of milk?" Probably not. I think it was probably one of these things. Oh, I could picture it. Well, I thankfully cannot smell it, but I can picture it.
I'll send you the picture of the thing that he might have been drinking in my story. You can show it to chat how it looks like.
Yeah, I'll bring it up over here. Bring Discord. Nice. All right.
The name of it is the Katsush. So it's like a small word. I know it's diminutives, right? When you are like showing the word to describe something cute, and the name of the drink is Katsush, which means like small hangover. So it's a drink when you are a hangover. Okay, so I think we are getting a mulligan from the Prowess player in the meantime, and
now let's see what the Demons player has. It's 5 lands, Gix's Command, and Duress. And both players have mulliganed. It's going to be 6-on-6.
Okay.
So make it 4 lands, Duress, and Gix's Command. And it's Talent, Flood Maw. So those are the Duressable cards. 3 lands,
interesting enough, the Talent cannot be deployed on the first turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Because
two verges and a mountain.
Verges start on red. Oh yeah, that's what I like. That's what I like. Putting the second copy.
Yeah, you can't take this one.
So...
You can only take that one.
Yeah. I do that. And opponents are always like, "Wait, why are you not allowing me to take that one?" And I'm like, "Bro, it doesn't matter." Okay.
Akira will play face up, which is very nice.
So, come again?
Ooh, Akira will play face up, which is very nice for us.
Oh yeah, exactly. So he top decked the stock up, which is a great top deck, which is made by another top deck from Oya. So a second duress. So here, I wonder if you just maybe play the shove unplotted. I wonder if he's aware of the like the plan from Oya, right? Where Oya is cutting the small removal spells.
Yeah.
Maybe I would be tempted to
just run it out there and attack.
Yeah, just run it out, attack, and then this turn attack for 5.
Yeah. All right, here's Bat, which is met by Burst Lightning.
Looks great. So he has Gig's Command, Go for the Throat. Those are his last 2 cards, I believe. But Shibata is patiently not deploying the show-off and picking up the stock-up. Wow. He's playing for the long game, which is what you should be doing, given the fact that there's no pressure back.
Yeah, and we're just going to go ahead and stock up. I think we found a red removal spell, which could enable an attack this turn if we want to. We've also got access to Opt and Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce for the upcoming... We're going to take Spell Pierce and land number 5. I love that. Since we need to level up our other Storm Chasers talent still. So you might as well get as many lands onto the battlefield as you can.
Yep.
But we'll plot another Slick Shot and take the Spell Pierce down right now.
But given the fact that your Slick Shot shoves are not deployed, there's not much to protect, right?
That's true.
I guess you would want to pierce the Annex, but the Annex, would be cast for 3, so you don't really cover that. So if you are kind of anticipating the Gig's Command to come down, then you can totally afford to tap out, and then on the next turn do a great deplot. Perhaps pierce the...
They go for the throat?
Yeah, a removal spell.
Yeah.
Like, assuming your opponent... Well, you don't know his hand, right? But let's say that he does something like attack with Pitcher, pay up Bleacher, hold up a GFT. Then you untap, you deplot, can't rip a bunch. He plays GFT, you pierce, and then all of a sudden he's like close to death. Okay.
We drawn some other
slide event.
Is that Fiery Annihilation is the other card?
Well, let's see. I think it might be Swift Spear, maybe?
Talent Cutter. Hello.
Talent Cutter are the options. So the shows were not deplotted before the slide happened, so that tells me that he's intending not to deplot them this turn.
Cutter here is a little awkward, but not playing Cutter here is also a little awkward. Cutter as the second spell does not make a monk.
Yep. So attack for 2.
And these vampires aren't doing anything except blocking, but instead of gaining the life, we're going to fountain port it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that he has that option, and that's probably the correct option.
And that was, in fact, a Fiery Annihilation, taking down the...
So he takes 3. Now it's not exiled, that's not the correct place to put it. It loses indestructible. We'll get a judge to fix that.
Oh, actually, it does say if this creature would die this turn, exile it instead.
Oh, it does?
Oh, there's a lot of text
I
on
just
that card.
made a buffoon of myself.
Yeah, it is totally fine.
I know. I'm mistaken it for the affinity for equipments card. You know which one I'm talking about?
I do, but I don't know the name.
Yeah. Chat, can you tell us? Help us out. What's the card that I'm thinking of?
Rebel
Salvo.
Salvo.
Yep. So that one doesn't exile. Okay.
That is correct.
That one was the one that I was thinking about. So, you know, I think we have some great chatters. Like, I don't even have to touch the Scryfall, anything. I just, you know, ask. Oh wow, that's a crazy turn.
And now we're going to try to anoint, and that's going to get Spell Pierce. This has to be game, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that is in fact game. That was 3 spells. That was the Fire Annihilation plus Flood Maw plus Spell Pierce. So both of those slick shots were 7.
Wow.
And then the otters were each 4. So that sounds like 14, 22. Something like that.
So that was expertly navigated by the Prowess players. Like, your opponent having the Gix's command in his hand.
Yeah. Never got to cast it.
Wow.
Never got
Super
an
impressive.
opportunity. Well, this is what you were talking about, right? That you often get in a situation where you can bring the slick shots off of plot and then just unload crazy amounts of damage.
Yeah. So like the normal play pattern is like you deploy your small wonkers and your opponent is not really willing to, well, like it's not very optimal. It doesn't feel right to spend your removal spells on the small, you know, tokens or Swift Spears. And the way that you respond to them is by playing a bigger monster, right? If your opponent's playing a small monster, you don't want to play removal spell on it, you want to play a blocker for it, right? But in order to deploy the bigger monster, you need to tap out, right? And if after you tap out, that leaves a huge window of opportunity for the show-offs to all of a sudden come in and strike you for millions of damage. So that's exactly as the theory line up, even though he was duress twice. Or was that not the game?
No, that was that game.
No,
that was that game.
Yep. Double duress, 1 preacher. That just shows the strength of the Prowess deck. I think it's a weird comparison to make, but I think it's kind of similar. The reason why the Prowess deck is strong in Standard is the same reason that the Breach deck was strong in Modern.
Interesting.
And it seems like an weird thing to say, but I think the main strength of the Breach deck in Modern was not only the fact that it was able to combo kill you on turn 2 and it was like super fast. It was the fact that the things that it has been doing were kind of different from one another, and there was not a good catch-all answer for everything, right?
Sure.
So the one thing that the Breach deck was able to do was to just play the Urza Saga. That's uncounterable, inevitable amount of monsters that will beat you down, and whereas most of the decks didn't care about it that much. That was like one piece of the puzzle. Another piece of the puzzle was another option the Breach deck had was to just can't trip a bench and then combo kill you from an empty board. That's something that you need to care about, and that gets solved by counter magic.
Right.
But the third option was to play the Emry, play the Tamio, and create a bunch of value. And those monsters, the option number 1 with Urza Saga gets countered by like proactive stuff, right? You don't want to
it's
necessarily.
slow.
I mean, you get Blood Moon, but you'd rather just outclock the
Right.
tokens.
You have to spend so much mana to make Urza Saga good.
Yeah, for the combo part, you'd wish to play some maybe Stax piece, some counter magic, right? Some discard, and for the monsters, you want your removal spells, right? So there are like 3 different axes, right?
Yep.
and all of them are kind of separate from one another. So
Sure.
your opponent, you're forcing your opponent to have a deck of like A plus B plus C, right? And if you draw your A and they draw their B and C, you win. That's it, right?
Yeah.
And I think the Prowess deck in Standard is kind of similar, because if you some of your curves involve like play a creature, rage, you're dead, right? And that gets countered by removal spells, right?
Yeah.
But some of the curves are like cantrip, Cory, stock up, right? And
Yep.
And you look at your hand with your like cut down and
Yeah, it
GFT,
doesn't do anything. They just
and those
go
cards
right
are,
through it.
really bad into that, right? Like you want to block some of the creatures, but some of the Prowess players are playing show-offs.
Right.
You want to, and like post-board games are coming in, and then all of a sudden they are kind of shifting, and it's
Now you have to
and
worry
play
about Ral or
Ral.
whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there are many different axes that kind of require your deck. If you either have to be proactive to beat it, or you have to draw the right mix of right stuff that matches up well against what your opponent is doing, which is really difficult.
Yeah.
And the fact that the proactiveness of the Prowess deck, like the, let's say, 3/3 rage kind of curve, is faster than anything in Standard, for the most part. That's the crazy bit, right?
Right.
So even though, your deck can be sometimes weak to like temporary lockdown, can be weak to like, I don't know, your opponent combo killing you with Omniscience on turn 4 because you're not running that much interaction, or you're kind of weak to being on the draw in general in a racing situation.
Yeah.
I think like the fact that you are capable of doing both the fastest curve in the format and also having like the good slow curves.
Right.
That's what I believe made the deck, have crazy good statistics over the URC, and it seems like all the other RCs too.
Yes. Yeah, so far we're like 3 for 3. I haven't looked too closely at like Brazil or Southeast Asia, which is going on right now, but certainly here and in America, it has been a large percentage of the field, and it has kind of backed up the percentage. It's not like a lot of people are playing it and it's getting clobbered. It's consistently been, half of the top.
Yeah.
Half of the top 8, half of the top 4. When we were in the Swiss rounds, it was like, table 1, there's a Prowess player. Table 2, there's a Prowess player. When we look over the first 10 tables, there were 10 Prowess pilots altogether. Just everywhere.
Yeah, and like another factor to think about in this case is it's fine like if your deck kind of has its premiere, like somebody comes up with a deck and there's the first event that it's played and it does well because people are unprepared. This is not the case here.
No.
Everybody is prepared for the Prowess deck, and in spite of all that preparation and over preparation in some cases, it still seems to be doing quite well.
Yeah.
Which tells you a lot.
All right, we are going to see Prowess play off against the Pixie deck. This is a matchup that we watched in the quarterfinals. And what I see from the Pixie player is that there is a lockdown available. So hopefully things can't get too far out of control. The Prowess player is playing zero copies of...
Shows?
I was going to say 0 copies of Spell Pierce main. The creature suite is 4 Swift Spear, 2 Drakecatcher, 2 Slick Shot, and 1 Hearth Elemental.
And he has drawn the Hatcher in his hand, and he surely would rather that be a show-off in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, we're not going to let that stick around. It has nowhere to run.
Yep. There's the Kutsil's Flanker on the Pixie side.
That's right. The Pixie player has a couple of
card for that matchup.
A couple of kind of random one-ofs. There's a Kutzel's Flanker, which is certainly the one main is meant for Oculus, but I mean, it attacks
also
and blocks.
Omniscience, right?
Yes, that's right. Also Omniscience. Anything that can stop something goofy from happening out of the graveyard. Then there's also one Lauren, which is probably here for this matchup. Also fine against Omniscience, but like an extra main deck answer to Koi Steelcutter. There's one Biza and there's one Shieldred. So also taking the approach of X5s being pretty good against the Prowess deck, since they only have Burst Lightning as a removal spell.
Okay, so the hand for Makoto is not the most proactive one. I think the most he can do is like, okay, he starts with an opt. I think in his hand he's also holding a Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, and talent
so
is
he
going to
strikes
come down.
for 4, I guess, and now it's all gonna be undone by the temporal lockdown.
Yeah, there's no way you can wait here, right? I feel like there's not...
Depends on what's the rest of your hand, but yeah, I would just jam. Okay, so what's in the hand for Makoto? This is the very important turn. He wants to deploy as much... This is not the turn he wants to stock up. This is the turn where he wants to do something.
It looks like we have the ability to go Pixie Lockdown next turn if we need to, but I don't know that we have land number 4.
There's Flanker, Kirin, NTR, I think.
Yeah, I think those are 2 black spells. I think it's Pixie, Kirin, Flanker, NTR, and I'm not sure. I think maybe Preacher is the last one. Anyway, we're going to just play a Swift Spear and attack for 1.
So I believe Makoto's hand is like into the Flood Maw and Burst Lightning. I don't know how many cards does he have in hand, so I think the Swift Spear was like one of the country draws or the draw for that turn. Maybe the land. Yeah, so super weak hand. Yeah, so he has Flood Maw and Burst Lightning. So this is
That's very weak.
This is time for Nagao to do his own stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, he needs cards right now because he does not have a way to deploy some of these things. Like the Kirin and the Pixie don't accomplish anything since we can't replay the temporary lockdown. Flanker could let you scry, right?
Yep.
I'm expecting
So the
that.
play that you might want to consider was to play the Flanker in your upkeep, right?
Sure, yeah.
Scry. Okay, so I believe this is end step after the damage has already been
Yeah,
dealt.
it looks like Yasutaka has gone from 13 to 12 already.
Yep. So that's kind of, seems like a mistimed removal spell, but if your removal spell gets blown out by Monster's Rage, you'd rather just take one and have your opponent play the Rage after combat. I think plenty of players are doing that. It's like a very common line, I guess.
So now we can
Just
use Pixie to pick up the NTR instead of the temporary lockdown. And I guess that was the reason not to play Flanker last turn, is because Pixie plus Nowhere to Run was a way to continue using, like, staying alive on 3 mana. What? I'm sure Yasutaka is thinking, what is going on over there? What is in your hand that you haven't done anything?
I think this is the first time he played a creature, right? So he can kind of expect Makoto's hand to be some amount of reactive spells. So this is an interesting spot with the Flood Maw in hand. Yeah, like the best case scenario for Flood Maw is in games similar to those, is you wanna like prolong the match and all of a sudden end step, free up my stuff from your lockdown, bring it back, attack you for 1,000,000, win. But under the lockdown, you have the NTR, right? So
yeah, and the NTR actually has a target, which is kind of unfortunate. Sometimes you are in a position where it's like it's only Storm Chaser's talents and Corey Steel Cutters that are under the lockdown. In which case,
it gets countered.
NTR would just get countered for having no targets, but we could kill the Swift Spear when it once the lockdown is picked up, the Swift Spear just dies.
So essentially, the Floodmaw is the just get a talent, right? Which might be worth it still. And the play that Makoto did was he aimed the burst lightning
at head
face, which I don't think I would agree with. However, if he would went with my intuition, which is to destroy the Pixie, he would get he would have been made look like a fool with the Sunspell Kirin.
That's true.
Saving the Pixie. So maybe he has a read on that, but I don't know. So his hand is Floodmaw and a land. Facing down a 4 spell. Hand from Nagao.
Alright, finally time to play the flanker, and it will be gain 2, scry 2. I guess it's not crazy to exile the graveyard. If we haven't seen a stock up yet, then there's no point. But, I mean, if you think that talent is one of the ways that Makoto can draw himself back into this game, then removing the ability to talent back a stock up is potentially something.
The thing I would think about is, if I'm in Nagao's seat, is can I set up lethal on the next turn? Right?
Sure, yeah.
And with double Kirin, it's 7 plus 4, that's exactly lethal. If nothing gets blocked or interrupted. Of course, we know that Makoto is holding a Floodmaw. So I wonder if Makoto is going to bounce the lockdown. And I think he probably should be doing that, given the fact that your opponent is also having some lockdown stuff on the battlefield. So if you bounce the lockdown now, you get your talent back, as we discussed already. Okay, so miscommunication. The Nagao thought he passed, but Makoto was thinking that he's still thinking. Maybe he's still thinking. Well, regardless, I think you should be bouncing the lockdown now to just get your talent back, so that maybe you can pick up a cantrip from the graveyard.
You have to do something. I agree. I mean, as it stands, we're just going to die. Well, we're not going to play the Floodmaw. We're just going to go ahead and draw.
Okay. So even though what I was getting at is that even though the Floodmaw on the lockdown seems temporary, in this particular moment, it seems kind of permanent.
Yeah.
Okay, so he proudly refuses to stay alive through the Floodmaw, even though it would have saved him. He says, no, I will be alive, but that's not a life that I'm happy living in, and he concedes. Which, it's quite a samurai way to go about it. Fitting for a Japanese RC.
So that means that the Prowess player is going to have to win one of these next 2 games on the draw to stay, or win game 3 on the draw to stay alive for a world slot. Let's see what's getting.
So the Hatters are instantly getting kicked out.
Yeah, the Monstrous Rages can go take a hike as well.
Yep.
Let's take a quick look to make sure we got the right things. Hatchers.
I think he trimmed. Yeah, Hatchers, Rages, and Swift Spears are getting trimmed.
That's right.
I think he.
It's like 8 cards.
Was that the deck with 3 Rages?
This one has 4.
Okay, so he's keeping 1. Yeah. That's what I like.
Ooh, I'm actually looking at the wrong list. Hold on. Let's make sure. This is right, this is the actual list. So it's 4 Draycatcher, 4 Hearth Elemental, 2 Monastery Swiftspear. So it looks like all of the Draycatchers went, both of the Swiftspears went. And yeah, it's 3 Monstrous Rage, and those all came out. And we're bringing in 3 Ral. That's a lot of Ral.
Oh, wow, he has 3 Ral. Yeah. I think it makes sense, right? The Ral card is it's crazy good into those kind of mid-range defensive decks.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you assume that your opponent is not playing a removal for Ral, and the only ways that he can deal with it is through combat, but your opponent is playing a really small deck, let's call it that, where his monsters are not the most aggressive ones, then the Ral becomes a huge threat. That's very difficult to deal with.
I didn't get a great look at the set of cards that Yasutaka is not bringing in, but there's at least one Lauren that's registered that's not getting shuffled up right now.
Which I think makes sense, right? Because
yeah,
you said that the Lauren is for this matchup, and I think it kind of is. It probably kind of is. But is it really that good of an answer to Cory, right?
No,
if your opponent is playing a Cory and playing a cantrip, he gets a monk and a equipment, and then you play Lauren on that.
Agreed.
And then
he
has the monk and you have the Lauren, and those cards, he's still not really ahead, right? But
I get what you're saying.
It's not like
it's not clear that the monk is necessarily going to get to trade. Like the 2/1 is going to get to trade for the monk, and if it doesn't, then it's just a disaster.
Yeah.
And destroying talent is also nice, but you have to get it before it reaches level 2. Otherwise, it's basically a blank card. Like, okay, yeah, I can go to level 3, but that's not... If that's where the game is going, then things have gotten really weird.
Yeah, and back to the Ral topic, because obviously Ral is great, but it's not a card you necessarily want to drop too many of.
Yeah.
Like maybe you actually kind of do because of all the duresses. Like I had a game at the RC when I was playing against like the Esper Pixie, and I was on the play for game 2. I opened my hand. My hand is like 3 lands, removal spell, Ral, and Spell Pierce. And I was like, okay, that's great. I play my land. Opponent plays turn 1 duress. Obviously, I play hold up, Spell Pierce. The game progresses. I think I even had Cory in that hand. And then, he's turn 3, and I'm thinking, I'm gonna play the land 4, play the Ral, win the game, and my opponent on his turn 3 he's deep in the tank, and then duress you. And I was like, oh man.
Ooh.
And obviously, I'm not drawing anything
too
good afterwards, and I lose.
That is rough.
But his board was like empty, nothing on board. So if I only managed to deploy that Ral, it surely would have been able to win the game for me, but it was not meant to be. So maybe you actually want to, have all the Rals, so you are sure that you always get one, and just, discard the rest with the minus ability.
Uh-oh. We had a hand with just an island. Oh, okay, there are actually 2. So it's Cory Steelcutter, Island, Verge, Hearth Elemental rather, and then I think it was Opt and Sleight of Hand. I think that's a mix.
Yep. So 2 cantrips, 2 Corys, 2 lands, and Elemental. That hand is great.
Yeah. One of these is going to have to go down.
Play. Yep.
The question is just which one, because that hand does look great.
So if you ditch the Elemental, all you do are going to draw lands, right? So... So maybe you ditch a cantrip and
one of the cantrips.
Don't deploy it. Yep.
Yeah, then you don't cantrip on turn 1.
Yep. I would be tempted to just bottom the cantrip. Do nothing on 1, do Cory on 2, hope to ripple land, Or maybe, yeah, ditch the sleight of hand. Well, no, that doesn't make sense because you don't have mana on the turn 2 because you have to play Cory.
All right,
yeah,
Island
but I would
Pass.
probably do the same. Yep.
Yeah, this seems good. And we do lead on Hopeless Nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll
So
opt
that probably... Oh.
in response. Interesting.
So maybe the plan is to... Don't care about the second Cory. Play the first Cory, and then on turn 3 play this Stoke Genius. Maybe that's the line?
Hmm. All right. Well,
Okay,
we drew into Ral, which is pretty far from being castable. So okay, fine, that one can go.
Yeah, and you have 2 more in your deck, so what? No biggie.
Momentum
Okay,
Breaker. That
Raven's Climb.
finds a.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an Into the Flood Ball that got discarded?
Yep. So now is this town ain't big enough? So that's yeah. So
That's
if you
kind of
deploy the Cory, you kinda are setting yourself up for a epic turn 3 or turn 4 for that matter. Yep. Getting speed is not a trigger. You can miss plussing the speed, but you cannot miss getting the speed.
That's right.
So the judges are bringing the speed on the battlefield. So now Makoto is deliberately between playing the Cory number 2 and passing, or going for the more, risky but proactive play of playing the Elemental.
Wow.
Yep, he goes for the Elemental. Discards 2 ends, so
Can we
card
find land
advantage.
cantrip? We find nothing. Damn.
So net 0. Okay, so no lands. Well, I think it's kind of fine, right? It means he has 2 spells.
Yeah, that's true.
So the Elemental is costing 3.
We've got Floodmaw, Opt, and I think another Opt in the graveyard or something.
Well, after he rearranged the cards in his yard, I'm not sure what's the second blue card.
All right, so the hand is Torch the Tower, Storm Chaser's Talent, Cory Steel Cutter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Torch the Tower, kind of a weird card.
Oh boy, so I know that Yasutaka has temporary lockdown.
Yeah, if he has a lockdown, I think that's GG's.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from it.
And
if he plays the lockdown now, I wouldn't be... No, I mean, it's a match for Worlds, so Makoto will play on, but...
Wait, Lex, what are you doing in chat? Didn't you make day 2?
Relaxing between rounds, surely.
I thought you were... I had not checked recently because this stream had started, but I thought you were like 6-1. Go to sleep.
Oh. Alright, no, it's not relaxing between rounds because it's super night.
It's 3 a.m., not 3 p.m.
Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, so the puny Storm Chaser's talent coming down for Makoto. He's like, okay, maybe if I draw perfect and he has nothing, then I will maybe be able to win.
Oh, you ask a good question. I can find you. Maybe someone in chat already has it. If not, I will find you.
Yeah, chat surely has it,
I can find it
How many
between
viewers
rounds. But
we have 138 viewers. So surely somebody will instantly be able to link you the standings to South American RC. Yeah. So I think Makoto is like, what is going on through his head is like how close he got. Really depressing moment of the match. He's like damn, I almost made it to Worlds, but not quite. He's like thinking, do I have any out? And he's probably unable to come up with any because I don't believe there are any. So he's thinking whether he should forge the tower with the sacrifice option.
Alright, so that puts 3 damage on the Preacher. And we're now going to... I see, that was all just as an excuse to scry one.
Yeah, but also the card was about to be discarded from Nightmare, right? So
That's
he was incentivized to use it regardless.
2 people give the melee link. One right on top of the other. Sorry, Samuel. You lost the race by that much.
I'm not impressed. I'm glad we have a chat, you know, that's strong.
Yes.
People always being on top of everything. Okay, so he has the
4th cutter, right? We see them all face up.
Kind, yeah. So if he were playing Balatro, you know, he would get a lot of points. But he's not playing Balatro, and regardless, 2 of his Cories were already handled with. I mean, 3 of his Cories were already done. So this is the last surviving Cory. Okay, so he's attacking with Preacher, drawing card, getting a speed, this time not missing the trigger like he did on the previous turn. But it doesn't matter.
Alright, so the hand is Duress, Kieran, Land, and I'm not sure what the other card is. Note that Makoto will be able to double spell potentially using the Hearthfire Elemental. So it's not quite as bleak as it would be if he has to like cantrip into another cantrip in order to get his first monk on the board. But I mean, it's pretty bleak. Alright, we have found a sleight of hand. Another Hearth Elemental would be nice.
So those are 2 lands, I think.
Yeah. Well, that should enable the Hearth Elemental to come down at least, so that's...
I think it was enabled regardless. I think it costs 2 mana now.
Okay, then. It might actually only cost 1 now that the sleight of hand is resolved.
Oh yeah, even 1. Okay.
And then we're going to switch the equipment. Oh, not yet.
Okay, so Nagao is thinking about responding to the Cory trigger.
Sure, so it's make a monk, then you may attach it.
No, but there's no in between.
Oh yeah, okay. That all happens in one shot. Attack. Oh, there's a 1/4 that's back to block. Yeah, whatever, I'm attacking anyway. I love it.
Yeah.
Yasutaka goes to 13. We'll play out the land and go to 0 cards in hand.
Yep, so no attachment. So that card's, you know, I think it's GFT.
Yeah.
Like, what happened? Yeah.
Yeah, it got mixed
GFT
in with
becomes
the lands, but yeah, that was a go for the throat. I think
it's
very dark card.
It kind of looks like the promo Force of Despair, right?
Yeah.
You guys got that promo? It's like black on black, unreadable. Yep, Kirin coming.
Yeah, it's this thing.
So, Preacher strikes for 2, Kirin strikes for 2, Nightmare strikes for 2, and the Mainland strikes for 3. So that would be 1 off exactly.
9 instead of 10.
So not lethal. So gotta give your opponent 1 more turn.
You gain 2 life doing this. 15 to 1.
14, you know, lose 1 from the Preacher.
Good point.
It's the Cowboy Bebop go for the throat. Wow, I never heard that.
If you told 2005 Adam that was a sentence that I would understand, I would be pretty upset.
Yeah.
And now we're at max speed, so Yasutaka actually has an extra 4 life rolled up. And this game has concluded, so...
Yep, the chatter was not lying. There is such a thing as Cowboy Bebop GFT. Wow. Okay, so that was our
second semifinal.
Oh, second. Okay, so it's just finals from now?
Yep. So we cruised through the 2 semis. In the first one, Prowess beat the Boogeyman Demons deck. In the second one, Prowess lost to the Boogeyman Pixie deck. So we're going to get Pixie versus Prowess. We're going to run the same matchup right back. Though, to be fair, Akira's deck is slightly different than Makoto's, but that's what we've got.
So, speaking from experience, I think the finals match you don't really care that much about after you already secure the world slot. At least that's what happened for me, especially since we split the prizes among the top 8, so we were just playing for the slots.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the finals, I predict that the finals would be more, the players would be more relaxed. They might, crack a joke or something. We'll see. So the Pixie player, he doesn't look too happy. Perhaps, not really still on the job, not really thinking about what has he accomplished. Especially given the fact that we talked about him in the QF, and you said that it's his first PT, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so first PT, first world slot. So, it's essentially me, right?
It's actually, so the 8 players, I looked this up before the top 8 started. The 8 players who were in this top 8, like, we had Masashiro Kuroda, who won a Pro Tour in 2004. Keisuke Naito, I would say, is the second most accomplished player. He has 3 RC top 8s to his name now, and as we've gone over, the Japan RC is difficult to even reach because there's 2 levels of qualifiers that you have to go through. So then to make 3 top 8s is quite an accomplishment. 1, 2, 3, 4 other people have made top 8s at either RCs or PTs before, or GPs rather, before. And then there are these 2 guys. There's Akira and Yasutaka, who are the 2 no-names. They have never played at the Pro Tour before, and this is their first qualification, and naturally they are the 2 that are just going to go straight onto Worlds. Just how you would expect it.
Yep.
Pedigree meant nothing. It just came down to a pretty basic-looking Prowess deck. Akira's list is 3 Draycatcher, 3 Swiftspear, 2 Show-Off, and a relatively normal-looking sideboard against Pixie.
He has only 2 Show-Offs and drew both of them in that match? Wow.
Oh, no, this is the player on the other side of the bracket.
Oh, the one that just lost?
Oh.
Wait a minute.
The one that just lost was Makoto, right?
Yeah, and so he has no shows, right?
He had none. That's right. Yeah, he wasn't playing any. Whereas, yeah, you're correct. The 2, right? There was a game in the first semifinal where there were 2 slick shots that were were plotted. Akira has 2 slick shot main, 1 board, so it's probable that there were 3 in the list at the time.
Wow, 1 slick shot sideboard, that's crazy, but also makes sense, like when I was testing for the RC, like we kind of considered putting both waves into our sideboard.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Which sounds funny, but it was a card that we found at game 1. It was crazy good against Omniscience.
Sure.
And kind of decent against the Jeskai Dragons deck. But it's like, it feels super weird to put those like main deckable cards into your sideboards. That are, if that card is good enough to make the sideboard, and it's not a card that responds to anything in particular, then why not put it mainboard? But I think it kind of makes sense, given that you are preparing for a metagame, and it's kind of easy to predict the metagame these days. Like, for example, after the European RC, I think it's like most people knew that the Prowess will be on the rise, that the Pixie will go down and that the Prowess will go up. and by Pixie I'm talking about Esper Pixie.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that, I mean, you could imagine situations where it's like we have 8 different archetypes in the top 8. Every matchup is different. We have to like talk through what we expect is going to happen. We've seen Pixie versus Prowess like 5 times on stream so far. Basically, it's been Yasutaka playing Pixie, like just taking on all comers.
Mm.
At this point in the tournament, he has played against, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times?
Mm-hmm.
He is undefeated, 5-0 in an ID. It's pretty good.
And you are talking about the player that just made it to finals, right?
Yes, the Orzhov Pixie player, yeah, is undefeated against is it on the day, or on the tournament rather. He has 2 losses. One was to the Gruul Maistek. Oh, 3 losses. One was to the Gruul Maistek. One was to Omniscience.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. One was to Otters. It was Mice and Otters are the 2 decks that got him.
Others? Is Others not the same as Prowess?
Let's see. I would say that this deck is different. I mean, it does have Corey Steelcutter.
Mm-hmm.
But we're playing 4 copies of Enduring Vitality. So it's like, it's legit Teamer.
Oh, that deck. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Kimura.
yeah.
Okay. I was about to ask whether he's running Enduring Friendship in his deck list. Do you know? Have you ever heard about Enduring Friendship?
I have not.
I promise it is a real card. Well, real in parentheses, I guess. But is it a card?
Oh, wow. It is a real card.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to see that one in stream.
Yep.
Given that it is an alchemy card. That's funny. Have these 2 players played each other? They have not. Okay, given that we have a couple of minutes before the top 8 starts, I'm going to refill my water bottle. So,
yep.
I will run a quick ad here, and then we'll get down to business.
Okay, great.
So I'm going to leave you unmuted, Olsen. You could feel free
great.
to interact with chat if you want, but I'll be back in 60 seconds, and
yep.
We'll see you all soon.
Hey, chatters. So the overlord of the stream has left me unchecked. You know, that's a risky move on his part. We can do some crazy discussions like mano a mano. You know, alchemy cards are not real cards. A chatter is saying. I mean, if you think about it, you know, what's even real? What's real? How do you define reality? Is anything real? Why are you drawing the line of reality at things being digital, right? Are digital things not real? Like, for example, I got some money in my bank account, but I don't see it in paper. Is it real? Do I have real money or do I have made up money? I guess you can argue that all money is made up, the fiat currency.
Oh wow. Are we getting down to business really quickly here? looks like the finals are ready to go. We're going to have Pixie versus Prowess.
Yep.
For all the marbles here. Or probably for none of the half the marbles, let's say. Because I bet they've split the last bit. But someone has to win the trophy. Someone has to do the winner's interview. You can't split that.
That's the prize I regret the most. Losing the interview. That you get after you win. Okay, they are the smallest coming.
Yeah. This is what you expected. They
Yep.
The job is done on some level.
Yep. So they are still playing about for a bit more, but both of them are smiling. Both of them are surely, feeling really great, to become the world-class players in a way. Okay, so we see a mulligan from the Prowess side.
It looks like the Prowess player is the 5 seed and the Pixie player is the 7 seed, so Prowess will be on the play, incidentally.
So Prowess is on the play?
Yeah.
So does that mean that he's going to 5? Because he mulliganed. So the Pixie guy looks like he kept, right? So that would kind of imply that the Prowess is going down to 5, right?
I think that's right.
Mistaken? Yep.
All right, let's see how many cards go below. 1. Yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 2. We're going to keep, I think, a Slick Shot and two cantrips.
So he instantly bottoms a Swift Spear, right?
Yeah.
Was I correct? Wow, that's interesting. But I guess if you just expect it to be killed, then you kind of don't care about it, and then your plan is to... Oh, that's the classic line.
This is going to be rough. If we're going to get Hopeless Nightmare multiple times, Hopeless Nightmare is going to live up to its name. We're down to just Monstrous Rage and another cantrip. Now, Monstrous Rage just get around nowhere to run, so there. Here comes the Nightmare. Some argument to just jamming the show off on the theory that, well, I basically can't win unless this Slick Shot just goes all the way anyway. And there goes the Monstrous Rage, and now we will momentum break your last card. Maybe we can draw into a Burst Lightning for the Kirin. No luck. So is there any... Oh, wait, that was the semifinals. I never actually put the finals together. Whoops. Let's update the... I'm going to have some time because this game is mega over.
Yep. So, Shibata Akira is empty-handed.
Yeah. Actually, these are the correct deck lists. I just didn't change the title from semifinal to final. So, oops, but we're good. Is there, like... There's no Heartfire Elemental... Or Hearth... I got it, finally. Hearth Elemental in Akira's list. So, there's not a quick way to gas back up. It would have to be a stock up, which I'm guessing is too slow.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the second Kirin is coming, picking up the Nightmare just for the burn spell. Oh no, he's picking up... Okay, he's going patiently. Yeah, that makes sense too.
Yeah, the two Kirins are going to get the job done here. Sheldred comes on the battlefield, and okay, that's immediately it.
I think that game was kind of over just after the keep mulligan.
Yeah. Well, geez, this finals might take about 8 minutes, which is not great for my snack management. I haven't finished all my pretzels yet.
Not great for content creation, but, that's Magic for you. I think that's a discussion that happens... Well, it's not really a discussion, right? But just a interesting point is that in Magic, like, let's not kid ourselves. Most of the games that you are playing are don't involve a ton of decisions.
Yeah.
Like some of them might, right? Like, you know, do I keep this or do that? But the odds of happening a great, many decisions, very close game, those games are really rare, right? So
I would say from doing these streams of the Japanese RC, usually there's there's 15 rounds that we watch, 12 rounds of Swiss, and then the top 8, so 16 rounds. And I would say there's 2 or 3 really, really good ones every time, but that's still like, I don't know, 20%, 15%, something like that.
Yeah. And what I'm trying to get at is, like, because of the boring games happen so often, it makes you appreciate the good games much more.
All right, we are 1 game from the end here.
Possibly 2.
That is true. I mean, it can't go worse than that for the Prowess player. That game was over really quick.
Yeah.
The sideboarding is going to take longer than the game did.
Yep. So I think that Nagao, it's something that you can do for a tournament if you like come super prepared for the top deck, and if your plan is actually good against that deck, and then you're kind of gambling, right? Like assuming your deck is kind of it's a bit worse than your average deck, but it has a really good matchup into the top deck. You're kind of gambling that, okay, maybe I'm kind of bad against the rest of the field, but I'm just gambling. Let's hope I get paired into that one most common deck, which, you know, it's very likely because that deck is very common, and then like beat it every time, right? If you can get your deck to a point where it wins consistently against the top deck, I think it's fair choice for a tournament, and sometimes you get rewarded for that, as we are seeing Nagao being rewarded.
Yeah.
So his deck is probably kind of weak against Omniscience. It's probably kind of weak against Oculus. Some people were saying, but it's great against Prowess, and Prowess is all that he has been playing against.
And he played against it 7 times in 15 rounds, and he beat it every time. So you can't really complain.
Yep. So he probably thinks, yo, I'm such a giga brain, you know, I got his deck. It was such a great choice. But as a matter of fact, even though the Prowess is the most common deck, you are more likely to hit something else than to play Prowess, right? Because the rest of the meta field is
that's right.
70%.
Yeah, it's 30% Prowess. It's got to be 70% everything else.
Yep.
But it must feel good if you're like, I just don't want to lose to Prowess, and then you reach the top 8, and then your quarterfinal match is Prowess, your semifinal match is Prowess, and your finals match is Prowess. Jeez, imagine running that hot.
But as opposed to another game, we see Shibata Akira having a great start in this game.
Yeah.
With talent into Swift Spear Cantrip, so that's 4 damage on turn 2. And, you know, let's say Nagao kind of anticipated the Raw plan to come to fruition, and he kept a hand like, okay, he's no it's not like I'm gonna get super beaten down. I can keep some, you know, some duress, some preachers,
right,
and like, you know, be able to handle the Raw. But all of a sudden, Shibata is on aggro plan, right? And
it's
if
actually
you kept a hand up.
Interesting to see Swiftspear here, right? Because I feel like a bunch of the other Prowess players against Yasutaka have sided out Monstrous Rage, Swift Spear, Slick Shot, that kind of stuff. But it looks like Akira just kind of stuck with Plan A, or at least his draw this turn, this game has come out Plan A.
Yeah.
Now, if we have any kind of answer to this Preacher, then Yasutaka's life total is going to be very low.
He has the cutter in his hand, which he refused to play on the previous turn.
Oh, here's Shelly.
Sciolduretto, as commentators are saying, is going to do nothing actually this combat. So it was just free information for the blocking purposes.
All right, Prowess count 1. We had the opportunity to pick up Monstrous Rage with level 2, but we instead took the Sleight of Hand. The Monstrous Rage presumably would have enabled a bit of an attack here. Now I don't know what's coming.
So Shibata is refusing to play the Cory.
I know.
What? Where did that come from?
That must have come off of the Sleight of Hand.
Yeah. And about the plan A, even though we are seeing that the RAL plan is in fact coming to fruition after all.
Yeah, now we're in plan B, but for the first couple of turns it was plan A.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that like a great skill in Magic, well, it's not maybe a skill, but like an interaction, is that sideboarding matters. Like it's kind of like poker in a way. When you get a lot of edge, it's not only like, you know, take out the bad cards, bring in the good cards, but sometimes, for example, a simple example to, you know, explain what I mean is playing Blood Moon in Modern. You bring it in, and then your opponent gets blown out by it because he, you know, fetched for his dual lands. And then, because you expect him to react emotionally and fetch for basics on the next game, you are incentivized to reduce your Blood Moon amount.
Yeah.
And then the basic fetching punishes him, and you get like the free effect.
Right.
But then maybe your opponent reads that, and it's like game of one-upping yourself. So I think in standard it also can come up. Okay, wow. Now we see Shibata Akira drawing really hot that game. He first drew the Ral to have a great turn, and then he drew the Flodma to...
We have not used our Ral yet. I'm kind of expecting we're going to finally see a minus. I've been waiting for this. Alright, here comes everybody, and not surprisingly, the tokens are going to block.
So the hand is Cory Show of Opt. So probably what's going to happen is Shibata is going say, okay, take 1, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Or even 2, if it was 3 triggers. And we will say plus and the plot of Show Off. That's what I was expecting. So Ral is safe. And we say nothing end step? Wow, that's crazy. No, he deploys an empty Kirin.
We do play Kirin.
Just a Rattle Chains situation. 4 mana. So now his life total is... Wait, is it higher? Oh, he took only very little this turn. Okay, so now the Shoulder will actually do something in combat.
He took 4 off the Swift Spear, but he did chump the 2 Otters with Lifelink Vampires, so that offset a little bit of it.
2.
So he wound up going from 17 to 15.
Yeah. So now if the Preacher attacks... But the Preacher... If it attacks a Planeswalker, then it doesn't work with the token, but it works with the card draw. So He loses 1, gains 2, so heals himself back to 16, draws a card.
Akira has gone to 8.
Face. Yeah.
So it's now 2 blockers against 4 prowess creatures. Now 3 blockers. Are we going to pick something up with the Pixie? No, we're just playing 1/1s. Just two flying men. That's it.
Yep.
It is a lot to fight through.
He goes to 6. Yeah, but he has a lot to fight through, but he also has a lot to work with. Right?
Yeah.
He cannot minus Raw because he will die.
That's right. We can only draw 2 cards. Unless we're going to get Shieldred off the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. And the talent is already leveled up.
Was the hand Corey Steelcutter opt Burst Lightning?
I think you start with Corey.
I mean, we've waited so long to play this thing.
Yep.
Then Slick Shot is spell number 2, so we get to play the
Yep.
make the monk without wasting any prowess triggers. Then we'll opt. Go to 4. So those things on the left have only seen 1 trigger. Everything on the right has seen 2 triggers. Whatever that card was is no good. Draw Island. That's awkward. Attack with everybody. Are we going to Burst Lightning ahead of time? It looks like no.
I think maybe the plan is to have Shieldred block. Finish it off with Burst Lightning.
So as it
Then
stands,
maybe minus and roll.
This is 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, you played out the 1/1 Pixies. Presumably you played out the 1/1 Pixies so that you could block some things and not have to commit Shieldred to combat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the play. We're going to block.
If he double jumps, I think that's game if he double jumps, right? Because the most he can take is 4 plus 3.
So Burst Lightning to the head was only like 9 or 10. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Wow, GG's. Yasutaka.
So we have our winner, Yasutaka Nagao. Congratulations.
He played well.
Yep.
Oh, all right. It is 4 a.m., so I am happy that this one went kind of quick, since that means that I'm going to go to sleep. I mean, I'm a little sad because we didn't have more time together, Olsen, but what can you do?
Yep. Is it fine if I post a link to my Twitter in the chat?
Oh, 100%. Please do. Yeah, let's do some self-promotion here.
Okay, chat. So if you enjoyed me being here, then you can come to my Twitter and follow me. I don't do streams, so we'll see if I ever get on the stream again. But I play Magic. I post some results from MTGO. I post some guides to decks from time to time.
Oh, that's great.
So I generate a small amount of content from time to time, and you're welcome to follow me on Twitter.
Awesome. I'll drop my own self-promotion.
Yep.
I mean, you can follow me on AJLVI everywhere, but I mean, the main way you can support me and my work is either by subbing here to this channel. I mean, that's one way to show some appreciation, or you can subscribe to the ELO Project Patreon. That it's a little out of date, but we're working on it. There's been a lot of work to do since I got back from Japan, and 4 RCs this weekend is kind of intense. So
by the way, you posted on Twitter that that the Bologna has already been imported, but I don't see it on the, on the ELO project.
Yeah, it's the data is done. I still need to do the update process. So
I got you.
So getting extra sleep tonight is good because it makes it more likely that I'm going to be able to get it done tomorrow. So
yeah, because in Polish Magic community, people care a lot about about Elo project, you know, we like to compare our sizes, let's say, the sizes of our Elos, of course.
Yeah,
is what I mean by that. So, and some interesting things happened. Namely, the leader of the Polish Elo race, Canister, he went quite poorly, and he played the Open.
Interesting.
And he went poorly in the Open.
Oh, okay.
So we are expecting some slight shifts. And I think I might lose my spot number 2 as well, because I went 4-4 only.
Well,
but we'll see. We'll see.
I'll finally have an answer for you, likely by the end of the day tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's great. Because like a lot of people are waiting for it, you know. A lot of people are refreshing the Elo project.
It means so much to me that so many people care. Like,
yeah,
I definitely could have imagined a situation where like I made the site and like it never got any traction. Every now and then I would tweet about it and no one would care or whatever. But the fact that so many people are interested and keep track of updates to the site and everything is really humbling.
Yeah, in Polish community is like, I don't know if it's like a general thing of Polish people or just the player group. Like people tend to compare themselves to one another.
Sure.
Like, I'm a better player because I did that many top whatever, or I'm a better player because that or whatever my Elo on the MTG all is that amount or stuff like that. And Elo project is something like concrete because it only cares about the bigger, more important events, and people care.
That's awesome.
So, yeah. So we are very thankful. I mean, personally, I kind of hate it because it's like your argument is better because your argument is better, not because you're a better person, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Things matter regardless of the status of the person.
Yeah.
Like ad hominem,
I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So I personally kind of hate that. But since everybody jumped on that bandwagon of caring a lot about the Elo project, and I kind of care about it too. I
try to make sure whenever it comes up that the ratings are for entertainment purposes only, and the goal is definitely not to give any sort of objective ranking of people or anything like that. That's not why I'm. Yeah. I think that they're flawed in a variety of different ways, but it is true that for entertainment purposes, it is highly entertaining. So
it provides a lot of entertainment. Yeah.
All right, I will let you all go to sleep if you're not asleep. If you're on the in the Western Hemisphere chat, especially if you're supposed to be playing in Minneapolis in like 5 hours, please go to sleep. And Olsen, I'll be seeing you around on Twitter, and perhaps we will have you on the stream at some point in the future.
Awesome. I'd love to join in the future. Okay, thank you for having me. Good night, Adam.
Cheers.
And good night and good luck, chat. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to run one more shameless ad, and then I'm going to cut the stream. So I'm not going to hang around for the winner's interview. I need to go to sleep.
Okay.
Thank you all, chat.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Thank you too, Austin.
あったりするので、いや貴重な戦略。はい。どうですか、加藤さん、ちょっとドラゴンとかは出てきそうですか？
出てきそうっていうのは？
タルキールからね、やっぱタルキールね、ドラゴンめちゃくちゃ多いわけじゃないですか。
我らタルキール推しとしては。
はい。そうですよね。
加藤さん？
加藤さん、ドラ
ゴンが出てきそう？
はい、ドラゴンこのデッキでこう。
ね、そうですね。まあ今の環境はやっぱ基本的にその3色以上のデッキ